My name is Thor Dressrosa. I woke up in another world, in the body of Thor Dressrosa, the son of a noble. I used to be Jiangchen, just a regular guy, but now I was part of a powerful feudal family. At first, I was amazed by the giant bed, the rich food, and the fine clothes. Life felt like a dream, but the excitement didn't last. In this world, every noble child has to become an apprentice knight before turning 18. That means gathering something called a life seed, which gives you special powers. If you fail, you lose your family name and protection. You become nothing, just another wandering knight. I only had 3 days left. Training was brutal. We sweated under the sun in full armor, falling to the ground exhausted, struggling to breathe. Everyone was desperate to succeed, and I was no different. I tried to calm my breathing and search for the source of life inside me, but no matter how hard I focused, I couldn't gather the life seed. At this pace, it would take me a year, and I didn't have that time. I felt helpless. I thought, why didn't I get any cheats or powers like in those stories? But just as I was about to give up, a voice echoed in my mind. A system, the daily intelligence system. It told me I could now receive 10 pieces of information about the world around me every day. Real events, real people, real advantages. One update said a boy bought a life fruit and successfully formed his life seed after eating it. I was stunned. This system could show me exactly where to go, who to talk to, and what to do. It was like having a cheat sheet for life in this world. And that fruit, maybe it was my only shot at becoming a knight in time. For the first time in days, I felt hope. Maybe I really could turn things around. Maybe I wouldn't become a failure after all. With this system, I might just survive, and more than that, I might even rise. Right now, all that matters to me is becoming an apprentice knight. Without that, in just 3 days, on my 18th birthday, I'll be exiled from my family, stripped of my name, and forced to live like a nobody. At my current pace, I'll need at least a year to gather my life seed. I was almost out of options. But then I remembered the intelligence from my system. Someone named Rain formed his life seed just by eating a life fruit. That fruit is incredibly rare, like a piece of a high-level life potion. Even half of one could give me a real chance. I couldn't waste time. I rushed back to my room, got changed, and rode out of Dressrosa Castle with 3 trainee knights. I didn't care what the servants thought. If I failed in 3 days, all this would be gone anyway. My goal was Lucin Town, about an hour's ride away. My father ruled this whole area, including 10 towns like Lucin, but I was just focused on one thing, finding Midgel's fruit shop. When I got there, the town official was nervous, but I ignored him. I wandered through the market until I found it, the only fruit shop in town. The owner, Midgel, looked anxious when I walked in. I didn't explain anything. I just started scanning the shop. I focused my senses, using my night training. And then, I felt it. That faint, strange energy. I found it among a pile of pear-like fruits. My heart was pounding. I told Midgel to pack them. Then I paid honestly. Our family doesn't rob commoners. I left right away, holding my prize. Back at the castle, I locked myself in and stared at the fruit. It looked ordinary, but I knew better. This one fruit could change everything. With it, I might survive as a knight, or even trade it for something more powerful. If my father knew I had this, he might even bend the rules to keep me. When the benefits are big enough, rules start to lose their weight. That's what I'm counting on. I made my choice. When I bit into the life fruit, a warm current rushed through my whole body. The energy was overwhelming, enough to help even strong knights grow stronger. For someone like me, who hadn't even formed a life seed yet, it was almost too much. My body burned, sweat poured off me, but I held on. I sat down, focused, and used the Dressrosa family's breathing method, Eagle's Breath. Slowly, the energy gathered in my chest. I don't know how long I sat there. When I finally opened my eyes, the world looked different. I could hear insects, footsteps in the hallway, even see dust floating in the air. My senses had leveled up. I had become an apprentice knight. And more than that, deep inside, I could feel the seed of life glowing in my heart. My blood was changing, my body stronger. This is the true power of this world, the key to status and survival. I could have traded the fruit for comfort, maybe stayed in the castle forever. But that's not what I wanted. I didn't come to this world to be a leech. I went to see my father, Count Engel Dressrosa. It was our first real meeting since I came to this world. He was powerful, calm, and didn't expect much from me until now. When he saw I had succeeded, he offered me 2 paths. The first was safe, stay as a guardian knight, earn a good wage, and live within the family's walls. The second was risky, become a pioneering knight in the northern province, wild, dangerous lands full of monsters. But if I survived and succeeded, I could earn the title of Baron, becoming a true noble. I didn't need long to decide. I chose the second path. I told him I would become the soaring eagle of the Driusrosa family, and for the first time, he smiled with pride. He even promised to prepare a gift for my journey, a powerful one. I left his room feeling stronger, clearer, and more alive than ever. Now, everything begins. No more hiding, no more weakness. I'm going to earn my place in this world, with my own hands. After choosing to become a pioneering knight, I couldn't calm down. I hadn't expected to take such a dangerous path, but I knew why I did it, because I had an edge no one else had, the daily intelligence system. Without it, I'd never risk my life out there. The rewards were high, but so were the risks. I wasn't walking into danger blindly, I was armed with information. I asked my servant Pete to bring me all the books he could find on the Northern Province and pioneering knights. I needed to prepare. The Driusrosa family had a good library, and I spent the whole night reading. I learned that the Northern Province is wild, full of monsters and chaos. The kingdom created it less than 20 years ago, and knights who manage to develop a town with 5,000 people can become barons. That sounds great on paper, but in reality, only 56 people have made it in 20 years. And now, only 36 are still alive. The rest, probably dead. Honestly, I started to doubt myself. I'm just a new apprentice knight. Do I really stand a chance in a place like that? But just then, the system updated again. I opened it right away. 10 new pieces of information appeared. Some were useless gossip or repeated from yesterday, like love affairs or buried coins. But then I saw one line that stopped me cold. Rain. Did not buy the seed of life? The future Sky Knight is about to be killed by his drunken father. My heart nearly froze. Future Sky Knight? That's huge. If I act fast, I could save this person. Maybe I could even recruit him. Having someone with the potential to become a Sky Knight on my side? That could change everything. This was the kind of edge no one else had. It reminded me why I chose this path. Yes, the Northern Province is dangerous. But with this system guiding me and opportunities like this, I don't have to play it safe. I just have to play it smart. Now I know. I made the right choice. On this continent, extraordinary power is held by beings called knights, and their ranks are strictly divided. Starting from apprentice knights who gather life seeds, there are apprentice knights, knights, grand knights, earth knights, sky knights, and sacred domain knights. Once someone reaches the rank of earth knight, they are considered top-tier fighters in the kingdom. For example, his father, Engel Driusrosa, is a peak earth knight. Earth knights are already very powerful, and sky knights are even stronger, true elites of the kingdom. Each sky knight is a core part of the kingdom's strength and a key to its future. They're never expected that today's daily intelligence report would reveal a Sky Knight, especially the one who unexpectedly obtained the life fruit yesterday. Looking at the report, it was clear that because he had snatched the other person's life fruit, the other person's fate was altered. Originally, the other should have swallowed the life fruit, but the change in the course of events brought everything back to the beginning. Maybe I should try it. Muttering to himself, a flicker of desire appeared in Thor's eyes. He even had the urge to leave immediately. But after some thought, he restrained himself. He called his servant to help him wash up. Night fell. When the morning sun rose, Thor woke up from his big bed. That day, he didn't go to training as usual. Now that he was an apprentice knight, there was no need to train anymore. He looked at the daily intelligence report. Then, he set out again with his 3 knights. Their destination was Lucerne Town. Faced with the return of Lord Thor, Lucerne Town's officer felt nervous but greeted him again. "Officer, I need to find a boy named Ryan. His father is Hunter." Thor sat on his horse and spoke calmly. "Yes, Lord Thor, I will find him immediately." The officer looked a bit confused but nodded quickly and hurried away. About half an hour later, the officer returned with a document. "Lord Thor, Hunter lives in Leaf Village on the west side of town. Please follow me." The officer spoke respectfully. "Okay." Thor nodded and then rode his horse to follow the officer toward the destination. Meanwhile, in Leaf Village, inside an old, run-down house, Clang. "Useless. Useless. You can't even buy wine." An angry voice rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a red nose and messy hair was shouting angrily. In the corner, a boy curled up silently. Speak. Why don't you talk? Where's the wine? The middle-aged man's anger continued. Suddenly, he grabbed a wine bottle and threw it at the boy. Clang. The bottle shattered on impact, hitting the boy's head. He groaned softly, blood from a cut on his head mixing with the wine. Despite this, the man showed no concern. Useless. All of you are useless. Ryan, I tell you, without me, you'd already be starving. Go. Get me some wine. The man's voice rang out again, but the boy still stayed curled up in the corner. This made the man even angrier. Don't want to go? If you don't go, I'll sell you. I hear the nobles love that kind of thing. Quick. He raised another bottle and threw it at the boy again. But just as the bottle flew through the air, a flash of white light appeared. Clang. The bottle shattered in midair. Then, a deep voice sounded. Stop. As the voice fell, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then became even angrier. Fine, fine. You actually brought outsiders into my home. It looks like you really don't respect me at all. The man was about to pick up the wine bottle again. But at that moment, a cold voice sounded once more. Stop. Did you not hear me? The tone was now quite icy. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the small room. In his dazed state, the burly man finally saw who was coming, which immediately sobered him up. Crash. The wine bottle shattered as he collapsed onto the ground. Master. The middle-aged man fell to his knees, trembling, his heart filled with overwhelming fear. But clearly, Thor did not care about that now. He stepped past the man and moved to the corner. Are you all right? He spoke gently. The boy suddenly looked up, but quickly reacted and tried to kneel in respect. However, long hunger and the recent beating caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. Thor hurriedly caught him. He quickly checked the boy's condition. Using his life energy, he felt relieved. There was no danger to the boy's life, only unconsciousness. He handed the boy to a nearby knight. Thor paused for a moment before speaking to another knight. Give him a gold coin. From now on, rain is no longer your concern. He spoke calmly. Yes, sir. The knight nodded and quickly took out a gold coin, tossing it onto the ground. Master, Rain is lucky to follow you. Don't worry, sir. I won't contact Rain again. Seeing the shining gold coin on the ground, the middle-aged man crawled over, hurriedly picked up the coin, and expressed his thanks repeatedly. Thor ignored him. There was no need to pay attention to such a person. He gave one gold coin, mainly out of respect for the boy. That was all. He and the boy quickly left the scene. The middle-aged man still stared at the gold coin with shining eyes, even wiping it and biting it with his mouth, unable to hide his joy. It is clear that he does not yet realize what he is about to lose. He is a Sky Knight, a being powerful enough to stand at the top of the kingdom. Of course, he could never have imagined that his son, whom he once despised, would become a Sky Knight in the future. To him now, a person who only causes trouble is worth no more than a single gold coin. He originally thought of trading him for some wine money. Noblemen might give 2 or 3 silver coins, but a gold coin was beyond his imagination. Returning to the castle, he handed Ryan over to the servant, who quickly provided him with treatment. After an hour, Ryan slowly woke up from his sleep. The comfortable bed made him feel very uneasy, and a pleasant smell filled his nose, making his throat feel restless. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed. But when his eyes saw everything in front of him, he was startled and quickly sat up, looking a bit panicked. He was in a luxurious room. Everything he saw was beyond his imagination. Even a single item would be too expensive for him to afford. What shocked him even more was that he was dressed in splendid clothes, the kind only noblemen could wear, clothes worth silver coins. He had only seen copper coins 3 years ago, and iron coins even less often. Silver coins were something he never dared to think about. In his panic, the door made a creaking sound as a servant entered. Ryan was a bit nervous and spoke instinctively, but he didn't know what to say. Don't be nervous. Young Master Tor, please finish your meal before you meet him. A gentle voice spoke, and the servant respectfully said this. Hearing the respectful words, Ryan felt like he was dreaming. Following the servant's gesture, he saw a table full of food. It was no longer the almost inedible black bread, but a beautifully prepared meal with plenty of meat. Gulp. The subconscious feeling in his throat made Ryan want to move forward again, but he hesitated. Can I eat this? He asked cautiously, unsure. Of course. This is prepared for you by Lord Thor. Please eat quickly, or it will get cold and not taste as good. The servant replied with a smile. Seeing the other person's expression and smile, Ryan couldn't help but feel hungry and moved forward. He started eating hurriedly. However, as the food entered his mouth, tears unknowingly welled up in his eyes, but he forced them down. He ate very quickly this time. He usually would savor such a rich meal slowly, but thinking of the servant's words, he instinctively sped up. After a moment, he put down his utensils and followed the servant toward Thor. On the training ground, Thor was practicing knight skills. Having gathered the seed of life to become a trainee knight didn't mean he could stop training. In fact, continuing to train and gather more life energy was key to truly becoming a knight. Even with special abilities, Thor wouldn't relax. Next to him was Knight Commander Michael. Watching Thor practice, Michael looked a bit surprised. He was very familiar with this young master. Over the past few years, Thor's talent had been quite average. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Thor would suddenly improve so much and become a trainee knight. And his practice was noticeably better than before, more focused and serious. It seems that young Master Thor has really grown up, Michael said with a sigh. As he spoke, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze turned forward. In the distance, the servant was bringing Ryan over. But Michael only glanced briefly and then paid no more attention. Thor saw them too, but didn't stop. He finished his training completely. Young Master Thor, your knight skills are already very proficient. Keep practicing, and within 10 years, you should have a chance to advance to knight, Michael said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Michael, Thor nodded. He didn't pay much attention to Michael's words, confident in his own abilities and talent. After speaking, his gaze naturally shifted to Ryan and the servant. Young Master Thor? Sir. The servant and Ryan responded. Yes, it seems you have recovered well. Thor smiled and nodded, looking pleased at Ryan. At this moment, Ryan was dressed in noble clothes, with golden curly hair and lively eyes, giving off a very refined appearance. He was no longer the messy scene from before. Sir, Ryan instinctively spoke, but he didn't know what to say at first. Are you willing to become my guardian knight? If you agree, I can arrange for someone to teach you knightly training. Seeing Ryan hesitate, Thor smiled and spoke directly without beating around the bush. In this almost medieval era, there was no need for elaborate schemes to win people's hearts or to show off too much. He was a noble. Ryan was a commoner. That alone said a lot. Even Michael looked at Ryan with some surprise. At this moment, Ryan suddenly lifted his head, eyes filled with shock and a hint of joy as he looked at Thor. Sir. His heart was pounding wildly. He was indeed a commoner, but he knew about knights. They were high and mighty lords. He never thought he could become such a figure someday. Why don't you want to? Seeing Ryan's wide eyes, Thor's smiling voice rang out. I want to. I am willing. Sir, I swear in the name of the goddess of life, I, Ryan, will be a loyal protector of yours. As Ryan spoke, a green glow spread around him, and suddenly a diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. In this land, all the light was bathed in the blessing of the goddess of life. By swearing in her name, anyone would receive a response. Ryan directly swore in the name of the goddess of life, completing Thor's request. Watching this scene, Thor's face showed slight surprise, but then a smile appeared. Everything was smoother than he expected. At this moment, Ryan truly became his guardian knight. The guardian contract is a bond witnessed by life and loyalty, created only by the most loyal person deep in their heart. It is voluntary. It cannot be forced. And once it is formed, it means that Ryan truly becomes his most loyal knight. Ha ha, good. From today on, you are my guardian knight, and my first guardian knight. Uncle Michael, could you please teach Ryan over the next few days? Thor nodded with a smile, then looked at Michael beside him with a request. Of course. Michael hesitated slightly, looked at Ryan, then agreed with a nod. After handing Ryan over to Michael, Thor paid no more attention to him. He trusted Michael very much. As his father's right-hand man, Michael's strength was obvious. He was an Earth Knight, one of the top experts in the entire Dressrosa castle, second only to Thor himself. More importantly, Michael was very good at teaching. His brothers, after being taught by Michael, had already reached the peak of a great knight. In addition, under Michael's guidance, the entire knight group grew larger than before. Entrusting Ryan to Michael for training was enough to give Ryan a solid foundation. However, even Thor didn't expect that Ryan's talent was more terrifying than he thought. In less than half a month, while Thor was still preparing to develop the knightly affairs and gather useful information through his intelligence system, Michael called him over. What? Ryan is about to break through to become a trainee knight? Hearing Michael's words, Tor couldn't help but be shocked and almost blurted out. Yes, Lord Tor, I find it hard to believe too, but it's true. Ryan's life source energy has already reached a sufficient level. At the latest, in 3 days, he should be able to break through to a trainee knight. I've prepared a low-level life potion to apply to the Count. Michael was also extremely shocked. Even though he had seen Ryan's talent over these days, he was still deeply amazed at this moment. Even as an Earth Knight, he felt the same. He is certain that Rain has never trained in knightly skills. Yet, in just half a month, the other person is about to become an apprentice knight. This talent is almost unbelievable. Even he, who is considered a powerful figure in the kingdom, took 3 years to gather the seed of life. Even Count Dressrosa took about a year to do the same. But Rain gathered the seed of life in only half a month. He can hardly imagine how high Rain's talent truly is. Well, thank you, Uncle Michael. I understand. Please keep this secret from everyone except my father. Tor took a deep breath, expressed his thanks, then paused thoughtfully before speaking. Although Rain has become his guardian knight, Tor still hopes this information remains private to avoid any accidents. All right. After a brief pause, Michael looked at Tor and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Michael. Tor nodded. No need to thank me. Michael looked at Tor with some emotion in his heart. He knew Rain was taken from the common people by Lord Tor. But as the most loyal knight of the Dressrosa family, he naturally knew what he shouldn't ask. Better not to ask at all. Even curiosity is unnecessary. After exchanging a few more words with Tor, Michael turned and headed into the castle. Since he planned to apply for a low-level life potion, he wouldn't delay. Tor also did not follow him, choosing instead to check on Rain. Then he continued with his own work. Meanwhile, in the study, Michael had arrived at Engel Dressrosa's study to report the matter. What? You say Tor's guardian knight is about to become an apprentice knight? Hearing Michael's report, Count Engel Dressrosa was also startled. He knew about his son's guardian knight, and even sent people to investigate. But that was all. He didn't pay much attention. Just a guardian knight, after all, and a commoner at that. What could he do? But he never expected that, in just half a month, Michael would bring him such news. Michael knew the things he knew. Rain had never practiced any knight training methods before. Yet, in just half a month, he was about to become an apprentice knight. After being shocked, Count Engel Dressrosa only felt his breathing grow heavier. Yes, I am sure of it. His life source energy has about a 70 to 80% chance of breakthrough under current conditions. Michael nodded again. Watching his knight commander speak once more, Count Engel Dressrosa started pacing back and forth, his eyes flickering constantly. Michael didn't disturb him, but waited quietly. After a moment, Count Engel Dressrosa stopped suddenly. Charlie, he spoke sharply. Soon, the door opened, and Butler Charlie entered. Go get a low-level life potion from counter 1, the 7th in the first row. No, the 3rd in the first row, and the 5th in the second counter. Count Engel Dressrosa ordered. Yes. Charlie was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. Michael, I understand. I will have Tuar deliver the low-level life potion later. You can go back now. After giving the order, Count Engel Dressrosa then looked at Michael and spoke. Yes. Michael nodded, not surprised, and quickly left. After Michael left, Count Engel Dressrosa instructed the servant to call Tuar over. Tuar was preparing something when he heard his father's call, so he had to put things down and rush to the study. When Tuar arrived, Charlie had already returned with the items. Father, Tuar respectfully said. As he spoke, Count Engel Dressrosa did not reply immediately but looked deeply at his son. Tuar didn't dare to disturb him and kept his head bowed. Fortunately, Count Engel Dressrosa did not continue to look at him but paused thoughtfully before speaking. Tuar, you're doing very well. Here is a set of silver armor and a medium-level life potion. You can give them to your guardian knight. Start speaking. With his voice, Thor couldn't help but lift his head suddenly, showing a look of surprise. Silver armor, mid-level life potion. He never expected his father to be so generous. A set of silver armor is worth over 100 gold coins, not to mention the mid-level life potion. This potion is useful for knights advancing to land knights, valued at least in the thousands of gold coins, and it is rare and hard to find. Now his father asked him to give these to Rains. Father, Thor instinctively spoke, his eyes turning to his father, Count Engelbert Rosa. His expression was hesitant and a little shaken. Thor, You must understand. Even though Rains has become your guardian knight, a guardian knight only means he won't betray you. It doesn't mean he can do everything else, nor does it mean he can represent others. As a proper lord, you need to show kindness, tolerance, and authority. Count Engelbert Rosa's words echoed slowly, carrying a strange meaning. Thor was slightly stunned, then his expression became serious. Clearly, his father, Count Engelbert Rosa, was teaching him. Thor naturally had no resistance to this. As a count, Engelbert Rosa's wisdom and experience were beyond what he could compare to, even as a traveler from another world. Seeing Thor's reaction, Count Engelbert Rosa showed a satisfied smile. He paused for a moment before speaking again. Thor, the path of a pioneer knight is not easy. If you truly want to become a qualified pioneer knight, the first thing you need to learn is how to win people's hearts. Now, you are the young master of the Rosa Castle. The glory of the Rosa family can protect you. But once you become a pioneer knight, all that glory will fade away. You will need to rely on your wisdom to build your own territory and lead your own people. Rain is very impressive. His talent is the strongest I have seen so far. If you can truly tame him, he will become your best helper in the future. Your own talent is not very strong. I didn't have high hopes for you, but my child, you have given me a big surprise. When he spoke, his tone was serious at first, then he smiled. Hearing his father's words, Thor was surprised and wanted to speak, but Count Engeldris Rosa stopped him. Everyone has secrets. I don't need to ask about yours, because you are my child. Now and in the future, work hard. I hope my child can become the eagle of the Dressrosa family. Count Engeldris Rosa chuckled softly, not worried about his son's issues, and signaled that he could leave. Yes, father. I won't let you down. Thor nodded seriously. Then a servant quickly came forward to help Thor put on his silver armor and handed him a health potion. Watching Thor leave, Count Engeldris Rosa's eyes flickered, and he had a faint smile. It seems I was wrong. It was truly an unexpected surprise. Charlie, he whispered, then called out again. My lord. The butler Charlie entered respectfully. Go and bring me the second box from my number 1 storage room. Count Engeldris Rosa's mind returned, and he smiled as he spoke. Yes. Charlie nodded and quickly left. Thor, I hope you won't let me down, he softly said, then turned his attention back to the book in his hands. At this moment, Thor, who was leaving, didn't know that because of Rain's appearance, his father was planning to invest even more in him. If he knew, he might be quite happy for a while. Of course, even now, he was already very happy. His figure, along with a servant, arrived at the training ground. Rain was still training. Compared to half a month ago, Rain was noticeably sturdier, no longer as thin as before. His spirit and energy had also clearly improved. Thor was very pleased with this. After waiting for a moment, Rain paused to catch his breath, ignoring the sweat on his forehead, and quickly jogged over. Young Master Thor. Rain respectfully greeted him and saluted like a knight. Good job. It seems you've worked hard these days. Here is your reward. Thor smiled and waved his hand. 2 servants quickly stepped forward, bringing a large box and a small box in front of Rain. Young Master Thor. These. Rain instinctively wanted to refuse, but Thor stopped him. You are my guardian knight. You shouldn't be so poor. Look at this. While stopping him, Thor spoke with a smile. Then, thank you, young master. Although Rain hesitated and felt nervous, he remembered Thor's words and responded. Carefully, he opened the first large box. When he opened it, a silver shine appeared, and his eyes were immediately drawn to it. This is a silver armor. Even if you become a great knight in the future, you can still use it. Thor spoke with a gentle laugh again. Thank you, young master. Rain quickly bowed respectfully, his hands trembling slightly. He was no longer inexperienced. Having trained with Michael, he knew how precious silver armor was. Now, he had received such a gift, and his heart was filled with excitement, trembling with gratitude toward Thor. Take a look at the other one. That one is more suitable for you right now. Thor waved his hand and pointed to another small box. Yes. Hearing Thor's words, Rain felt a bit nervous but still carefully opened the small wooden box. The box was small. When opened, it contained a tiny glass tube filled with a green liquid. At first, Rain was puzzled by the green liquid, but then he felt his breathing grow heavier, and disbelief appeared on his face. The green liquid was even more precious than the silver armor. It immediately made him think of something, but he still found it hard to believe. Because that thing was simply too valuable, so precious he couldn't even imagine it. If the silver armor still held a hint of hope when he began practicing knightly skills, he never truly thought about such things because they seemed impossible. Here, this is a health potion. As he spoke, Rain looked at Thor, his breathing becoming rapid. Yes, this is a mid-level health potion. Its value is nearly 10 times that of a low-level health potion. With it, you can definitely become an apprentice knight. Thor sighed as he looked at the health potion in front of him. Honestly, if it weren't for the daily intelligence system, he would have considered secretly taking this potion. After all, even he had never drunk such a potion. Every legitimate member of the Dressrosa family receives a health potion each year, but it's always a low-level potion, which is not comparable in value. With this one, he felt confident he could reach the mid-stage of apprentice knights. In the study, the door was knocked. "Master," Charlie's respectful voice sounded. "How is it?" Engel Dressrosa Count's voice responded, his eyes fixed on his book. "Young Master Thor has handed the health potion to Rain." Charlie, the butler, replied respectfully. "Understood. You may leave now." Count Engel nodded, and Charlie stepped back. Thor didn't expect that this conversation was not only a lesson from his father but also a test. The mid-level health potion was undoubtedly valuable. Even as a young member of the Dressrosa family, he had never been exposed to such a thing. Whether he would stay or leave was uncertain. If he stayed, it could help him advance further as a knight. But more than his own growth, the Lord cared about resources and future prospects. If he couldn't meet this expectation, his father might consider reducing investments. However, with the daily intelligence system, such a test was unnecessary for Thor. For him, he didn't need to think about these things. The daily intelligence system provided him with too many advantages. A mid-level health potion was important, but for him, it wasn't that crucial. Although the daily intelligence reports haven't provided him with much support lately, this is only because he is inside the Dressrosa castle. Once he steps out and heads to the Northern Land province, he believes the reports will offer more help. Naturally, he doesn't focus too much on this. Time slowly passes. Over the next 10 days, Thor is fully immersed in preparations, waiting for the daily intelligence updates. Just like before, the reports in the following 10 days don't bring him many valuable items, only a few objects worth a few coins or hundreds of gold coins. Top-tier talents like Raynor or rare items like the life fruit haven't appeared again. This is normal. The small town governed by Dressrosa Castle has only a few 100,000 people, so seeing a life fruit or a genius like Raynor is already a miracle. Miracles don't happen all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called miracles. Thor isn't disappointed. As he expected, the real stage will be in the Northern Land province. That world, untouched and full of resources and opportunities, will likely appear in his daily reports. Night gradually passes. On the last day at Dressrosa Castle, early in the morning, Thor is summoned to his father's study. "Take a look. See if there's anything you need," his father says gently, looking at him. In the meantime, butler Charlie hands Thor a list. Yes, Thor feels a mix of nervousness and anticipation. He knows this is his father and the Dressrosa family's support for his development as a pioneering knight. These items are crucial for his future growth, so he pays close attention. Even with the daily intelligence system, how much the family can support him is the key to his rapid progress. His eyes focus on the list, which shows 10,000 gold coins, 50 bottles of low-level life potions, 3 bottles of mid-level life potions, 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights, a set of gold armor, 34 sets of silver armor, 100 sets of bronze armor, and 300 sets of black iron armor. The words appeared line by line, and when Thor saw them, his breathing grew heavy. There was no way around it. It was just too much. Even a rough estimate showed their value exceeding hundreds of thousands of gold coins. You must know, the entire Dressrosa family's territory's annual income is probably less than 100,000 gold coins, yet now, this amount far surpasses a year's worth of income. Not to mention the value of 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights. Even without the senior knights, this is almost 1/10 of the Dressrosa family's knight group. His eyes immediately lifted, and he looked at his father with heavy breathing. "I told you, the young eagle of the Dressrosa family is about to spread its wings. As the head of the Dressrosa family, your father, I should give you a gift. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Count Engel Dressrosa spoke again in a gentle voice, calm and unshaken. Even such a large amount of wealth was already incredibly valuable to him, and it was the same for Thor. "Thank you, father. I am already very satisfied. Thor took a deep breath and spoke with respect. At this moment, he was truly sincere. He had expected Count Engel Dressrosa to give him a generous farewell gift, but he didn't expect it to be so enormous. This amount of wealth was enough to serve as initial capital for him. Good to hear you're satisfied. Let's go. Meet your future subordinates. Today, under the witness of the goddess of life, they will become your most loyal knights. Count Engel Dressrosa smiled as he spoke, then stood up. Yes, father. Thor nodded, quickly stepping aside to make way. Count Engel Dressrosa walked out of the castle, heading to the training ground outside. At this moment, 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights were already waiting on the field. When Count Engel Dressrosa and Thor arrived, over 400 people knelt down in unison. Go ahead. That is your stage. Count Engel Dressrosa smiled and gestured to his son beside him. Yes, father. Thor nodded, feeling excited inside. He stepped forward. At that moment, a young man at the front drew his sword. Swear. A deep, solemn voice rang out. In the next moment, sounds echoed across the training ground. Mixed with these sounds, a golden scroll opened above everyone's heads. The power of the contract began to connect. Compared to Ryan's protective contract, this was a loyalty contract. It was based on a contract document, and its binding force was much weaker than a protective contract. But even over 100 people trying to truly follow Thoril from their hearts was almost impossible, even now that Thoril had shown his kindness. Still, this was enough for now. As the contract was completed, Thoril waved his hand and gave away all the armor and weapons his father had provided, including 34 bottles of low-level life potions out of 50. Good job. It seems I no longer need to teach you anything. From today on, you will be the eagle soaring for the Dressrosa family. I will wait for the day you become a baron. That day, I will celebrate your success with the family. In front of the castle, Count Engel Dressrosa was giving his final instructions to his son. He was increasingly pleased with his son. He distributed the life potions. Even he hadn't expected that. But this was undoubtedly the right choice. At this moment, over 400 knights' hearts were completely won over by his son, which would help him pass the hardest early days more easily. Yes, father. Thoril respectfully nodded, feeling excited inside. Next, he would enter a new world, a stage that belonged to him. He had been preparing for this day for a whole month and was full of anticipation. Go now, I await your good news. Count Engel Dressrosa smiled and spoke. Yes, father. Thoril nodded. This time, he didn't call him sir. After speaking, he turned his horse, pulling the reins, and the horse neighed loudly. Behind him, 400 knights followed closely. The horses and riders set out together. Behind them, Count Engel Dressrosa and Mycalon walked, until the figures ahead gradually disappeared from view. Let's go, young eagle. It's time to fly into the blue sky. A gentle voice sounded, and Count Engel Dressrosa smiled as he turned back toward the castle. Yes, my lord Count. I believe Lord Tuath is surely an eagle, Mycalon said with a smile. Their figures disappeared. Meanwhile, Tuath led 400 knights and gradually left Dressrosa Castle, heading toward the Northern Land Province. Dressrosa Castle is located in the Frostmoon Province, which is directly above the Frostmoon Province, so there's no need to cross other provinces. However, as a new province, the Frostmoon Province is quite large, and crossing it would take about a month. But Tuath was not in a hurry. His father, Count Engel Dressrosa, had prepared not only weapons, equipment, and gold, but also a large amount of supplies for him. Not just a month, even half a year would be enough to support him. And safety was not a big concern. At least within the Frostmoon Province, there wouldn't be too many problems. As for entering the Northern Land Province, with 400 knights, they were a significant force in the entire province, enough to ensure their safety. However, Tuath was a bit disappointed. Even after leaving the Dressrosa family's territory, his daily intelligence gathering didn't yield much. He couldn't help it. On one hand, he was just rushing forward and couldn't go deep into other noble families' territories. On the other hand, although the Frostmoon Province was a new province, it had been developed for hundreds of years, unlike the Northern Land Province, which had been extensively developed long ago. It was already well explored, so it was hard to find hidden treasures. In a month, he only found items worth about 1,000 gold coins. That was a lot, but compared to the initial expectations, it was not much. However, after entering the Northern Land Province, things changed completely. After a month, on the very first day of entering the province, the new intelligence updates made his eyes light up. Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? A mechanical sound rang out, just like every day before. Open! A soft voice spoke, and Thor didn't pay much attention at first. But the moment his words finished, buzz. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. In front of you, 50 miles ahead. In 3 days, 2 wild boars will argue. They are about to fight. They will arrive in 4 days, and you will find 2 fresh wild boar carcasses. 2. In 3 days, a small river 30 miles ahead will have a group of colorful fish swimming through. Catching them can improve your skills slightly. 3. In 7 days, a mysterious old man will be seriously injured 70 miles ahead. Saving him could bring unexpected rewards, but 30 years later, it may cause some danger. 4. In 1 day, a star moon fruit will ripen 1,000 miles to the right. Lines of golden characters appeared, very different from before. Thor, who had been casually looking ahead, was instantly drawn in. He thought today would be like usual, nothing special. But just a quick glance at his eyes revealed a few things that made him brighten up. A wave of happiness spread uncontrollably. Sure enough, as he scanned through each piece of intelligence, a smile finally broke free, just as he had imagined. After entering the Northern Land Province, the information provided was truly extraordinary. Even though many of these details were things he couldn't access right now, just the few he could see made his heart race. For example, those 2 wild boars 3,000 meters ahead. If he remembered correctly, wild boars are top-tier first-level magical beasts. Each one is worth over 100 gold coins. More importantly, their meat can boost life energy and is very gentle. If he managed to get both, his supplies in Loren City, the center of the Northern Land Province, would be fully stocked. Not to mention the second piece of intelligence about the colorful fish. He had been preparing for this month for a reason. He remembered this kind of fish unique to the Northern Land Province. Each one is extremely precious, beyond what value can measure. If the meat of the pig beast can speed up the gathering of life energy, then the meat of the butterfly fish can improve a knight's talent. Clearly, the latter is much more precious than the former. After all, talent is always the limit to how far a knight can go. Improving talent has an immeasurable value. Besides that, other options also make him very excited, especially the star moon fruit, which is even more valuable than the because it is also a main ingredient in high-level life elixirs. Its value is only slightly less than that of the life fruit. In the kingdom, it would also trigger fierce competition among Earth Knights. During the kingdom's auction, it is priceless and hard to find. Even just looking at it makes Thor feel his throat tighten. Such a pity, he sighed softly, finally shaking his head. One day, 1,000 miles away, forget that he is just a small apprentice knight. Even a sky knight would need to rest after such a journey. When he arrives, he might only get dirt to eat. In a small, not very wide creek, the entire section was completely blocked at this moment. Several official knights' eyes were shining brightly. After a moment, a surprised voice rang out. "Sir, we caught one." "Really, a butterfly fish?" With excitement in his voice, Thor, who was resting at the time, stood up suddenly and strode over. At this moment, in the creek, a knight was holding a strange, light blue fish about the size of a palm. "Sir, I also caught one," another knight quickly added with excitement after Thor approached. "Sir, sir." A series of voices sounded, and in a short time, about 7 or 8 knights exclaimed in surprise. But only these 7 or 8, as only a few appeared in this creek. Still, it was enough to make people excited. This is each of which can be sold for 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins at the kingdom's top auction. More importantly, this fish has a huge role, just a slight boost to a knight's talent, but that is a permanent improvement. Everyone looking at Ziyi couldn't help but feel their throats tighten. And when they looked at Thor, they saw only admiration. They didn't know how their lord knew about the existence of the thorn butterfly fish here. They only knew that their lord brought them here and told them about the thorn butterfly fish, and it turned out to be true. This was the first time their lord had traveled to the northern province. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel amazed and hopeful. Initially, everyone was a bit nervous about going to the northern province, but at this moment, that nervousness suddenly disappeared. Of course, Thor didn't pay much attention to these feelings now. He waved his hand, instructing the knights to handle the thorn butterfly fish, and then prepared to eat. He didn't plan to keep the fish. Instead, he intended to distribute it. On one hand, Only the first fish was truly useful. On the other hand, entering the northern province, Thor could sense the nervousness of each knight. The appearance of the thorn butterfly fish would surely help ease their worries. Most importantly, these knights were his future team and trustworthy, so giving them benefits was natural. Although there were only 7 fish in total, sharing them meant each person might only get a taste, but the difference was significant. And indeed, it was true. When Thor decided to share the fish with them, over 400 knights suddenly erupted in cheers. If loyalty and morale could be seen at this moment, their values would be rapidly increasing. Even if not visible, everyone could clearly feel the change in the crowd. Thor smiled while enjoying his own portion. The meat of the thorn butterfly fish was very tender, melting in the mouth. As he swallowed, Thor felt a warm flow spreading through his limbs, and a cool sensation suddenly filled his mind. The life source energy within him was spreading uncontrollably. Thor didn't dare to delay. He quickly sat cross-legged and activated the night breathing technique. Time slowly passed. After about half an hour, Thor suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. His life-seed had grown again, advancing closer to the mid-stage of the apprentice knight level. With his current progress, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the apprentice knight level by the time he reached Loren City. But this surprise hadn't yet fully spread. In the next moment, a surge of life source energy suddenly burst forth nearby. Thor's surprise was suddenly cut short, and he looked to the side with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ryan also opened his eyes, and around him, green light flickered, an image of life energy spreading out. This meant that Ryan had officially advanced to the late stage of the apprentice knight level. Yes, the late stage of the apprentice knight. Before setting out, with the help of an intermediate life potion, he had broken through to the apprentice knight level in one go. By the 10th day after departure, he had already advanced from the early to the middle stage of the apprentice knight. Now, in less than 20 days, he had broken through again, from the middle to the late stage. At this speed, when he reached the middle stage, he might already be at the peak of the apprentice knight level. Such rapid progress left him speechless. It just shows that comparing people can be discouraging, and comparing goods can lead to discarding. Taking a deep breath, Thor shook his head. Master! Ryan, who had just advanced, also showed a hint of excitement. When he saw Thor's gaze, he quickly saluted. Good job. Keep working hard. If we reach the territory, you might become a peak knight. Thor calmed his mind and spoke gently. Yes, sir. Master. Ryan, full of excitement, respectfully responded. At this moment, he completely admired Thor. If loyalty could be measured, he would definitely give full marks. Thor encouraged him a few words, then signaled everyone to move on. During the journey, Thor found the 2 boar-like beasts from the intelligence report. This caused the night group to gasp again and everyone to enjoy another hearty meal. The expected harsh winter days did not arrive. Instead, they spent their first day in the northern province harvesting. This made over 400 knights feel less anxious about the future and more full of hope. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel that a bright future was calling to them. Expectations, longing, and yearning replaced their previous worries, tension, and confusion about the future. This was exactly what Thor needed. Building a territory was a start from nothing. The difficulties encountered along the way were unimaginable. And the first challenge was the unwavering determination of the servant knights' hearts. Servant knights are also human. They are not guardians under the witness of the goddess of life. They sign a contract to never betray for life, but this only means they won't betray. They are not bound to others. Whether their inner motivation can be stimulated is undoubtedly the first problem each pioneering knight needs to solve. After reviewing a lot of information, Thor naturally understands this. Fortunately, with daily intelligence reports, solving this problem is much easier for him than for other pioneering knights. Nightfall gradually comes. The first day arriving in the northern province is passing, and soon it is the second day. Like the first day, the second day also brings significant gains. Although not as directly improving the knight's qualifications as the butterfly fish, the harvest is still considerable, and everyone received a share. The first day passed full of hope, and the second day was the same. The following days are also similar. Over time, it has gradually reached the 6th day. During these 6 days, under the daily intelligence system, everyone has undoubtedly gained a lot. Not only in terms of money but also in cultivation. Among the 100 apprentice knights, one has even officially advanced to a full knight, increasing Thor's total from 34 to 35 full knights. Even the other apprentice and full knights, who haven't advanced, have made clear progress in their cultivation. This is something unimaginable back when they were in the Dressrosa castle. But less than 2 months after leaving the Dressrosa family, their lord has given them all this. Such results fill them with hope for the future at all times. And Thor feels the same. A butterfly fish slightly enhances his talent. Combined with the gains of these days, his progress as a knight is very rapid. He is now approaching the mid-level apprentice knight. At this rate, before reaching Loren City, he might break through to mid-level apprentice knight, even faster than originally expected. And this is much quicker than when he left Dressrosa Castle. However, what makes him slightly twitch his mouth is that Rainer is even faster. He might break through to the peak of apprentice knights in just a few days. Before reaching the territory, he might already be a formal knight. This talent gap is simply speechless. It's not even the same level. No wonder he is destined to become a Sky Knight in the future. Night gradually falls. Thor suddenly opens his eyes after finishing his breathing practice. A new intelligence system appears again. Ding, the intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? A mechanical voice sounds, just like every day before. Open it, he whispers. As soon as he finishes speaking, buzz. A ripple spreads out. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. A group of Earth dragons will pass by 100 miles ahead 2. In 3 days. 3. Tomorrow, a mysterious old man will be seriously injured 3 miles ahead. Saving him may bring unexpected rewards, but 30 years later, it could cause some danger for. In 1 day, a hellish dragon from underground caves is causing chaos 1,000 miles to the right 5. 1,000 miles from Loren City. A goblin guards a small iron mine in Falling Leaf Valley 6. In 3 days, a herd of unicorns will pass by the Rhine River, stay for 3 hours, then leave. 7. 7 days later. Just like before, Thor quickly notices these pieces of information, but he isn't sure if it's because he's nearing the Loren City. Perhaps the rewards are fewer. Of course, even if there are fewer, it's still more than what he gained during the Frost Moon province. Thor scans through the information and quickly focuses on 2 of them. But after noting these 2, his gaze naturally falls on the one that has been appearing in the intelligence reports all along. Tomorrow? He mutters to himself, hesitating. His eyes fix on the 3rd piece of information. A seriously injured old man will bring unexpected rewards, but 30 years later, it could bring some danger. But time is almost up, and he can't help but hesitate. Mystery, injury, unexpected, disaster. Even if he thinks with his toes, he knows the old man is very important. Yet, that possible disaster makes him unsure whether to save him or not. Not saving him might cause him to miss a big chance. If a real disaster happens, his small body might not be able to handle it. Thoughts raced through his mind. Thor looked at Ryan beside him and then at the sign from 30 years later. He hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Night gradually passed. The blood moon set, and a new day began with dawn. Everyone set out again. At this moment, their route had clearly changed from the original plan, heading toward the place of the mysterious old man mentioned in the intel. In the end, Thor decided to save the old man. The reason was simple. He had a special ability, a golden finger. If there was really a problem, his ability would alert him. If things got too dangerous, he could split up and escape. And he didn't know how long into the future this might be. What could be a disaster now might not be one for his future. Thor was confident about this. Compared to that, the most important thing now was their current gain. They moved forward slowly. 3 miles passed quickly. They gradually approached their destination. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure staggered. A soft thud sounded as the figure fell heavily to the ground. Hager. Neil Morton's heart sank. He could clearly feel the toxins spreading through his body. If these toxins had been during his prime, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, as a Sky Knight, his life force could dispel anything. But that was during his peak. Now, his life seed was nearly exhausted, and his life force was almost gone. These toxins were deadly. Am I really going to die like this? I really don't want to, Sophia, forgive me. Neil murmured with a bitter smile. He was a proud Sky Knight of the Empire, likely to break through to Saint Domain in the future, yet he had been set up and ended up like this. Amid his bitter smile, he felt a deep sense of regret. But regret wouldn't help now. He could feel the toxins spreading to his heart and lungs. In less than 20 breaths, he would die completely. At that point, even the gods couldn't save him. Only if he could return to the Empire and receive the best treatment from a priest might he have a chance to survive. But this is simply impossible. This place is far from the Empire, a wild and barren land. His consciousness gradually grew dim, and his expression showed a hint of regret. But no matter how much he regretted, his awareness only became more and more faint, until, just before his mind nearly disappeared completely. In the distance, figures seemed to appear. The sight of these figures made his last thought be that he was probably doomed, because only the Temple's pursuit team could appear here. But that was his only thought now. The poison was spreading not only to his lungs and heart but also to his brain. His consciousness sank completely into silence. "Sir, there's someone ahead." A cry of alarm sounded, and then the entire knight group prepared for battle. Listening to the knights and seeing the fallen figure ahead, his heart moved, and he quickly understood that the injured person must be that mysterious old man. "Don't be nervous. Go see what's happening there." Thor waved his hand and spoke solemnly. "Yes." A knight nodded, then quickly led a few others forward. Soon, they returned. "Sir, the person ahead seems to be poisoned and is in danger of dying." A respectful voice reported to Thor. "Bring him over here." Thor paused briefly, then gave a command to the knight captain nearby. "Yes." Steve nodded and quickly gathered some people to go forward. Soon, several knights brought the old man over. Thor finally saw what this mysterious old man looked like. The old man was dressed in dark armor, with white hair, a gaunt face, and a brownish hue almost covering his face. Seeing this, Thor's brow furrowed. It was clear that this old man was already overwhelmed by poison. Whether he could be saved was uncertain. Thor looked a little puzzled, but then turned to Ryan. "Ryan," he spoke. "Sir." Ryan responded respectfully. "Place him on the cart at the back, and also give him the fruit I got a few days ago." Thor made his decision and gave the order. Recently, he also took out a very rare item he had obtained. It was a divine wood fruit he gathered 3 days ago in the jungle. Although it is not as valuable as a life fruit, it is almost as good as a star moon fruit. The only difference is that a star moon fruit usually grows on a tree with many fruits, while the divine wood fruit comes from a tree over 1,000 years old that contains strong life energy. Each fruit holds a large amount of life source power, making it not only a main ingredient for mid-level life medicines, but also a helpful ingredient for high-level ones. Normally, as long as a person doesn't lose limbs, one divine wood fruit can save them. But right now, the old man's condition isn't looking good, and Thor isn't sure the divine wood fruit can help. Since they decided to save him, Thor is willing to try. One divine wood fruit is not a big loss for him anyway, so he isn't worried. All right. Rain nods without hesitation and quickly makes arrangements. Hope he doesn't die. Otherwise, all this effort will be wasted. Thor mutters to himself, then glances at the old man again before turning his gaze away. There's little else he can do now. As for using a high-level life medicine, he doesn't have any, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't take the risk. The potential surprises the old man might bring are still unknown, and high-level medicines are hard to imagine for him now. He wouldn't just use them casually. This is just a small interruption. Everyone sets out again. They are now getting closer to Loren City in the Northern Province's municipal district. At their current speed, they can reach there in about 10 days. Thor decides to speed up without wasting more time searching. As they get closer to Loren City, their gains become less noticeable. It's no longer as attractive as before. In this situation, the journey that should take 10 days is now only 7, and Loren City is in sight. 7 days have passed. Everyone is rushing forward. Fortunately, they all have at least knight-level strength, so no one is tired. As for the reduced gains, no one really cares. Everyone knows that constant rewards are impossible. What they've already experienced is enough to surprise them. For Thor, he didn't care much. His previous actions proved the great importance of the daily intelligence system in the Northern Province. Now, since they haven't yet entered the frontier land, heading there would bring even greater rewards. They haven't even begun, so naturally, there's no need to worry. The only person Thor cares about is that mysterious old man. 7 days have passed, and the old man's aura remains weak, with no signs of awakening. If it weren't for the faint fluctuations of life energy, Thor would suspect the old man had already passed away. Unfortunately, that poison, even just feeling it, makes Thor's scalp tingle. He doubts even a formal knight could withstand it. No, it's not just doubt, it's certainty. In this situation, whether the old man wakes up or not is now a source of anxiety. If he doesn't wake up, Thor's investment and risk will be wasted. Fortunately, recent intelligence hasn't indicated any danger. Otherwise, he might consider abandoning the old man. After all, it doesn't seem worth it. But since no danger has been indicated and the old man is still alive, Tor decides to stay a while longer. In his previous life, he would have saved him regardless. On the 8th day, everyone could see the way to Loren City. Reen's aura suddenly surged. In the next moment, green light spots spread around him, and waves of life energy rippled outward, causing his aura to rise rapidly. Breaking through, Tor opened his eyes and looked at Reen nearby. His lips twitched again involuntarily. At this moment, Tor had just sensed Reen was at the mid-stage of the Apprentice Knight level. He thought a breakthrough might take another day, but now, Reen had directly advanced to the peak of the Apprentice Knight level. If it was just a guess before, now he was almost certain Reen would reach a formal knight before heading to the territory. A formal knight? That's a real knight. With his current cultivation speed, maybe in 10 years, there might be hope. But this was after enhancing his talent. Before, it probably would have taken decades. Tor shook his head and sighed. At this moment, the Knights group was alarmed. Even Steve, the Knight commander, looked at Reen with shock. Along the way, he had already gained enough understanding of Leen's talent, but he was still deeply amazed by each of Leen's breakthroughs. He knew that Leen had been practicing the Knight's training method for less than 3 months. Thinking about himself, he realized that in 3 months, he had only just learned the correct Knight's breathing technique. He hadn't even reached the Apprentice Knight level, let alone seen the peak of an Apprentice Knight. The Northern Province was established 20 years ago. After 20 years, the entire province still looked wild and untouched, except for the city of Loren, which showed signs of civilization. But those signs were faint. Compared to the Frostmoon Province, which was ruled by nobles, Loren was still chaotic, wild, and dirty. Yes, dirty. The roads were piled with manure, and a foul smell filled the air. If Frostmoon Province showed a good side of the kingdom, Loren was undoubtedly the kingdom's most ruined part. Sewage flowed freely, and on the streets, common folk looked pale and thin, just like the serfs of Frostmoon Province. Clearly, even as free citizens, life here was very hard. There was no choice. As the newest province of the kingdom, it lacked the protection of kingdom laws. Local lords were the absolute rulers here. Oppression, exploitation, and chaos were the main themes. Under these circumstances, even Loren, as the administrative center, faced very tough living conditions. It was now the 9th day since Thor and his group entered the Northern Province. Their 40-day journey had finally brought them to Loren. But as soon as they entered Loren, everyone in the team felt a bit heavy-hearted. Even Leen felt the same. His life had already been very difficult, but compared to the common folk here, it seemed somewhat better. He could clearly see that the people's eyes seemed to have lost their sparkle. When they arrived, the figures they saw just sluggishly moved aside. "Sir," Leen spoke in a deep voice, his young face showing a dull expression. "Let's go. First, we need to register at the city hall." Thor was silent too. Even though he had read about the Northern Province in books, the immediate impact of seeing it was still overwhelming and left him speechless. However, it is clear that he cannot control this matter. Don't even mention him. Even his father wouldn't have the right to interfere in the affairs of the Northern Province. This place is guarded by a marquis. Yes. Rain nodded. After Thor arranged for his night squad to settle in, he, Ray, and Steve headed toward the center of Loren City. Loren City is small, and the City Hall building is very noticeable. In a low, simple house, the City Hall is built entirely of blue stone, looking grand and solemn. As the three approached, they were quickly stopped by 2 guards on horseback. "Sir, I am Thorders Rosa, here to register as a pioneer knight." Thor spoke and showed his family crest. To avoid trouble, he hadn't worn it earlier, but once they arrived in Loren City, he needed to display his identity. The eagle crest was very eye-catching in the sunlight. The 2 knights were surprised and quickly saluted Thor. "Honorable Sir Thorders Rosa, please forgive my rudeness." "You may enter," one knight respectfully said, feeling a bit nervous. The Thorders Rosa family is very famous across the kingdom, so he dared not offend them. "Thank you very much." Thor nodded. "You're too kind. Please, come in." The knight quickly spoke and led the 3 inside the city hall. The entire city hall is very large. It covers almost as much land as the Thorders Rosa castle. Inside the hall, many figures come and go. There are staff members and knights everywhere. When Thor approached, the family crest on his chest immediately drew many eyes. Some people even stopped and saluted him as a knight. Although the Thorders Rosa family is only a count, their reputation is almost as high as some marquee families. Even a single pioneer knight from the Thor Dressrosa family is enough to make others treat them with respect. Thor returned the greetings one by one. Then, led by a knight, they arrived at a window. "Hello, Honorable Thor Dressrosa Knight. The Northern Province currently has no open targets. You can choose one to register." In front of the window, a blonde girl cautiously spoke with humility. "Thank you." Thor nodded and then took the map handed to him by the girl. As a pioneer knight, he couldn't just explore randomly. The kingdom has strict rules. Anyone who becomes a pioneer knight must register in Loren City and choose their exploration target. Usually, this target becomes the core of their future territory. Only after fully exploring the chosen area can they be considered to have completed their task as a pioneer knight. Thor was very familiar with this process. He reached out to take the map, his gaze naturally focusing on it. The map was large and much clearer than he had expected. There were green and red circles appearing across the northern province. Red circles indicate areas already chosen, while green circles show areas not yet selected. Looking at it now, most of the eastern and southern parts of the northern province are covered with red circles, leaving the western and northern parts with many green circles. This is normal. Although only a few dozen people have officially been granted titles in the northern province, this doesn't reflect the total number of pioneer knights. Even if many knights fall, new ones keep joining, so the total number continues to grow. The entire northern province isn't very populated, but Thor estimates there are probably over 1,000 pioneer knights. The territory is huge, twice the size of the northern border in his previous life. Such vast land can't be controlled by just dozens or hundreds of people. Even now, only about 1/10 has been explored with over 1,000 knights. Of course, this has little to do with Thor. His mind processed the flowing information as recent days had brought continuous updates. His eyes scanned the green circles on the map carefully. Unlike others, who might choose randomly, Thor had a clear direction thanks to his information system. Now, he just needed to filter his options. Time slowly passed. The blonde girl waited patiently, not daring to rush him. Finally, after Thor finished scanning all the red circles, he made his decision. "Let's go with the main river valley." Thor quietly spoke, then handed the map to the blonde girl. "Yes, Honorable Thor Dressrosa Knight. I will handle it for you immediately." The blonde girl quickly nodded and then took swift action. "Thor Dressrosa Knight, your registration is complete. Over the next 20 years, as long as you are here, the main valley will always be your territory. After 20 years, the kingdom will review your land. If it passes, you will be granted a noble title. Of course, you can also apply early if you meet the requirements." The blonde girl respectfully handed over a sheepskin scroll. Since this is the initial territory chosen by the pioneering knight, the process isn't complicated. This scroll is the contract. "Thank you." Thor expressed his gratitude and took the sheepskin scroll. The main valley was chosen after he carefully analyzed daily intelligence reports. One reason is that the main valley is large enough. Although there are 3 noble lords on the west side and several pioneering lords, the northern extension is very open. Under the impact of the main river, a huge bay shaped like the letter W is formed. The land is flat with good soil, making it ideal for large-scale farming. The only issue is potential flooding, but for Thor, a traveler, that's not a problem. Another important reason for choosing this place is that, according to daily reports, it not only has Star Moon fruit but also a rich iron ore deposit in the Goblin tribe to the east. Star Moon fruit needs no explanation, and even the iron ore alone would excite a noble like the Count, let alone Thor. Given all these conditions, his choice was clear. "You're too kind. We look forward to your return." The blonde girl quickly spoke. Thor smiled and nodded. Then he left the city hall with Rain and Steve. On the way, knights saluted Thor one after another. Thor returned their salutes. Soon after leaving the city hall, they arrived at the Knight Regiment's base. "Sir, sir." As Thor returned, knights quickly saluted him. He waved his hand. Then he entered the camp. The Knight Regiment also began preparing meals. While having his first meal in Loren City, Thor fell into deep thought. The Pioneer Knight registration was complete. Only now could he be considered a true Pioneer Knight, recognized by the kingdom's laws. Over the next 20 years, he would enjoy certain noble rights. If he managed to develop his territory within 20 years and pass the kingdom's review, he could become a true baron of the kingdom. This also meant his journey as a lord was about to begin. Deciding how to develop his land was a long-term concern for him. In Dressrosa Castle, he had already made many preparations for this. But now that the moment was near, He wanted to organize everything carefully. He also planned to stay in Loren City for a day to see if the daily intelligence system could surprise him with new information. Night gradually fell. Loren City was not where they lived, but it could be arranged for a certain amount of gold. Especially since Thor was a member of the Dressrosa family, it was even easier. However, the environment here was naturally not as good as Dressrosa Castle. But that was not a big problem. It was still much better than the wild outdoors. Time slowly passed. Soon, it was early morning. With a bit of anticipation, Thor watched the daily intelligence system refresh again. Buzz. Daily intelligence updated 1. A group of Earth dragons will pass by 150 miles ahead 2. In 3 days. 3. Tomorrow. 4. In 1 day, 1,000 miles to the right, a spiritual dragon has left its nest. It did not return after leaving, carrying its treasure and its offspring. 5. 1,000 miles from Loren City, on the west side of the main river valley, there is a large iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. Tomorrow, a herd of unicorns will pass by the Rhine River, stay for 3 hours, then leave. 7. 2 days later, a group of sleighs will be sold at Loren City's market. The third female on the left is a half-elf girl with rare and highly talented mage abilities. The text appears suitable for all audiences, no explicit content detected. Here is the improved version. The words appeared one by one, and Thor scanned through the list until he reached the 7th item. His eyes brightened with a hint of surprise. He was not a half-elf. For some nobles, an elf girl or a half-elf girl could make their adrenaline rush, but Thor was not like that. Or rather, he cared more about strength and the growth of his territory. That's why he chose to develop knights. What surprised him was that this half-elf girl had a rare talent for magic, and her talent was very high. In the kingdom, or on this continent, knights are the main force. But that doesn't mean only knights can train. Witches and mages are also ways of cultivation. They possess extraordinary power. However, compared to knights, mages and witches are very rare. Especially in the kingdom, mages are so scarce that they are almost invisible. But every mage is a very important resource for nobles and the entire kingdom, because only mages can create magic potions and life elixirs. This makes mages extremely valuable. They're never expected to meet someone with such high magical talent in Loren City. His surprise was genuine and real. If he could recruit this half-elf girl, his future development would be unimaginable. A mage, that's a mage. If his territory could produce a mage, even just thinking about it made Thor feel excited. 2 days? He whispered softly, then made his decision. 2 days was enough. He could just go to his territory a little later tonight. There was no need to rush. With his decision made, Thor began to wait in Loren City. The 2 days passed quickly. Thor also took the time to experience life in Loren City. Honestly, Loren City was far behind the Frost Moon province. This was not only reflected in the demeanor of the common folk, but also in their living conditions. It was clear that Loren City's supplies were not abundant. After 20 years of development, it seemed that the Marquis in charge might not have paid much attention. But that was understandable. A Marquis was thrown into this place, and probably no one would pay much attention to him. On the right side of the city hall, there is a small building, a little taller than a few steps. Compared to the Grand City Hall, this building is quite simple. However, it is busier here, filled with many knights, many of whom wore noble badges. Even someone like Thor from the Dressrosa family doesn't seem to stand out much here. Of course, that doesn't mean no one notices him. As Thor and his companions entered, a servant quickly came to greet them. "Welcome, noble knight. How can I help you?" The servant asked politely, showing respect and not daring to be careless. "I heard you have all kinds of slaves here. I want to buy a group of serfs," Thor said calmly. He wasn't in a rush to find the half-elf girl, but wanted to talk about something else: buying serfs. Building a territory isn't just about knights. Knights protect safety and help expand the land, but they also need many serfs. Construction requires workers. Without serfs, there can be no building. Of course, the servant replied with a smile. "This is the largest market in the entire northern province. We have the strongest serfs, and they will definitely meet your needs. Follow me," he said, leading Thor forward. Thor nodded and followed with Ryan and Steve. Soon, under the servant's guidance, they arrived at a basement. A magic crystal lit up. Soon, they saw people inside iron cages, bound with ropes. They looked small and thin, with pale faces and dull eyes. Their faces showed numbness, clearly not as strong as the servant had described. But Thor didn't care much. Listening to the trader's words was enough. The free people in Lorin City all looked like that. So how good could slaves be? As long as it was close enough, that was fine. Honored guest, our serfs cost 10 silver coins each. The ones over here cost 1 silver coin each. How many do you need? The servant showed no embarrassment and respectfully spoke again, while also signaling to the person beside him. Listening to the servant, Thor sighed. Even though he had expected this, he was still a bit shocked by the price. In the Frostmoon province, a common farm worker costs about 1 silver coin. But here, the price of a farm worker is 10 times higher. There are also some farm workers priced the same as those in Frostmoon. However, when Thor saw that the farm workers over there were worth only 1 silver coin, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If the slaves here still looked somewhat normal, the slaves over there looked completely different, skinny, some missing arms or legs. Thor shook his head. Just these then. I need 500 people. Thor hesitated slightly, then announced his number. With over 400 knights, he could theoretically control thousands of farm workers. But he had to consider his gold coins and the fact that his territory was not yet developed. Gold coins, needless to say, were important. His father had supported him quite a bit, and he had gained a lot along the way. But even he only had about 10,000 gold coins. These coins were many, but not enough for territory development, and he needed to plan for future growth. He couldn't spend a lot of gold on farm workers. As for the territory, it was even more undeveloped. It was still a wilderness, and many people entering would struggle to survive. These were all factors he needed to consider. However, despite all this, such a large transaction still made the servant instantly excited. Your Excellency, I will go and handle this immediately. 500 farm workers, total 5,000 silver coins, which is 50 gold coins. The servant's expression became even more respectful. 50 gold coins was already a big deal. It might even help him get a promotion. Naturally, this made him very happy. Oh, by the way, besides these farm workers, do you have any other slaves here? It seemed he thought of something, and Thor casually asked, Other slaves? The servant looked a bit confused, but soon his eyes lit up, understanding what was going on. Of course, we have a batch of high-quality female slaves today. Would you like to see them? The servant spoke with a smile. Female slaves? Yes, let's take a look. Thor pretended to ponder for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. The servant quickly spoke and hurriedly left. Thor began to wait patiently, full of anticipation. After a short while, the servant re-entered. This time, behind him, a new group of slaves was brought in. Compared to the previous slaves, these ones were much cleaner. Each one looked worn out and tattered, which made them seem quite striking. Wow, Ryan behind him couldn't help but swallow hard. Thor glanced over them, but didn't pay much attention. After all, he had seen many such scenes before. The girl slaves here were just ordinary. His real target was not these. Change to another batch? Thor asked calmly. Yes. The servant nodded quickly and called for the staff to make the switch. Soon, a new group was brought in. This batch is top quality, with many selected directly from the royal palace, and the price is very reasonable. The servant respectfully explained. Next batch. Thor looked casually, shook his head, and spoke again. The servant had to call for another change. After waiting quite a while, the third batch arrived. Compared to the first two, this one had only about 20 or so people, while the second batch had around 50. Thor's gaze quickly settled on the third girl from the right. She was wearing a plain gray cloth dress, with an ordinary face that didn't stand out in the crowd. When Thor looked at her, she instinctively lowered her head like the other female slaves. Esteemed sir, this is the last batch. If you're still not satisfied, in 7 days, a group of orc female slaves will arrive, the servant softly said, sounding a bit nervous. The price of female slaves was much higher than that of males, but since the last 2 batches hadn't caught Thor's eye, he didn't hold much hope. Just this one. Also this one. Additionally, the 5th and 7th from the right in the first row of the first batch, the 3rd in the 3rd row, the 1st, the 9th, and the 3rd, 6th, and 12th in the first row of the second batch. How much in total? Amid his nervousness, Thor suddenly spoke up. Currency system. 10 iron coins equal 1 copper coin. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Hello, esteemed guest. Your total expenditure is 120 gold coins. Since you spent more than 100 coins, you will become a VIP member of the Hapsis Trading Guild. Please keep this card. Next time you show it, you will enjoy a 10% discount. The servant spoke respectfully. His expression became even more polite. Spending 100 gold coins is a big deal. He dared not show any negligence. Thank you. Thor nodded and then led Ryan and others away from that place. As for the serfs and female slaves, they would be handed over to the Night Order. After all, there were hundreds of people. The three of them couldn't take everyone. The reason the cost exceeded 100 gold coins was because he chose 20 female slaves, whose value was higher. He selected the most beautiful among the three groups of female slaves. The most expensive female was worth up to 5 gold coins. Even the others were worth at least 50 silver coins, like the half-elf girl. Compared to the other female slaves, the elf girl was quite ordinary, with wounds on her body, so her value was naturally much lower. However, Thor didn't mind much about this. The mage talent of the half-elf girl was worth more than anything else. It couldn't be compared to looks. If not for the need to arrive at the territory and the fact that she could serve and be pleasing to look at, he had no intention of buying the other female slaves. His only target was that one half-elf girl. He returned to his base. Soon, Steve and Ryan, along with some knights from the Night Order, brought back the serfs and female slaves. But even after leaving the market, most slaves looked unresponsive. The female slaves looked slightly better, but only slightly. What he didn't notice was that among the 20 female slaves, one had an extremely ordinary face, yet her eyes sparkled with light. I can't do this. I have to find a way to escape. But the contract is still in that person's hands. What should I do? Inside Anna's small mind, thoughts kept flowing. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. An accident caused her to be captured by the traders. To avoid being recognized, she used magic to hide her appearance. However, this disguise could only last for 7 days. After that, it would automatically wear off, and if her half-elf identity was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Escaping from the market was almost impossible. During this time, she hoped someone would buy her so she could escape. Finally, she saw a chance. But what happened next made Anna stare in shock. The person who came to buy her was accompanied by hundreds of knights. They were escaping. It was almost unbelievable. But if she didn't run, her magic would only last at most 3 days. After 3 days, it would disappear, and her half-elf identity could no longer be hidden. Thinking about the strange habits of the nobles, Anna shivered involuntarily. She really didn't want to experience that. Suddenly, in her panic, a figure entered the room. Sophia. Alice. Caroline. Rain spoke loudly. Anna was startled and quickly stood up with the other 2 girls. Lady, I need you 3 to serve her. Come with me, Rain said attentively. Yes. The other 2 girls looked happy, but Anna's eyes widened in surprise. She even instinctively wanted to cast a spell to see if her disguise had failed. But it was clear she didn't have time for that now. Rain led the way, taking the 3 of them to where Thor was. Lady, Rain said respectfully. Let them in, Thor replied. Yes. Rain nodded and signaled the 3 to follow him inside. Anna was nervous and anxious, while the other 2 looked happy as they entered the room. Master. When the figures entered, the 2 girls quickly bowed. Master. Anna was a bit panicked but quickly spoke the same. Get up. From today on, you will be my personal maids, Thor said gently, glancing at Anna and then speaking kindly. Yes, master. The 3 responded quickly, and the other 2 girls looked even happier. Although the words maid and female are only 1 letter apart, their treatment is worlds apart. A female is just a plaything, but a maid is different. Moreover, becoming a maid for such an important person is actually a very good future for them. As for Anna's originally nervous heart, it couldn't help but brighten. At this moment, she seems to have found a way to obtain a contract. A personal maid. This is a personal maid. After some time, she might really have a chance. As for the magic to conceal her identity, becoming a noble's personal maid now makes it easy to gather materials for casting concealment magic. At worst, it just takes a little longer. Serve me while I wash up. By the way, Alice, prepare the bath bucket. I need a bath today. Toru spoke, then seemed to remember something. He spoke gently, and his gaze shifted to Anna. Ah. Hearing Toru's words, Anna instinctively didn't respond immediately. What's wrong? Any problem? Toru asked with a half-smile. Now that he knew a bit about half-elves, he understood that they are usually very beautiful. The half-elf in front of him has an ordinary face, which probably means she used magic to hide her true appearance. Toru knew a little about this magic and couldn't help but want to tease her. No, No problem. Anna's face turned red quickly, and she lowered her head to speak. Nothing. Then let's go. After saying that, Toru headed toward the bathroom. Anna's cheeks were flushed, and her body moved painfully to follow Toru. Feeling the envy gaze from the other two, Anna felt her face burning. Inside the bathroom, heavy armor was taken off, revealing strong, bronze-colored skin. The girl's face, which had not experienced much, was flushed almost to her neck. Her hand holding the towel was trembling. Toru paid no attention to these. His mind was racing. He was thinking about how to win over the girl in front of him. Unlike a guardian knight, the girl here, though as female, was not yet fully obedient. Winning her over wouldn't be easy, and forcibly taking her was clearly not a good idea. On one hand, he, as a traveler from another world, found it hard to accept this situation. On the other hand, doing so could cause great problems later. He needed a better way. Clatter. Water flowed as the girl moved awkwardly, her hands trembling, barely brushing the surface. Her cheeks were flushed, dyeing her neck with color. Inside the wooden tub, the 18-year-old boy was lost in thought. Thoughts flickered through his mind. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. He had made a decision. Just joking, a modern person. To a medieval girl, forcing her would be like a joke. Now, countless ideas filled his mind. He looked at the girl, who was beginning to struggle, and Tor chuckled softly. All right, you can go out now, Tor said. Ah. The sudden words made the girl freeze in surprise, instinctively responding. Clatter. Water splashed as Tor suddenly stood up. Ah. The girl exclaimed in shock and immediately ran out. Sophia, Karen, come in, he said. Then the two maids quickly entered to serve. After they helped him dress, Tor finally stepped outside. Even at this moment, Anna couldn't help but blush and dared not look directly at Tor. Tor smiled but paid no attention, heading straight to the study. Unsurprisingly, he planned to leave for the territory tomorrow, so today he needed to plan carefully. He also wanted to see if the early morning daily report had more new information. Night gradually fell. In the study, Tor was preparing for the next steps. 3 maids served nearby. Anna kept glancing at Tor, her mind quietly murmuring. After a while, she calmed herself, but her face still showed a faint blush, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that earlier scene. His strong build, bronze skin, and commanding presence. Thinking about it, her cheeks warmed again. Anna, you can't do this. You still want to run away. Yes, Anna, you still want to run away. He encouraged himself inwardly. However, the young girl's feelings unexpectedly stirred a wave of emotion. But even she didn't realize this change. Of course, Tor didn't know any of this right now. As time passed, it was finally early morning again. The daily intelligence system refreshed as usual. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, lines of text appeared before his eyes. He quickly scanned through them. After reading everything, Tor returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Night gradually passed. A new day began. Early in the morning, Tor ordered Steve to go buy supplies. Building the territory wasn't just about having people. Seeds, tools, food, and many other things were needed. However, it was clear that in the entire northern province, the prices of slaves and other supplies were much higher. The difference was huge, almost 10 times for slaves and over 3 times for supplies. Honestly, if the kingdom's laws hadn't forbidden it, Tor almost wanted to go back to the Frost Moon province to buy and bring supplies over. But unfortunately, that was only a thought. Countess Engeldries Rosa didn't choose to do that, which meant it was nearly impossible. With such high prices, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. As dusk fell, the group set out. Their destination was the main valley. Compared to arriving at Loren City, the scene was twice as large now. The addition of 500 serfs brought the total number of people close to 1,000, plus a large amount of supplies, making the entire team stretch over 1,000 meters. It was very noticeable. But with hundreds of fully armed knights, no one dared to have any bad thoughts. The journey was very safe. Even when they encountered some fierce beasts, they quickly retreated upon sensing the group's presence. The only beast that charged was a wild boar, which was swiftly dealt with by the knights. After about 10 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. The main valley is located in the northernmost part of the northern province. Compared to the cold in the north, the climate here is very suitable because of the impact of the main river. The constant flow of the main river makes the soil fertile and full of water plants. In the morning, sunlight shines down, and a gentle breeze brushes everyone's cheeks, making people feel very comfortable. When everyone arrives and looks at this vast, endless plain, Thor's face shows a satisfied expression. Such a large plain, if fully developed, could even support the needs of tens of thousands of people. It is truly an excellent place. At first, Thor was a little nervous. After all, it was only a rough map, and no one knew exactly what it looked like. But from his perspective, the choice was undoubtedly very right. Steve. Thor speaks. Sir. Steve quickly steps forward. Gather all the peasants together. Thor orders, his thoughts becoming clearer. Yes. Steve nods and quickly goes to handle it. Let's go. Rain. Let's walk around here. After giving instructions to Steve, Thor also calls out to Rain and begins walking through this section of the main river valley. Yes. Rain quickly nods, and at this moment, he has already become a formal knight. Just as he expected, yesterday, the day before arriving at the main river valley, Rain officially broke through to become a formal knight. His talent is so high that it's almost astonishing. But Thor has already gotten used to it. Anyway, the stronger Rain is, the more benefits he brings to Thor. Sunshine falls as the two walk through the valley. After about an hour, Thor thoroughly examines the entire valley. The situation is even better than he imagined. Now he doesn't need to build water conservancy facilities immediately, because the areas that might be impacted by the river's flow are only near the main river, and there are large plains outside that won't be affected by the water. These are enough for initial development. The soil is dark brown and clearly quite fertile. It can be expected that even with just preliminary farming, there will be a good harvest next year. Sir, the peasants have gathered. In thought, Steve stepped forward and spoke in a respectful tone. All right, let them begin. First, enclose this area. Thor nodded and then gestured toward the surrounding region. Yes. Steve quickly nodded in response. Under Thor's command, one peasant after another began to act quickly. Meanwhile, Thor also gathered the Knight Order. There were over 400 knights, a large workforce Thor would not waste. For other nobles, the Knight Order was just a fighting force. But for Thor, a group with extraordinary powers, not using them for construction would be a waste. After all, 400 knights with superhuman strength could build faster than tens of thousands of slaves. Thor already had ideas on how to motivate them. The Knight Order gathered. When Thor's plan was announced, everyone was deeply shocked. Even Steve was no exception. Lord, is what you're saying true? Steve's voice trembled with disbelief. What had he heard? His lord was actually going to teach him the eagle breathing technique and give other knights the chance to train too. At that moment, Steve felt like he might be hearing things. In this world, knights wield superpowers, and the breathing techniques are keys to reaching extraordinary levels. Some techniques are better than others. The eagle breathing technique isn't as good as the golden eagle, but it's still a top-tier technique. Although it doesn't quite reach the level of the Sky Knight, it has a high chance of helping the user become a Land Knight. And that is a Land Knight, the top-tier existence below the Sky Knight, the most powerful in the kingdom. At that moment, Steve's lips felt extremely dry. Of course, it's true. Steve, I've already taken flight. You all need to have a broader future with me. Knights, Grand Knights, no, that's not enough. I want you all to become beings that roam the land and soar through the sky. How about it? Let's pursue a broader future together. Thor's gentle voice spoke with great seriousness. He was not joking. For others, even other families, a high-level knight's breathing technique is like a treasure. It is rarely shared easily. But for him, it is just a resource. He has plenty of resources because his daily intelligence system keeps updating. His goal is to make the best use of these resources. So, he has made a decision to establish a merit system. As long as someone earns enough merit, they can learn the falcon breathing technique under the witness of the goddess of life, as long as they do not share it with others. His first choices are Steve and Rain. One is his knight commander, the other his future most important subordinate. Even if it weren't for the eagle breathing technique, he would want to share the falcon breathing technique, if he had permission. Listening to Thor's words, at this moment, Steve finally realizes he is not dreaming. Yes, sir, Steve will follow you to the end. Wherever your sword points, that is where I will go. Long live the goddess of life. I swear eternal loyalty to you. Steve kneels on one knee and performs the most formal knightly salute to Thor. Thor does not stop him. Accepting this gesture, news quickly spreads to the Knight Order. Suddenly, the entire Knight Order is in an uproar. Even though Thor only allows Steve and Rain to learn the fierce eagle breathing technique for now, others see it as an opportunity. Under his promise, all official knights can learn as long as they earn enough merit. He also promises that even apprentice knights who break through to become official knights will have this chance. This news is like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone. It instantly excites all knights, apprentices, and even candidate knights. Their loyalty to Thor reaches a new height. The fierce eagle breathing technique is rare. Few in the entire Dressrosa family have it. Others are not allowed to obtain this breathing technique. No one expected that. Upon arriving at the territory, their lord would give them such important news. Even just the chance is enough to make many knights feel excited and passionate. Even though Thor quickly issued a series of orders to build the territory, none of the knights complained. Everyone began to join the enthusiastic construction work. With the addition of 400 knights, especially the 36 formal knights, the entire territory's development sped up greatly. After all, each apprentice knight was as powerful as a heavy machine, not to mention the formal knights. Their efforts in building were far beyond what ordinary people could do. In less than 3 days, the camp had taken shape. Wooden houses had been built, and the entire camp was enclosed by serfs. At the center stood a foundation for a castle. At the current pace, the castle could be completed within half a month, along with the surrounding buildings. This progress was thanks to the knights' involvement. Without them, it might have taken half a year for the serfs to reach this level of development. After half a year, planting crops would be impossible. Most pioneering knights saw little to no harvest in the first year, or even the second, relying solely on supplies from Lorenz City. Because of this, the prices in Lorenz City remained high, as consumption far exceeded production. Many supplies had to be transported from other provinces of the kingdom, which naturally increased costs. But that was different for Tuar. Before leaving Dressrosa Castle, he had prepared thoroughly. This year, he didn't plan to follow other pioneering knights and not planting crops. His preparations over the past month included reading many books and organizing memories from his previous life. According to his plan, he could expect a harvest this year. Now, he just needed to follow his original plan step by step. Nightfall gradually arrived, and another day was coming to an end. Tomorrow would be the 4th day. According to the season, it was time to prepare for planting crops. Otherwise, it would be difficult to harvest anything if delayed. Inside a simple house, Anna kept glancing at a distant figure. However, at that moment, the figure in the distance didn't notice her subtle observation. A sheepskin scroll was placed on a stone table by him. A simple map has already been drawn. This is his recent work and his plan for the territory ahead. A large castle stands in the center, surrounded by square plots. These are the places for the peasants to live in the large farming areas he has divided. There are exactly 500 squares. Maybe it's time to act, whispered Tor, his eyes shining. He had already made up his mind, and now he was sure. Alice, he called. Oh, yes, sir, Anna responded nervously, quickly running over. She had gradually gotten used to calling him sir. Serve me for washing up, Tor said calmly. Yes, sir, Anna replied softly, bowing her head. Early morning, as the sunlight broke through. In the cleared area, peasants gathered together. Compared to when they were first bought, their faces now had some color. Over 10 days, food supplies had made them physically stronger, but only physically. Most still looked numb, with dull eyes. The moment they became peasants, they lost everything and had no hope. They couldn't see any future. They moved only to obey commands. Today was no different. Among them, Tor's figure appeared before all the peasants. Even so, they showed little change in expression. In their numbness, Tor waved his hand. The next moment, a few knights brought a fire basin. At the same time, a knight carried a wooden box to them. The box was opened, revealing rolled parchments. Looking at the scrolls, the peasants' expressions finally showed some emotion, because those were their contracts. Seeing the contracts, some of the 500 people began to stir. Tor paid no attention. He waved his hand again. The next moment, a knight quickly stepped forward and presented several of the scrolls. Sabina, Bounds, Linas, Somalit, Sarid, Sebaphia, a deep voice came from Thor's mouth. With each name he recited, the crowd of slaves below became more restless, especially those whose names were called, who trembled even more. Those whose names were just called, stepped forward. Steve's voice rang out. Suddenly, in the chaos, one by one, the slaves stepped out. Master! Master! As soon as they appeared, these people knelt on the ground, their faces showing a mix of fear and shock. Don't be nervous. Recently, because of your good performance, I have decided that from today, You are no longer slaves, but free people under the protection of the Goddess of Life. May the Goddess of Life be with you." Looking at the panicked crowd, Thor smiled and then spoke loudly. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. But because everyone heard it, their eyes widened in disbelief. Especially the slaves whose names were called and who were trembling. They wondered if they were dreaming. "Why, yes, sir. What did you say?" One trembling asked, looking up at Thor on the high platform. "It's true, of course. Under the witness of the Goddess of Life, from today, you are free," Thor said solemnly. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he threw the contracts into the fire ahead. Buzz! The flames roared and spread instantly. As the fire engulfed everything, the few people who had just stepped forward suddenly glowed with red light. In the next moment, the invisible bonds of control quickly disappeared, and they felt a lightness in their bodies. But at that moment, they ignored everything else. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked into the distance at that figure and the blazing fire behind him. Their thoughts were a bit overwhelmed. Until a moment later, the crowd finally erupted in chaos. "Oh my God, what is he doing? My goddess, this, the contracts. Their contracts are burning." We. Voices began to speak one after another. Countless numb farm workers, at this moment, were filled with shock, surprise, fear, and disbelief. Especially those whose contracts had been canceled, their inner feelings were even more intense. The moment they became slaves, their lives were already destroyed. No future, nothing left. They would have to work for their masters until death, and even escaping was impossible under the contract. But now, they experienced something incredible. The contract was directly burned by the young pioneer knight in front of them. This meant that from this moment on, they were no longer slaves, but free people. Faces of the people immediately turned red with excitement. Joy, excitement, and hope spread uncontrollably. Suddenly, one person reacted and knelt on the ground, respectfully speaking to Thor. "Thank you, my lord. May the Goddess of Life be with you. Your brilliance shines like the sun." Along with this voice, other farm workers quickly responded. One by one, their eyes filled with hope, gratitude, and longing. "Thank you, my lord. May the Goddess of Life be with you. Thank you, my lord. May the Goddess of Life be with you." Voices rose one after another. The few who stepped forward had eyes full of passion. Even the remaining more than 400 people's eyes were no longer numb. Their expressions showed anticipation and longing. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Thor's face. This was exactly what he needed, to free the farm workers. In this world, probably 99% of the nobles would not do this. After all, farm workers could be exploited endlessly. Once freed and becoming free citizens, they could no longer be easily oppressed. But as a time traveler, Thor understood that the productivity brought by freeing the farm workers was much greater than before. For initial development, he needed this productivity boost. 500 farm workers were worth only 50 gold coins, a value he could easily afford. At this moment, there was no single act of liberation, only a boost of motivation for everyone. From the current results, it is indeed very good. Amid the cheers, his figure raised his hand. The crowd suddenly quieted down. "May the Goddess of Life be with you all. Starting today, you will be the people of Eagle Ridge. There is land here for you. Over the next 6 months, I will distribute food, seeds, and tools, and teach you how to farm. You only need to pay a regular tax to the territory. Everything else will belong to you, my people. As for others, you will also be given land, but for now, the land still belongs to your master, me. However, I promise that if you perform well in this year's planting, everyone has hope and can become free citizens of Eagle Ridge, owning your own land. I look forward to the day you all become my subjects." Thor spoke, then waved his hand. Several knights quickly stepped forward. They distributed wooden plaques. Each plaque had a number on it, representing the value of each piece of land. Of course, except for those who were freed from slavery, the land of others still belonged to Thor. But Thor also gave all the slaves a big promise. And this effect was undoubtedly very striking. More than 400 slaves looked excited, hopeful, and eager. As for those who received land, they couldn't be more surprised. They never thought their lord would not only free them but also give them land, seeds, tools, and food. Such a thing was unimaginable, even in dreams. But at this moment, it became reality. With the slaves freed, the next step was undoubtedly the start of a grand construction plan. Compared to the initial gloom, everyone's face now showed excitement and hope for the future. At this moment, they had hope again. Even though they were still slaves, those who had their status lifted clearly told them that as long as they worked hard enough, they could free themselves and become free citizens of Eagle Ridge. This temptation was undoubtedly greater than anything else. In this situation, Thor's policies were quickly put into action one after another. Thor's development was not like most lords of this era. Instead, he based his plans on memories from his previous life, carefully organizing and coordinating. Compared to the scattered lands of others, the entire Eagle Ridge was very orderly. He also built many toilets and ordered everyone to use them for their needs, which kept Eagle Ridge very clean. Of course, Thor's goal was not just cleanliness but also collecting human and animal waste, which made excellent organic fertilizer. As a time traveler, Thor knew this very well. In his previous life, he even helped his grandparents make compost on the farm. He didn't want to miss this advantage now. Although some people didn't understand, as a lord, his authority was absolute, and no one could oppose him. Even the common people who became free citizens had no say. It was even more impossible for the knights. Under this plan, the whole territory was quickly being built. Farmland was being cleared, and many houses rose up around the land. Even Thor's castle was being constructed. By the end of the first month, the outer parts were finished. The only remaining work was the interior, which they believed could be completed within 3 months. Then, Eagle Ridge would truly take shape. After all, the most important part of a territory's development is the castle. Only with a castle can the territory be considered initially built. In the Frontier Knights, it usually takes 3 to 5 years to reach this stage, and some territorial lords might not achieve it even after 10 years. Building a castle is not quick. It can't be done with slaves alone. Without thousands of workers, it's almost impossible to finish. And gaining thousands of workers is not easy among Frontier Knights. It costs about 50 gold coins, and thousands of slaves would cost hundreds or even over 1,000 gold coins. Plus, there are many supplies needed, which makes the cost even higher. Not everyone can afford this. Only families of viscounts or higher noble ranks have the resources to do so. But in the entire northern province, there aren't many families of viscounts or higher. Most of them are just wandering knights or simply knights from the Baron family. This makes construction very difficult. Thor is different. He not only has strong support from his father, but also promised all knights the chance to learn the fierce eagle breathing technique, even though there are no further details yet. Right now, he has successfully motivated the knights. Having knights join is not something ordinary slaves can compare to. This has naturally sped up construction by many times. This is exactly what Thor needs. His goal is not just to build the territory. He wants to finish building quickly, complete the expansion tasks, and become a noble. The kingdom conducts evaluations every 10 years. The next evaluation is only 3 years away. His goal is to complete the expansion within these 3 years and become a formal noble of the kingdom. Night falls gradually. Another day slips away. The next morning, sunlight shines down. Eagle Ridge begins to burst with busy construction again. Thor inspects his territory while also thinking about future plans. As he walks, suddenly, Ryan rushes over. "Master." Ryan looks anxious. "What is it?" Thor is curious as he stops to look at Ryan. "Master, the old man you brought last time. He seems to be worse." Ryan quickly explains. "Worse?" Thor is surprised, his face changing color. "Let's go see him." He quickly orders and heads toward the place where the old man is. Just joking, he paid with a divine wood fruit, and recently, the old man's condition worsened again. He had to add a medium-level life potion. If the old man dies, his investment would be wasted. The two quickly arrive at the room where the old man is. But when Thor sees the old man's face, his expression changes again. Because the brown color on the old man's face, which had previously faded, is now spreading again. "Ryan, go get another bottle of the life potion quickly." "No, bring both bottles together." Thor hesitated slightly but ultimately gritted his teeth and spoke. "Yes." Ryan was a bit surprised but quickly responded. Soon, he ran over and returned with a wooden box. "Give these 2 bottles of life potion to him." Thor felt a bit distressed. These were his last 2 bottles of mid-level life potion. But since they had already come this far, he couldn't hold back now. "Yes." Ryan nodded quickly, then opened the wooden box and took out the 2 bottles of life potion. He hurried to the old man's bedside and slowly gave him the potion to drink. After drinking the mid-level life potion, the toxins on the old man's face were noticeably suppressed and no longer spread. "Sir?" Ryan instinctively looked at Thor. "Use it," Thor sighed. At this moment, they could only hope the old man would survive. Otherwise, they would have truly lost a lot. Seeing Thor nod again, Rain no longer hesitated. He gave the last bottle of mid-level life potion to the old man. After drinking both bottles, there was a clear change. The toxins not only stabilized but also began to slowly retreat. Even the old man's body started to show signs of life force fluctuations again. Phew. Watching this scene, Thor finally let out a breath of relief. These were 3 bottles of life potion. He had kept one for himself to attempt a knight's breakthrough, and the remaining 2 were meant to nurture his subordinates. Now, all 3 had been used. If they still couldn't cure the old man, he would truly have lost a lot. Make sure he's well cared for. Contact me immediately if anything happens, Thor said, and then stood up. Yes. Rain quickly nodded. Note: earlier, it was changed so that the 3 bottles of mid-level life potion were not given out but kept for later use. After drinking the 2 bottles of mid-level life potion, Thor couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Over the next few days, he paid close attention to the old man's condition. Fortunately, he was relieved to see that the situation was not worsening but was clearly improving. At the same time, the fluctuations of life source energy around him grew stronger. It was very likely that he wouldn't die. Upon reaching this moment, Thor finally let out a sigh of relief. As previously mentioned, just joking, this old man before him had already invested quite a bit. If he truly died, Thor would be at a big loss. This was not something he wanted to see. Ryan, make sure someone takes good care of him. Thor, after confirming that the old man was no longer in danger, stood up and gave the order to Ryan. Yes. Ryan quickly nodded. After checking on the old man, Thor paid no further attention. Compared to the unexpected surprise the old man might bring, his main focus now was on building his territory. He dedicated all his energy to the territory's development. Under his plan, the construction speed increased even more. Especially the liberation of several slaves, which boosted the morale of the remaining slaves almost like they had been injected with adrenaline. Everyone's enthusiasm was fully stirred up. In this situation, a month passed quickly. During this month, great changes undoubtedly took place on Eagle Ridge. Farmlands were cleared and cultivated. Buildings rose from the ground one after another. Even the most important Eagle Castle now had a complete appearance. It might not be long before Eagle Castle was fully built. More importantly, the wheat seedlings in the fields. Although planting was a bit late, Thor's knowledge from his previous life showed that the wheat seedlings not only had no problems but also grew faster than expected. In just a month, the wheat had grown to about an inch tall. In the fields, everyone's smiles grew broader. They were filled with hope for the future, and they no longer needed constant supervision. Early in the morning, many slaves had already gone to work on the land voluntarily. Lord, you are truly a divine person. After applying this manure, the wheat seedlings are growing even faster. Isn't that right? In my hometown, wheat takes at least 2 months to grow this tall. It's only been a month, and they're already this big and very healthy. Yes. Lord, you are amazing. Of course, the Lord is blessed by the goddess of life. By the way, have you heard? What's going on? I told you. I heard from a knight that the Lord will decide again in 3 months to free a group of the most outstanding slaves. Really? Of course, I heard it too. Well, the Lord is so kind. May the goddess of life be with him. May the goddess of life be with him. On the land, figures are talking. They are no longer numb or hopeless. Everyone is full of hope for the future, especially since Tuaw told all the slaves that in 3 months, another group would be freed. This made everyone even more excited. They are looking forward to their future lives more than ever. Right now, the entire Eagle territory and other Pioneer Knight territories are changing greatly. And these changes are just the beginning. More changes are expected to come. Tuaur, who remembers his past life, has plans and ideas for the territory's development that most nobles of this era cannot match. Even the top nobles in the kingdom's elite cannot compare to the knowledge in his mind as a time traveler. More importantly, through daily intelligence updates, he has gained a lot of information about resource points. This information supports his actions and plans. The changes he can bring will only grow bigger. Morning gradually passes. The early hours arrive again as expected. Ding. The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? A mechanical voice sounds, just like every day before. Open it. Tuaur whispers softly, and I also whisper back. Buzz. Daily intelligence updated 1. Your territory, 50 miles away, is home to a small goblin settlement that controls a large iron mine. 2. In 3 days, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper part of the main river valley. The unicorn leader has reached the peak of the second level. 3 miles to the west of Eagle Peak, there is a mole colony. 4 100 miles to the east, a spirit dragon left its nest yesterday. It is now occupied by a group of earth dragons who have taken the treasures it collected. 5 1,000 miles from Loren City, in the Falling Leaves Valley, there is a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 6 in 3 days. 7 in 7 days. And so on. The lines of text are presented one after another. The main river valley, as his chosen territory, is rich in resources. Out of 10 options, most are resource points. Several of them are especially tempting, like the large iron mine controlled by the goblins. Iron mines are very valuable in this era, especially large ones, which often contain a magical material called mithril iron, capable of forging silver weapons. Even a count would be tempted by a large iron mine. Toru also feels the same. If he can take that large iron mine, his territory will have a stable, long-term economic foundation. Its value is unimaginable. Besides the goblin iron mine, there are also the spirit dragon's nest and the unicorn herd he previously learned about. Each of these is highly valuable. But food must be eaten step by step, and roads must be traveled gradually. Most of these resource points are beyond his current reach. For example, the spirit dragon territory. There, a group of earth dragons lives. Adult earth dragons are at the 3rd level, and their leader might even be at the 4th level. Not to mention himself. If even his father came, he would need to think carefully. Because these are 3rd or even 4th level beings, and they are dragons. Even if earth dragons have only a trace of dragon blood, their strength is very powerful, much stronger than ordinary magical beasts. Only Sky Knights would have a chance to deal with them. And he is not just an ordinary Sky Knight. Only a high-level Sky Knight has the ability to do this. Of course, there are entities far beyond his current reach. Naturally, there are resource points he can access now, including the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th points. These are all within his current reach. Even the 1st and 2nd points might be possible for him to take over. His gaze scans over the 2nd and 1st points, finally focusing on the 1st. Compared to unicorns, iron mines are much more important for building his territory. The only problem is the large goblin tribe. Usually, a goblin tribe has over 1,000 members, sometimes even several thousand. With his current strength, it's a bit difficult to conquer a large goblin tribe. But it's only a little difficult. Compared to the huge value of the mine, it's not a big problem. After all, aside from the iron mine, it's also a valuable resource for currency. It can greatly help with territory development and farmland reclamation. As mentioned before, it can also become a major economic pillar for Eagle Ridge in the future. This is extremely important. Up to now, Eagle Ridge is still running at a loss. Relying solely on farming might not be enough to develop the territory. To have a better future, finding new industries is the most important thing. That's the best choice. Even if it costs some, it's best to acquire it as soon as possible. Night gradually deepened. Tor finally made his decision. When the morning sun rose, Tor got up and summoned Steve. "Sir," Steve respectfully spoke, "go gather some people and explore the area 50 miles east of my territory. It seems there's a small group of timid goblins. I want to know exactly how many there are." Tor gave the order. "Yes." Steve was a bit surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. He had already seen the strange things his lord could do. This time, he naturally had no objections. Watching Steve leave, Tor then began to wait. To seize the iron mine, he needed to be fully prepared. And this step was to understand how many timid goblins there were. If there are only a few thousand timid goblins, then there's no need to say more. 400 knights could easily handle them. But if there are several thousand, we need to consider other methods. "I hope it's not too many," Thor whispered, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, Steve quickly led his team to explore 50 miles east. This exploration took about 3 days. After 3 days, Steve hurried back with some surprising news. The goblin tribe on the east side has many more goblins than he expected. Even from the initial 3-day survey, Steve estimated there are over 3,000 or 4,000 goblins, possibly even 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000. Such a number surprised even Thor. Goblins are the weakest of the beastmen, almost the lowest in their tribes. And timid goblins are the weakest among goblins. But the key is the number. If there are thousands, even 6,000 or 7,000, even timid goblins can be quite strong. With only about 100 apprentice knights and fewer than 40 full knights, it would be very difficult to defeat them without heavy losses. More importantly, with 400 people trying to capture thousands of goblins, it's almost a dream. If these goblins aren't completely dealt with, the large iron mine will be attacked repeatedly, and other goblin tribes or beastmen might also notice. That would be very dangerous. Right now, Eagle Ridge can't handle other beastmen. In the room, Thor's brow furrowed slightly. Steve waited quietly beside him, not interrupting. "Steve, do you have any ideas on how to deal with these goblins without letting them escape, at least not in large numbers?" Thor asked, looking at Steve with a questioning gaze. "Well," Steve started to reply, but then hesitated. His brow furrowed again as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, Steve really couldn't think of any solution. "I don't know, Your Majesty," he said. "Sir." When he spoke, Steve shook his head. "All right, you may go now," Thor said, waving his hand to signal Steve to leave. He didn't expect the young man to come up with a plan. Steve's talent was decent, but it was just talent. In other areas, he was clearly lacking. That was normal. In the beginning, building the territory mainly required strength, so Count Engel Dries-Rosa chose knights with good talent for him. As for other talents, they would probably be selected after he became a baron and returned to his family. "Yes." Steve nodded and slowly stepped back. After Steve left for a while, Thor also left the room deep in thought, walking through the territory. Now, the territory looked very much like a small town. The streets were lively. Everyone's faces showed energy and hope. "Lord, Lord, Lord of the land, Lord of the land, Master, Master." People's voices rang out as they moved through the territory. Knights, townspeople, and even peasants all bowed respectfully. It was very different from when they first entered the territory, especially the peasants, whose eyes were full of enthusiasm. "Did you hear? The Lord will pardon the peasants again in 3 months. I wonder if I will be included." "I heard. I hope I am too. Maybe I can become a free citizen of Eagle Ridge then." "Ah, I don't know if I have any hope." Their voices mixed, and Thor's thoughtful expression couldn't help but show a faint smile. But just as his smile spread, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind. He froze in place, suddenly stopping. Because at that moment, he thought of a plan, an idea to make sure everything was safe. His thoughts flickered rapidly, and his gaze turned to the peasants working hard. His smile couldn't help but bloom again. Toru thought many times about how to get iron ore. The simplest way was to go back to the Dries-Rosa family and ask his father for help. A large iron mine is quite valuable, and even an ordinary count would be interested. He believed his father would be happy to gain the rights to mine a big iron deposit. However, this idea only appeared for a moment. He quickly pushed it aside. It's not that he was reluctant. There are many reasons. First, as a pioneer knight, he couldn't return to his family before becoming a baron, and his family wouldn't support him anymore. Relying on a large iron mine, his father, Count Engel Dries-Rosa, might support him, but it would lower his opinion of him. Second, a large iron mine is not impossible for him to take. The only problem is how to deal with thousands of goblins. If he asked his father for help every time a problem arose, what about building his territory? Relying on the family for every issue wouldn't be right. Count Engel Dries-Rosa had already helped him a lot. This time, he wanted to solve problems on his own. But, of course, there were many difficulties. As mentioned before, how to keep most or all of the thousands of goblins was a big challenge. The timid goblins are very shy. His 400 knights were confident they could defeat the small, timid goblin tribes, but it was impossible to keep all of them, and even keeping most was unlikely. If too many goblins escaped, the information about the large iron mine would leak. Since it's near Lorenz City, the mine wouldn't attract high-level orcs, but even some low-level orcs or other goblin tribes could cause him trouble. He needed to deal with most of the goblins, making sure only a few escaped, to prevent information leaks and give himself time to develop peacefully. But how to do that was a real problem. He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a good plan. Until he saw a group of fanatic serfs, and an idea inevitably appeared. Yes, it was the serfs. The timid goblin belongs to the lowest rank of monsters. Among goblin tribes, it is considered the weakest and is almost always food for other goblins. Even an ordinary adult man with a weapon can easily handle 2 or 3 of these creatures. Since there are so many goblins, why not mobilize enough peasants? Thousands of goblins. If there are several thousand peasants along with 400 knights, They could completely wipe out these goblins. Actually, only a small number, perhaps just 3,000, would be enough to be confident in defeating them. The cost for 3,000 peasants is only about 300 gold coins. He can afford this expense easily. Although he has spent a lot on supplies and land development, he still has several thousand gold coins left, enough to make the purchase. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He called Steve again. He even summoned Ryan. Master! Master! The two quickly bowed respectfully. Ryan, prepare yourself. Pick a few qualified knights and bring all the apprentice knights. I plan to go to Loren City to buy some supplies. Come with me. Steve, during my absence, the land development is in your hands. As he spoke, Thor quickly conveyed his orders. Yes. Understood. Steve and Ryan nodded quickly. It didn't seem to matter much. Oh. Steve, go find Alice. Ask him to bring you the items from the second cabinet in my room. I hope that when I return, you will become a great knight. Just before they left, Thor seemed to remember something and added another sentence. Yes. Thank you, Master. I won't let you down. Steve hurriedly responded, feeling a bit excited inside. Although he didn't know what the Lord was planning to give him, the words from the Lord made him realize it must be something valuable, something that could even help him improve. And indeed, it was. Over the past days, Thor had collected many good things thanks to the daily intelligence system. Like his father, he carefully stored these items one by one. In the so-called second cabinet, there is a divine wood fruit. He obtained it more than 10 days ago. Having this divine wood fruit greatly increases his chances of breaking through to become a great knight before he returns. If the other person can succeed in reaching great knight level, it will undoubtedly boost his confidence further. As for Alice, she has already become a qualified maid. Thor has no intention of exposing her, so he lets her continue pretending. After all, in the past month, the transformation of that half-elf girl has been very satisfying to him. He believes that soon, he will completely win her over. He is not in a hurry. His thoughts flow smoothly. Steve and Ryan quickly leave. Half an hour later, the team is assembled. Tord, Ryan, and over 100 knights set out once again in a grand march. Their target is Loren City. This time, Tord plans not only to buy slaves but also to purchase supplies. A month's worth of supplies has been used up, and they need to restock. The troops march in a mighty line. They leave from the main river valley, heading toward Loren City. Compared to when they first arrived, after nearly 10 days of travel, their return speed is much faster. By about the 5th day, everyone could see the outline of Loren City. Previously, they were slowed down by carrying 500 slaves and a large amount of supplies, which greatly affected their speed. This time, without those burdens, they are moving much faster. If they had not planned to speed up, they could have crossed the distance in about 3 days. But there was no need for that. On the 6th day, the group enters Loren City. Compared to over a month ago, Loren City seems more lively now. It's unclear whether it's because the number of pioneer knights has increased or for some other reason. Of course, these changes have little to do with Tord. The only difference is that his presence draws more attention. At dusk, many eyes gather. Wow, that must be the symbol of the Dressrosa family. Yes, I recognize it, the eagle emblem. As expected of the Count's family, their pioneering knight order has so many knights following them. Sounds of voices echoed nearby, with occasional expressions of amazement. Of course, amidst the admiration, there was also indifference and hostility. The Tulip Kingdom has countless nobles, but most are only barons or viscounts. Nobles who reach the rank of earl are considered high-level titles across the kingdom. The Dressrosa family, as a rising noble family of earls, naturally has many enemies. However, these issues are not directly related to Tor. In the Frostmoon province, he might need to consider some matters. But in this chaotic northern province, with his current strength, as long as he does not confront the Marquis of the northern province or make enemies with other nobles, he has no worries. With nearly 40 formal knights and over 100 apprentice knights, this force could sweep through the northern province. It already surpasses 70% of the lords there. If Steve can break through to become a Grand Knight, he could even surpass 90% of the pioneering lords. Even some nobles with titles might not compare to him. Moreover, in his territory, there is currently a person in a coma who is at least at the peak of the Earth Knight level, possibly even a Sky Knight. He naturally has nothing to worry about. Listening to the sounds around him, Tur quickly led his knight order into Loren City. They soon found the place where he had stayed last time. Just like a month ago, they set up camp again. Dusk was gradually falling, and night was approaching. Buying serfs or gathering supplies, it was clear that today was not possible. They could only wait until tomorrow. Thor was not in a hurry about this. He simply settled in. Night fell gradually. When dawn arrived, the daily intelligence system was updated as usual. Buzz. Daily intelligence updated 1. Your territory, 50 miles away, has a small goblin settlement. This group of timid goblins controls a large iron mine. 2. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper Meon River Valley. Their leader has reached the peak of the 2nd level. 3. 3 miles to the west of Eagle Peak, there is a mole colony. 4. 100 miles to the east, a spirit dragon has left its nest and is now occupied by a group of earth dragons who have gathered its treasures. 5. 1,000 miles from Lawrence City. 6. Tomorrow, on the west side of Lawrence City, an old man will sell his treasure map. However, it is actually a trap set by the Storm Raiders. 7. Rajuz Assad secretly smuggled a large amount of blazing oil from the southern Moon province into his shop. To avoid detection, he is looking for buyers. Tomorrow night, he plans to find a good buyer and make a big profit. The intelligence report appeared, and Thor's gaze swept over it. Most of the information was familiar, but a few details caught his attention. For example, Item 6, Thor didn't expect that even in this different world, there would be scams like pig butchering schemes. Of course, he just hadn't expected it. Thor's mouth twitched, and his gaze shifted to Item 7. Blazing oil. He muttered to himself, his eyes shining slightly. While heading to the northern province, Thor learned a lot about this world. He knew about this important strategic resource, blazing oil. It is a substance produced from underground magma, only safely extractable in the southern Moon province. It burns intensely, similar to oil in his previous life, but more flammable. Because of this, blazing oil is a very important strategic resource. Usually, even nobles find it hard to obtain. Thor hadn't expected to find information about blazing oil here, and he was surprised to learn that someone had smuggled it in. This made his eyes light up. If he could get blazing oil, his plans would go much more smoothly. Rajuz Assad. The Assad family? Frowning slightly, Thor fell into thought. There is also information about the Assad family in my memory. Like the Dressrosa family, the Assad family is also a noble family of counts. Moreover, their status seems to be slightly higher than that of the Dressrosa family. On one hand, the Assad family has a history of nearly 700 years. On the other hand, there are currently 5 known land knights from the Assad family, while the Dressrosa family only has 2. But these details are not the most important. The key point is that the Assad family appears to have significant conflicts with the Dressrosa family, though they are not mortal enemies. Getting fire oil from the Assad family would not be easy. They might not be willing to sell it. Rain. A voice called out. Soon, Rain quickly entered the room. Even late at night, it was clear that Rain had been guarding his side all along. Go find out more tomorrow. I need to learn some information about Rajuz Assad as soon as possible, Thor ordered. Yes, sir. Rain nodded quickly, showing respect. After giving the order, Thor also gathered his thoughts and began practicing. His talent was not very good. It had been quite a while since he started, and Rain had already broken through to become a knight. But Thor was still stuck at the mid-level apprentice knight stage. It would take a long time to reach a full knight, let alone a senior knight. This was normal because Thor's talent was not high. Even with the nourishment of the life fruit and the effects of a type of fish, his progress was only slight. There was still a big gap between him and Rain, who was a top genius. According to the intelligence, Rain had become a Sky Knight. His talent was even higher than that of his father, Count Engel Dressrosa, possibly by more than 1.5 times. However, Rain becoming a Sky Knight did not mean others could not also become Sky Knights. Thor knew that some Sky Knights might not have better talent than Rain. He decided to go to sleep and not worry too much. In this world, strength truly mattered. But with the daily intelligence system, he believed that one day he could catch up in cultivation. There was no need to rush. Just take it slow. Night gradually passed. The morning sunlight shines down. Early in the morning, Ryan follows Thor's advice and begins to look up information about Rajuz Assad. The sun gradually rises. By noon, Ryan has returned. How did it go? Thor asks as he sees Ryan coming back. Sir, I have found out everything. Ryan replies respectfully, sharing what he learned all morning. Rajuz Assad is the 9th son of the Assad family head and is not very important. It seems he came to Lorin City for trade this time and is currently running a small shop. Thor listens carefully. After a moment, he lets out a long breath and a smile appears on his face. Let's go visit him, Lord Rachos Assad. Thor's gentle voice sounds as he stands up. Yes. Ryan quickly agrees. On the west side of Lorin City, inside a fairly large house, Rachos Assad walks back and forth, looking worried. As a member of the Assad family, he is an illegitimate son and is not valued by the family. Even his father, the current head of the Assad family, does not like him, as he was born unexpectedly from a maid. Even before turning 18, Rachos became an apprentice knight, but he still faced the same neglect. He didn't get the chance to serve the family loyally. He also couldn't become a manager of one of the many Assad trading teams like his brothers and sisters. He only has a small shop in Lorin City. Oh, Lorin City, not to mention, it is located in the newly developed, struggling northern province. Even that shop is tiny. Honestly, he really doesn't want this life. But what can he do? He lacks the courage to become a pioneering knight. So he can only obey the family's orders and go to Lorin City to run that small shop. However, once he accepted this reality and arrived in Lorin City, he found things were even harder than he imagined. Because almost all trade in Lorin City is controlled by the Habsburg Trading Company. He found it very difficult to sell supplies. After half a year, the gold coins he brought almost ran out, but the income from his shop was still only a few dozen silver coins. With such low earnings, not only was running the shop hard, but even just surviving was a big problem. So, 3 months ago, when he realized that the entire northern province seemed to lack the sale of some special goods, he had a bold idea. Smuggling certain special supplies into the northern province to sell, especially some military supplies. He thought that, given the crisis level of the northern province, these items should sell very well. Coincidentally, the Assad family was involved in trade, and even though he was not highly regarded, he was the son of the current head of the Assad family. Getting hold of some items was not too difficult for him. With the idea in mind, he took action without hesitation. His first target was blazing oil. Compared to other military supplies, blazing oil was not very expensive and was very useful. It could be used in many environments. He estimated that he could buy 10 pounds of blazing oil from his family for about 10 silver coins. He could sell it in the northern province for 50 or even 100 silver coins, at least 10 times the price. More importantly, because of its special properties, blazing oil could be mixed with ordinary water, then extracted in Lorin City, which would help him avoid border patrols. And indeed, that was the case. 7 days ago, he shipped the first batch of blazing oil. 3 days ago, he had already extracted the oil. But now, at this moment, a problem arose. The problem was finding the right buyer. Yes, the right buyer. He believed that there was no shortage of demand for blazing oil. But that was just his belief. In reality, it was hard to find buyers, especially trustworthy trading partners, which made it even more difficult. Smuggling such important supplies, if it were to leak out, could lead to serious trouble. If he were a noble, it might be different, but he was not. He would likely be executed, and his father probably wouldn't save him. He suddenly felt regret. Regret for being too impulsive. His figure kept moving forward. His face showed ongoing worry that had not gone away. Until a moment later, Rachos Assad finally looked at the nearby knight servant. He was one of his few most loyal knight servants. Ram, is that person really trustworthy? He spoke with a hint of worry. Sir, that person is trustworthy. Moreover, that person does not hold a noble title. He is only a baron. Even if it gets out, we can deny it. No one can prove that we are selling those items, or that they are fire oil, can they? Ram respectfully replied. That's true. Listening to Ram's words and thinking about his preparations, he couldn't help but relax slightly. But just as he was beginning to relax, a servant quickly ran over. Master, the Knight of Tordras Rosa requests to see you. The servant respectfully spoke and handed over a note. Tordras Rosa? From the Rosa family? Rachos Assad was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing slightly with some confusion. He knew his own family well. The Rosa family and theirs were not exactly friendly. Now, a member of the Rosa family was here to visit, which made him a bit suspicious. Let him in. Get ready. Rachos Assad frowned for a moment, then finally nodded. As a noble gesture, he couldn't refuse. He was also curious about what the visitor wanted. Soon, Tordras and Ryan were led into the room by the servant. Honorable Lord Rachos Assad, sorry for the intrusion. This is a small gift. Please don't mind, Tordras said with a smile, then signaled Ryan to present a wooden box. The servant took it and handed the wooden box to Rajuz-Assad. Knight orders Rosa, you are too polite. Rajuz-Assad smiled and casually opened the box, planning to close it again as he usually did. But when he saw the box, his movements suddenly stopped. His pupils widened instantly. Clang! The box fell to the ground, and he immediately stood up, his face showing a flicker of emotion as he looked at Tordris. You. Unconsciously opening his mouth, Rajuz-Assad was momentarily at a loss for words. Your Excellency Rajuz, there's no need to be nervous. I am here to discuss business with you, nothing else. Thor's gentle voice sounded, calm and smiling. Watching Thor's smile, Rajuz-Assad took a deep breath, suppressing his panic and nervousness. He waved his hand, signaling everyone around to leave. Only after everyone had left the room did he turn his gaze to Thor. Business, Lord Thordris Rosa, this doesn't look like a business meeting. He spoke in a low, cold tone, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace. No. Lord Rajuz, you've misunderstood. I've already said I came to discuss business, and this is indeed business. For example, I could buy 500 pounds of that particular item. Thor's voice remained calm. Even though he sensed Rajuz-Assad's murderous intent, he paid no attention. A less favored child of the Assad family, his threats hardly mattered. More importantly, Thor believed the other wouldn't act rashly. And indeed, that was true. As soon as Thor finished speaking, Rajuz-Assad suddenly trembled. What did you say? His words slipped out involuntarily, filled with disbelief. I said what I said. Lord Rajuz, you should understand very well. Isn't that right? Still smiling, Thor looked at Rajuz-Assad. Are you telling the truth? He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent mind, and then asked again. 50 gold coins. As a deposit. Thor was even more direct, pulling 50 gold coins from his pocket and placing them in front of him. Seeing the 50 gold coins, Rajuz-Assad's breathing grew heavier. His face showed a range of changing expressions. He was hesitating, conflicted. 500 gold coins was a tempting offer. If the other wasn't a member of the Dries-Rosa family, he might have already agreed at this moment. However, the other person was a member of the Dries-Rosa family, and Rajuz-Assad could not be sure if what they said was true, nor could he believe it. What if the other person was just trying to lure him into making a reckless move? If exposed, the consequences would be hard to imagine. But he would not sell. The current member of the Dries-Rosa family also knew this. And this was 500 gold coins. He was really feeling conflicted. Seeing Rajuz-Assad's hesitation, Thor chuckled softly, then his expression grew serious. Lord Rajuz, if I understand correctly, you are not highly valued by your family. Even your coming-of-age ceremony is just held in this small shop in Loren City. Lord Rajuz, do you really want to stay in this shop forever? His voice was calm, pulling Rajuz-Assad out of his troubled thoughts. Hearing Thor's words, Rajuz frowned. What do you mean? Rajuz-Assad's face looked grim. To him, the words of this Dries-Rosa family member seemed to carry a hint of insult. At this moment, his tone became a bit stiff. No, Lord Rajuz, I think you misunderstood. I mean, we can work together. Thor waved his hand and looked at Rajuz, speaking slowly. Work together? Hearing this word, Rajuz's heart moved. Yes, work together. I, Thor Dries-Rosa, am building my territory. You know, territory building needs a lot of supplies. That Habs Business Guild is like a vampire. They're making money off my poor gold at prices 10 times higher than the market. It's a blasphemy against the goddess of life. Thor nodded, speaking with a tone of anger. Hearing Thor's passionate words, a flicker of discomfort crossed Rajuz-Assad's face. Lord Thor, indeed, they are blaspheming the goddess of life. But I must remind you that the entire northern province belongs to Marquis Ryman, and the Habs Business Guild is under Marquis Ryman. Don't forget, Lord Thor, even your family and mine cannot compare to a marquis. Rajuz-Assad sighed with a bitter smile, his expression full of regret. No, Lord Rachos, you have misunderstood. I never said I wanted to compete with the Habsburg Guild. Your friend Tordris Rosa needs something, and as a friend, you give him some. In return, I gave my friend some gold coins. It seems that this is normal friendship, doesn't it? Just like this time, my friend Lord Rachos gifted me some life essence from his collection. I paid him 50 gold coins. As long as we are not involved in trading, I believe the Habsburg Guild doesn't mind. Tordray chuckled softly as he spoke. Listening to him, Rachos naturally understood his words. His expression carried a hint of mockery. Lord Tordray, you are truly clever. You helped me smuggle, and you don't have to bear any responsibility. If we are caught, only I will be punished, not you. Sorry, but I am not interested in such a partnership, Lord Rachos. Lamb, Lord Tordray out. The voice spoke again. Rachos stood up once more, ready to end the meeting. Goodbye, Lord Rachos. Tordray smiled and shook his head, turning to leave. But then, he seemed to think of something, stopped his steps, and spoke again. Oh, by the way, Lord Rachos, there is something you might not know. I, Tordray Rosa, am the 9th son of Engel Rosa. I am honored to have caught my father's attention. My father has given me a grand knight, 50 official knights, and hundreds of apprentice knights. I believe I will have no problem passing the kingdom's upcoming tests. I originally thought you, Lord Rachos, would be happy to cooperate with a baron, but it seems you don't care. That was presumptuous of me. Farewell. After saying this, he turned around without hesitation. What? Rachos's pupils shrank in shock at his words. A grand knight, 50 official knights, and hundreds of apprentice knights. He understood what this meant. Lord Tordray, stop. He quickly spoke. If you don't believe me, you can go to Eagle Ridge any time. Tordray turned his head, still smiling confidently. Seeing Tordray's confident expression, Rachos's heart kept trembling. There was disbelief, suspicion, and a bit of envy and jealousy. That's right, it's envy and jealousy. Think about your own situation, then look at the young knight from a few years ago. Envy and jealousy tend to spread uncontrollably, but it only lasts for a moment. Soon, these feelings are suppressed by him. He knows clearly what he needs. That's why he takes risks to smuggle goods. At this moment, he refuses to let his emotions completely control his thoughts. He slowly exhales a deep breath, calming himself. His face once again shows a smile. You are right, Lord Thor, my friend. This is just a gift from a friend. The life essence you need can be delivered tomorrow. Do you know where it should be? His words become more natural and friendly, no longer stiff or awkward, as if he's an old friend he hasn't seen in years. Thank you, my friend. I think the place about 50 miles outside Loren City, the Maple Leaf territory, is good. Hearing Rachos's words, Thor feels relieved and also smiles. That place is indeed good. How about at dusk? Of course, my friend. In the room, Rachos asks Ram to leave, and the two have a long talk again. After about an hour, Thor finally leaves Rachos's place, a smile on his face. This time, he not only bought a large amount of fire oil but also made a deal with Rachos. As a member of the Assad family, which is involved in trade, even though Rachos Assad isn't highly regarded, he has access to vast resources. With this connection, it will be much easier for him to buy supplies in the future. As for smuggling, the kingdom's laws only punish smugglers, not buyers. After all, this is a world ruled by aristocratic tyranny, where nobles, as lawmakers, naturally don't create laws to restrict themselves. The same goes for smuggling. Most buyers of smuggled goods are nobles. Ordinary people cannot buy them. And why did Rachos agree? The reason is simple. He has made a big enough promise. Within 3 years, if he can become a baron, Lehos, who is building the trade routes, will gain unimaginable benefits. Even without considering these benefits, simply wanting to improve his current situation, Lehos would agree. His previous hesitation was only because he was part of the Assad family, while Thor was from the Dryarsrosa family. But this hesitation is insignificant in the face of great temptation. Reen, later, take the gold and 30 knights to Maple Leaf territory and bring back some goods, Thor ordered, speaking to Reen beside him. Yes. Reen quickly nodded. After giving the order, Thor's figure moved toward the Habsburg Merchant Guild. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming this time. The fire oil was just an unexpected surprise. It could help improve his plans, but to be safe, he still needed to buy some slaves. He stepped forward and soon entered the Habsburg Merchant Guild. When someone saw Thor from afar, they couldn't help but smile with excitement and hurried over. Knight Thor Dryarsrosa, welcome. The servant was a bit out of breath but spoke quickly. Inside, he was quite excited. The last time, this customer spent a full 120 gold coins. He wouldn't forget such a big client. Even after being promoted, it was the same. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm here to buy some peasants again. Do you still have some available? Thor asked with a smile, following the servant forward. Knight Thor Dryarsrosa, we do have slaves here. How many are you looking to buy this time? The servant asked with a smile. Then, he led Thor down to the basement. The crystal lights flickered on. Slaves appeared one after another. This time, I need some stronger slaves. My goddess of life, the slaves you sold last time were too weak. They couldn't even beat small green goblins, and nearly 500 of them died. Thor sighed, showing a look of helplessness. Hearing this, the servant's mouth twitched, and he secretly cursed the vampire. The Knight of Tordras Rosa was already very strong, but since you are a distinguished guest, our Habsburg Guild will surely meet your demands. We just received a batch of new slaves who are healthier and stronger. They only need some buckwheat each day to survive, and they can fight green goblins. Fighting timid goblins is not a big problem, but the price. The servant spoke and then waved his hand. Soon, a figure quickly ran out. After a moment, a brand new was brought over. Compared to the last slaves, who looked pale and thin, this batch was noticeably healthier. Not bad. How many do you need? Tord was satisfied and nodded, then asked. 30 silver coins each. If you need more, I can offer a discount, the servant cautiously said. How much can you discount? You don't understand, do you? My territory is overrun by those green goblins. There are too many. I need to clear them out, but I need a lot of slaves. Tord spoke with anger and then sighed. Hearing this, the servant's eyes lit up with hope. If you buy 500, how about 28 silver coins each? The servant thought for a moment before quickly speaking. No, you don't understand. Those green goblins are part of a large goblin tribe. I don't need just 500 or even 1,000. I need 3,000. Tord shook his head and sighed softly. His words made the servant's eyes widen in shock, and his breathing grew heavier. How many do you want? The servant stammered. 20 silver coins each. I will buy 3,000. No need for further discounts. Tord looked at the stammering figure and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He hesitated for a moment before speaking through gritted teeth. Wait a moment. I need to report this. The servant reacted quickly and hurriedly left. It was a joke. 20 silver coins each for 3,000 people would be 600 gold coins. Even for the entire Habsburg Guild, that was a big deal. His figure quickly found the steward of the Habsburg Guild and reported the news. When the attendants reported, the steward of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce was also startled. He quickly ran over. Dear Sir Tordras Rosa Knight, we at the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce agree to your request. Very well, as our honored guest, you will still receive a discount. 3,000 high-quality slaves, you only need to pay 540 gold coins in total. The steward spoke respectfully. Thank you very much. Tordras nodded with a smile and did not refuse. Saving money is always good. This kind of price is already 10 times higher than usual. You're too kind. Do you have any other needs? The steward asked seriously. Not at the moment. I will come again if I need anything later. Tordras shook his head with a smile. Oh, by the way, dear Sir Tordras Rosa Knight, in 3 months, there will be an auction in Loren City. Valuable life potions will be sold. If you have time then, you can come by. The steward smiled and nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly spoke. An auction? In 3 months? Thank you very much for the reminder. If I am free, I will definitely attend. Tordras nodded with a smile. He did not refuse the invitation. After all, with the daily intelligence system, he might find a good deal at the auction. After buying the slaves for 540 gold coins, Tordras purchased a large amount of daily supplies, especially food. Because now, with an additional 3,000 people, his population grew from nearly 1,000 to almost 4,000. Naturally, the consumption increased significantly. In fact, food consumption was the biggest expense. One person eats about 4 to 0.5 pounds of food daily, so 3,000 people need 1,200 pounds per day, which totals 36,000 pounds per month. The price of grain in the entire northern province had almost tripled or more. Originally, in the Frost Moon province, a pound of buckwheat cost about 3 copper coins, but in the Frost Moon province, the price of a pound of grain rose above 10 copper coins, sometimes even reaching 12. And that was just buckwheat. The price of wheat was even higher. The price of wheat in the Frost Moon province is likely around 10 copper coins per pound, while in the northern province it is 50 copper coins. Even if only sorghum is consumed daily by 3,000 people, the monthly cost is at least 306,000 copper coins, which is over 3,600 silver coins or 36 gold coins per month. If it is wheat, the cost exceeds 180 gold coins for 1 month. Over a year, this adds up to more than 1,000 gold coins. Honestly, even a typical Viscount family might not be able to afford this. Even a pioneering noble family would find it hard to reach such a level quickly. Not all families are like Count Angeldras Rosa, who generously provided over 100,000 gold coins. For a Count family, this is a huge financial expense. In this situation, most pioneering lords cannot sustain it and would fail to meet the kingdom's standards. But for Thor, it is still manageable for now. His father, Count Angeldras Rosa, has given him over 10,000 gold coins, which is enough to last a year or even 2 years. With iron mines available, future economic problems won't be too big, so there's no need to worry further. In the evening, Rain and his dozens of knights returned. They brought back the blazing oil. At the same time, 3,000 strong slaves from the Habsburg Trading Company were also transported over. The next day, the group set out again in a grand procession, heading back to Eagle Ridge. This time, compared to their first trip, their scale was undoubtedly larger. Along the way, they didn't encounter any magical beasts. Since they had already harvested once, they didn't gain new information on this return journey. After 10 days, the group successfully returned to Eagle Ridge. The arrival of over 3,000 people instantly made the entire Eagle territory lively. Especially for the original 500 people, it became tense. The competition, which was originally among only 500, suddenly expanded to 3,500 people, an increase of 7 times. No wonder they felt nervous. Thor didn't care much about their competition. After returning to the camp, he quickly summoned Steve. When Steve appeared, his expression showed obvious happiness. At this moment, Steve's life energy fluctuations were much more intense. This clearly indicated that he had taken a big step forward. "Steve, have you broken through?" Thor asked with a smile. "Yes, sir." Steve replied gratefully and excitedly. He thought it would take him at least several years, or even 10 years if luck was bad, to become a great knight. But he never imagined that after following Thor for just a few months, he would already have broken through to become a great knight. It felt like a dream. Good, good. It seems you haven't disappointed me. Stabilize for a few days, and then we will start in 3 days. By the way, remember to send someone to gather more information about that goblin tribe. I need more accurate details. Thor nodded, speaking solemnly. Yes. Steve quickly nodded and then stepped back. Once it was confirmed that Steve had broken through, Thor's last bit of worry disappeared. All that remained was to prepare for action. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these days, Steve fully stabilized his great knight level and also gained a clearer understanding of the large, timid goblin tribe. The number of goblins there was probably between 5,000 and 6,000. That's not a small number, but it was less than expected, less than 7 or 8,000, which would have been a terrifying figure. At the same time, they also roughly explored the surrounding terrain. In the room, Steve and Ryan gathered together. "Let's get ready to move. Are all the weapons prepared?" Thor asked, looking at Steve. "Yes, sir. Everything is ready," Steve replied respectfully. "Good. Then let's go." Thor nodded, feeling a bit excited himself. This would be his first battle while expanding his territory. If they could successfully take that iron mine, the whole territory would enter a rapid development phase, which would be very significant. Yes. Yes. Steve, just like Ryan, was equally excited. Their figures quickly responded to the call. As they approached, the entire Eagle Ridge, with over 3,000 serfs, gathered together. In just 3 days, news about Eagle Ridge had spread widely. Even the newly arrived 3,000 serfs felt a surge of excitement and hope. They realized they had a small chance to escape their serfdom, and though it was rare, it was real. How could they not dream of it? During these 3 days, the serfs worked more diligently than ever before. When the Lord summoned them, no one dared to be careless. Figures gathered one after another, each carrying hope, curiosity, and a bit of nervousness. Just over a month ago, during a previous gathering, some of them had been granted freedom. Now, they wondered if this time might be their turn again. Despite still having a month before the promised event, everyone couldn't help but imagine the possibility. While they dreamed and hoped, their lord, the master of Eagle Ridge, stepped forward from afar. "Master! Master! Lord! Lord!" The voices responded in unison. Knights and serfs all bowed respectfully. Everyone looked at Thor with hope and anticipation. Among all the gazes, Thor's figure reached the high platform. On the platform, Thor looked at the expressions of the serfs below. A smile appeared on his face. This outcome was exactly what he wanted. Before returning, he had not acted immediately, partly to prepare and partly to let the news spread and ferment. After all, it's not easy to mobilize a numb group of people. But those who still held hope could be mobilized much more easily. Goddess of life, I pray to you. I will give you all a new beginning. You will once again have the chance to shine under the light of the Goddess of life. Today, I will start a campaign to expand into a goblin tribe. I promise that anyone who manages to kill 3 timid goblins during this campaign will have the chance to free themselves from slavery. If you kill 10 goblins, I, the Lord of Eagle Ridge, will not only promise to lift your status, but also allow you to join the Reserve Knight group and give you the opportunity to become a knight. Do you want to fight with me? Thor's voice rang out loudly, amplified by the power of life energy, reaching everyone's ears. With his words, all 3,500 people suddenly had their eyes turn red, especially the last 3,000 of them. Even the 500 in front were not much better. Although Thor had previously promised that with enough hard work, they could have a chance to be freed from slavery, the time and methods were uncertain. This time, he provided a clear process and definite conditions. Killing 3 timid goblins. As long as they succeed, they can be freed from slavery. Yes, it will be a fight, but the timid goblins are not too frightening to most people. Most see it as an achievable goal. Moreover, the Lord made a promise. If they kill 10 goblins, they could join the Reserve Knight group and have a chance to become knights. This news made everyone excited. Knights truly have the chance to become nobles. This is a key step for social mobility in this world. Once such an opportunity is offered, not only slaves but even free people would go crazy for it. Right now, Eagle Ridge is like that. Master! Master! We want to fight alongside the Master. All 3,500 people shouted loudly, their voices mixing with heavy breathing. Good. I, the Lord of Eagle Ridge, hear your voices. May the Goddess of Life shine upon you. Thor nodded and then waved his hand. In the next moment, Reserve Knights quickly distributed the weapons Thor had purchased earlier in Loren City. He had spent a lot of gold on these weapons, but for now, such expenses were necessary. Weapons were handed out one by one. The 3,500 peasants, including the previously freed commoners, all felt excited and eager at this moment. Let's go. Seeing the hopeful and excited looks, Thor drew his knight's sword and spoke. At this moment, he felt proud and confident. He could see victory ahead. One great knight. Over 30 formal knights. More than 100 apprentice knights and over 200 reserve knights. And 3,500 peasants. Facing only 5 or 6,000 timid goblins, he couldn't even imagine failing. He was confident that, with the help of fire oil, he could leave all the goblins behind. Once the battle was over, the threat would be gone. The army set out in a mighty march. Their target was the large goblin tribe nearby. It was only a few dozen miles away, and by the next day, they were close to the large goblin tribe. Thor waved his hand to stop everyone. He quickly gave new orders. He instructed 3,000 soldiers to form a fan-shaped formation around the entire large goblin tribe. His plan was simple. The main knight group would charge directly at the goblin tribe, then set the whole tribe on fire with fire oil. After breaking the tribe, chaos would ensue, and then they would strike hard. With 400 knights attacking directly and 3,500 peasants surrounding the tribe, they could quickly ensure no goblin escaped. Rain, I leave these people to you. I will assign 3 knights, 30 apprentice knights, and 100 reserve knights to follow your orders. Don't let me down. Thor spoke and looked at Rain beside him. Yes, my lord. Rain nodded, looking excited. This was his first time leading a knight group, and he had over 3,000 peasants with him. It showed the Lord's great trust in him. He felt nervous but also excited. Steve. After giving the orders, Thor turned his gaze to Steve. Yes, my lord. Steve respectfully responded. Check the supplies and the fire oil. We leave in 2 hours. Thor quickly issued the next command. Yes, sir. Steve nodded quickly. Then, they prepared to move forward. Steve and Ryan acted quickly. Ryan led over 3,000 people to scatter in different directions. Steve began checking supplies and equipment. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours went by. Thor turned over and mounted his horse. More than 200 knights also mounted their horses. Victory is ours. Thor's voice rang out. Victory is ours. Victory. 200 others responded with a loud voice. In the next moment, the 200 riders roared like a strong wind, rushing toward a large goblin camp in the distance. Boom. Thundering sounds. The galloping of over 200 knights caused the ground to shake intensely. They crossed several miles quickly. The loud noise soon alarmed the timid goblins. Inside a mine tunnel, a group of goblins, clearly larger than normal timid goblins, gathered. In the center, a bigger timid goblin held a staff and closed his eyes. At that moment, a panicked goblin ran in. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Humans are here. Humans." The frightened goblin brought panic and fear into the tunnel. Suddenly, all the timid goblins inside became uneasy. Goblins are the lowest kind of orcs, often seen as food in orc tribes, and they are almost exterminated by humans. Even the goblin leader panicked when he heard about humans. "Run quickly. Humans are here." "Oh my, how can humans appear here? Have the human cavalry come back again? What should we do about our iron mine? Goblin god, have you abandoned your people? Oh my heavens!" Panic spread through the tunnel. Even the goblin leader was frantic, turning in circles with fear. Some goblins may not fear humans, but the timid goblins definitely do. As the lowest level of goblins, they are at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Humans are their worst nightmare. But amidst their panic, boom, rumble. The ground begins to shake violently. Then crash. A loud roar causes the entire cave to tremble intensely, and parts of it start collapsing quickly. "Quick, get out." The goblin leader's voice is filled with panic. He hurriedly runs out of the cave. Behind him, the frightened goblins follow suit. But at the moment they escape, a sea of fire spreads across their view. The intense heat disperses, and the goblins that just ran out are immediately engulfed by the flames. Panic, confusion. These feelings fill the entire goblin tribe. Boom. The fire explodes, and the goblin leader rushes out. However, just as he emerges, a sword light flashes from afar, slashing directly toward him. Bang! The goblin leader is suddenly stopped mid-air, and the sword light, along with his body, crashes into the distant flames. Meanwhile, Steve's figure charges out of the fire, heading straight for the goblin leader. Outside, 200 knights begin a large-scale slaughter. As they enter goblin territory, the killing has already started. Under Thor's command, these knights not only fight fiercely, but also pour out blazing oil. In less than 15 minutes, the entire goblin land is engulfed in flames. Thousands of goblins fall into panic and chaos, running around like headless flies. Many are swallowed by the fire. Even when they escape, they face the relentless slaughter of over 200 knights. Among these knights, there are more than 30 fully trained knights, dozens of apprentice knights, and over 100 cadet knights. Their extraordinary strength makes slaughtering the timid goblins as easy as harvesting wheat, and even the over 100 cadet knights find it effortless. Thor also joins the fight. He channels life energy into his greatsword. Though he can't unleash a single sword beam like Steve, killing goblins is still very simple for him. In a short time, he has already slain more than 10 timid goblins. The people around had killed many more. From a distance, Steve had defeated a second-tier goblin leader with just 3 swords, and each swing of his sword had killed dozens of goblins. The slaughter kept spreading. Facing orcs, especially the cowardly goblins, there was no need for prisoners or slaves, just kill them all. Flames spread across the sky. Many goblins were slaughtered. But this was still a large goblin tribe. Some of the cowardly goblins managed to run away in all directions. There were still quite a few of them. This meant they might escape. When they ran out of the fire, they faced rain leading over 100 knights and more than 3,000 excited peasants with red eyes. Although not as terrifying as Toll's forces, their numbers were greater. Once the cowardly goblins burst out, these peasants charged like hungry wolves. The fighting resumed. Under the glow of the flames, green blood soaked the ground. The fierce fire burned intensely, so much so that even dozens of miles away, the scene could be seen. But no one paid much attention. In this extraordinary world, anything could happen. The battle, no, the slaughter, lasted a full day and night. When the fierce flames nearly consumed everything around and started to die down, the killing of the cowardly goblin tribe finally came to an end. At this moment, the entire area was turned into darkness, with green liquids and the bodies of goblins scattered across the hills. One full day and night of slaughter. In the end, not a single goblin escaped. All were killed. The green blood turned the land into a muddy green color. At the center, Toll's golden armor was soaked in green. Surrounding him, each knight was similarly stained. In front of them, some peasants were stacking the slain goblins and pouring on fierce flames. The fires burned brightly. These goblins gradually turned into blazing flames. Rain, Steve, continue clearing out the remaining goblins to make sure none are left. Also, block this area. Everyone, stay away and do not approach. Thor looked at the flames and quickly issued commands. Yes, Steve and Ryan responded promptly. Then the two of them began to act quickly. After giving instructions for Steve and Ryan to handle the follow-up, Thor rested for a moment. He then took a few knights and some farmers who knew how to explore and followed the daily intelligence to investigate a large iron mine. His goal in starting this expansion war was simply to find that large iron mine. He needed to check it carefully. The farmers who knew how to explore were the ones he bought last time in Loren City. The three of them paid him 30 gold coins, which was a very high price. But it was necessary. He stepped forward. Soon, he arrived at the location of the large iron mine. Thor quickly gave orders. Within a short time, 3 farmers began exploring the surrounding area. Thor waited in anticipation. Night fell gradually. The exploration would take quite some time. By evening, the 3 farmers returned, excited and confident. They brought back an astonishing report. The iron mine extended for miles around, with an estimated reserve of over 50 million pounds. This was just a rough estimate. The actual amount could be even larger. It was definitely a large iron mine, possibly approaching a super large one. Typically, large iron mines have reserves over 30 million pounds, and 80 million pounds can be called super large. This one, even if classified as super large, was close to that. Its value was even higher than he initially thought. Even Thor couldn't help but breathe heavily at this news. The value of iron mines is extremely important in any world, even in this extraordinary world. A large iron mine is especially valuable because iron is not only a currency but also the main material for creating silver armor, which can be made from secret silver iron that might be produced in such mines. Controlling a large iron mine means having the opportunity to produce silver armor continuously within the territory. Compared to black iron armor and brass armor, silver armor is a true extraordinary armor and almost the standard currency in the market. The value of black iron armor is very low, about 10 silver coins per piece. Even in the northern province, a set of black iron armor is not too expensive, only around 20 or 30 silver coins. Brass armor is slightly more expensive, worth about 2 or 3 gold coins. However, silver armor is different. In the Frost Moon province, a set of silver armor costs over 100 gold coins, and in the northern province, the price is even higher. The rare silver iron needed for a silver armor, even if not made into armor but sold as raw materials, is bought at Hab's trading company for over 80 gold coins. Selling to other nobles could fetch 100 gold coins or more. If made into silver armor and sold to other nobles, its value often exceeds 300 gold coins. Even the most robust farm slaves in the northern province can be bought for 20 silver coins each, and 300 gold coins can buy around 1,500 slaves. A large iron mine can produce enough rare silver iron to make at least 20 sets of silver armor, based on the least productive case. Considering the current large iron mine, Thor has no doubt that its reserves of rare silver iron could produce over 50 sets of silver armor, possibly even more. Such wealth would attract everyone in the northern province, except for Marquis Ryman. Thor is no exception. His father, Count Engeldres Rosa, has provided him with a lot of startup capital. No one would dislike having more wealth, especially since this is worth over 10 million gold coins. If this information were leaked, Thor would not doubt that surrounding nobles and expansion knights would declare war on him. In the northern province, aside from Loren City, chaos is the best description. 50 or so noble titles have been granted, but now only about 30 remain. The rest may have died in the expansion wars, but no one can be sure whether they were killed in conflicts with each other. Slaves in Loren City are not only transported from other provinces of the kingdom. Many of these slaves are originally from the northern province itself. But no one talks about this, and no one will bring it up. Losers have long been accompanied by spirits, and their traces on this land will fade with time. Thor does not want to become one of them. After confirming the reserves here, he begins issuing new orders. First, he plans to enclose the entire iron mine to create his own territory. Next, he will send knights and apprentice knights to explore the surrounding area, making sure no information leaks out. Once these tasks are done, it is late at night. The stars decorate the sky as the night deepens. The familiar system notification sounds ring again. Buzz. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. Tomorrow at dusk, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper main river valley, led by a unicorn leader at the peak of the second level 2. 3 miles to the left of Eagle Ridge, There is a mole colony 200 miles to the right. A spirit dragon has left its nest and is now occupied by a group of earth dragons who possess treasures it collected 1,000 miles from Lorenz City. In the Falling Leaves Valley, there is a small iron mine guarded by goblins 5. Deep inside a timid goblin's burrow on the left, there seems to be a surprise 6. Magical elements are gathering in a large iron mine, and in 3 months, a fine metal will be born 7. 30 miles to the right of the large iron mine, in the forest, there is a small gathering of blue goblins. The familiar daily intelligence system updates as usual. Thor's gaze naturally focuses on it. He scans each piece of daily intelligence, pausing a few times at the spirit dragon's location. He has been paying attention to that dragon's cave. When the spirit dragon just left the cave, he wanted to go, but it was too far, over 1,000 miles, and he would have to go deep into the northern province. With his current strength, it was too dangerous. Later, after reaching the main river valley, the distance was reduced to about 100 miles, and he could arrive in a day or 2. But soon, the cave was occupied by earth dragons, and even the spirit dragon's egg disappeared. Thor had to abandon that idea. However, each update of the daily intelligence still sparks some thoughts in him. For now, he can only think about it. After a brief pause in his gaze, Thor shifted his focus away and looked at the remaining daily intelligence reports. When he saw the 5th, and especially the 6th item, his breathing grew heavier. Adamantium. It is different from mithril iron. Adamantium is a higher-grade magical material. Usually, it is one of the main materials used to make gold armor. If mithril iron is already very expensive, then the price of adamantium reaches terrifying levels. A single piece of adamantium used to make gold armor is worth as much as a medium-level life potion. That is over 1,000 gold coins. And this is just the price of raw material before making the armor. Once crafted into armor, the price would be even higher. At the Frostmoon Province auction, a set of gold armor often costs over 5,000 gold coins. Even the highest-priced medium-level life potion only costs about 3,000 gold coins, which is almost enough to buy 2 bottles. Such prices are normal. After all, a medium-level life potion can only give a chance, about 10%, for a top-tier knight to break through to become a land knight. It's not guaranteed. In contrast, gold armor can truly withstand a land knight's attack. Its value cannot be compared. Only high-level life potions can surpass the price of gold armor. Because a high-level life potion, when consumed by a top-tier land knight, has over a 50% chance to break through into a sky knight. Adamantium is extremely expensive, and its production conditions are very strict. Usually, it can only be found in super large iron mines, and even then, only possibly, never guaranteed. Thor didn't expect that the large iron mine he just acquired might contain adamantium. After a moment of surprise, a look of joy appeared on his face. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the 5th item. He simply ignored it. Soon after, Steve ran over quickly. "Master!" Steve's respectful voice sounded, filled with uncontrollable excitement. What happened? Seeing Steve's happy expression, Thor looked a bit confused and withdrew his gaze from the daily reports. "Sir, we have found a group of goblins." Steve couldn't help but purse his lips. At this moment, he felt his lips drying out, and his excitement and joy were hard to hide. "What? Are you serious?" Initially, Thor wasn't too concerned, but hearing Steve's words, he immediately stood up and couldn't help but speak out. "Sir, it's true. Come with me." Steve nodded heavily, and then he spoke again. "All right, let's go take a look." Thor quickly responded, feeling a bit excited inside. Goblins are considered the lowest among beastmen. Strictly speaking, they belong to the goblin race, but they are different from regular goblins. They used to be slaves of giants, forced to mine Kaga for a long time. However, their prolonged contact with Kaga made the goblin race surprisingly intelligent. They invented engineering and alchemy tools that are famous throughout the world. The development of human alchemy originally learned from goblins, and even today, human alchemy cannot compare to goblin craftsmanship. Every goblin is born a skilled craftsman and weaponsmith. Thor didn't expect that. Compared to the 6th piece of information, the real surprise from the daily intel was actually the 5th piece. Especially when he reached the depths of the cave and saw those strange creatures with blue skin that looked very similar to goblins. His smile couldn't be hidden. The value of a large iron mine is hard to imagine. Even without considering mithril iron or pure gold, just the output of a large iron mine is extremely valuable. But selling iron ore and turning it into black iron armor for trade are two very different things. Although he had established trade channels with Rachos Assad, large-scale raw material trading could easily go wrong. The best option was to sell to the Habs Merchant Guild. However, the price of iron ore was suppressed by the guild, making it quite low, possibly even a loss. His original idea was to see if he could buy some blacksmiths within the Habs Merchant Guild or rely on his past memories to figure something out. The cost of the first option is probably quite high. Exploring with the Habs Chamber of Commerce is very expensive, and the price for blacksmithing is even more shocking. As for the second option, although both use iron ore, the two worlds are truly different. Their basic rules are not the same. He might not be able to produce anything useful, but at this moment, these problems no longer matter. Goblins are the most suitable blacksmiths. They can craft not only black iron armor but also silver armor. Even gold armor might be possible. Dear Knight, we can work for you. Please don't kill us. An older goblin stepped forward, bowing politely and speaking nervously. The goblins are very nervous now because they were captured by timid goblins earlier and forced to make weapons. They didn't expect that soon after, those timid goblins were killed by humans. They wanted to escape, but the heavy chains on their legs prevented them. Later, humans trapped them in the cave. This made them very anxious, afraid they might be killed like goblins. After all, goblins are also goblins. Yes, I can guarantee your survival. I can even provide food and shelter, but you will need to work for me, said Thor. How about 30 years? You can work for me for 30 years. After that, I will allow you to be free. Thor thought for a moment and then looked at the oldest goblin in front. He spoke slowly. Unlike ordinary goblins, goblins are useful beastmen, and Thor plans to keep them. The best way is to use a contract, but since making weapons is very important, it's better to be gentle to avoid accidents. As for 30 years, Thor believes that after living in the Eagle territory for a while, these goblins might not want to leave the safe and peaceful environment. Compared to human lands, the North is very chaotic. Goblins are almost slaves everywhere they go. Even timid goblins can capture them. Other beastmen are even worse. Moreover, there are fierce monsters. Compared to that, these goblins falling into human hands are actually the best. Most goblins are willing to work for humans. So when Thor heard their words, the older goblin was very happy. Honorable Knight, your kindness will surely be blessed by the goblin god. I, Asachi, am willing to work for you. The older goblin quickly bowed, showing humility. That's the right choice. Thor nodded with a smile. For him, this was an unexpected and great surprise. And it was a very big surprise. There are not many goblins, but there are about a dozen. Enough to meet his initial building needs. More importantly, these dozen goblins can help him turn a lot of iron ore into black iron armor, and high-quality black iron armor at that. Later, you can sell these fine black iron armors through the trade routes established by Rachos Assad, and their value will be quite high. His entire territory will truly have a complete economic industry chain. No longer will it be running at a loss like before. In fact, a large part of the income could be used to further develop the territory, creating a healthy cycle. At this moment, even Thor hadn't imagined that capturing this large iron mine would bring such a huge surprise. The appearance of goblins was an unexpected delight for Thor. But the surprises didn't stop there. Soon, Thor learned that the leader of the goblins, the older one, was actually a level 4 alchemist. Just like monster levels, goblins also have levels in alchemy. Generally, there are 5 levels. A level 1 alchemist can craft simple items like black iron armor. A level 2 alchemist can craft more complex items like bronze armor. A level 3 alchemist can craft magic items, such as silver armor, which is considered a magical creation. A level 4 alchemist is almost a master alchemist, highly respected throughout the Tulip Kingdom. And a level 4 goblin alchemist is even more advanced than human level 4 alchemists. They might even craft magical crystal cannons, which are very difficult for human level 4 alchemists to produce. Yes, magical crystal cannons. Compared to a golden armor, a magic crystal cannon is definitely more valuable. Usually, a magic crystal cannon costs over 7,000 gold coins. In the northern province, the price can reach tens of thousands of gold coins or even more. But the most important thing isn't just its value, but its power. Each magic crystal cannon is extremely powerful. Just a few are enough to ensure the safety of the territory. Even in the face of large-scale orc attacks, there's a good chance to defend successfully. During expansion wars, the role of the magic crystal cannon is unimaginable. For example, in this attack on the Goblin tribe, only 3 magic crystal cannons were needed to completely destroy the entire small Goblin tribe. They didn't need much help from peasants. Of course, making a magic crystal cannon requires more than just a 4th-tier alchemist. It also needs many rare and precious materials, which Thor currently does not have. But lacking now doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. As long as he can gather the materials later, he can build a magic crystal cannon. Once he has it, the safety of his territory will reach an incredible level. How can he not be overjoyed? Not to mention, as a 4th-tier alchemist, Thor can craft more than just magic crystal cannons and golden armor. He can also create various alchemical items. These are extremely important for building his territory. They fill the gaps in his territory's development. That's why his smile hasn't disappeared these days. Of course, his smile is still there. The peasants' smiles are also there. On the day the war ended, Thor announced the liberation of 273 peasants according to the rules. Among them, 27 peasants immediately joined the reserve knight group. This caused almost all of the over 2,000 peasants to celebrate wildly, even though over 100 peasants had died in the expansion war. No one cared much about that anymore. As for the official knights, apprentice knights, and reserve knights, Thor also distributed some supplies he had previously obtained. Everyone was very satisfied. For them, following their lord to become expansion knights was undoubtedly the most important and fortunate event of their lives. Following the lord, they gained everything that was once hard to imagine. Even knights, after following the lord, grew rapidly. This was something unimaginable even at the Dressrosa castle. These results made them more passionate and eager for their lord. In the open space, after Thor arranged everything, he prepared to leave. "Steve," he spoke, looking at Steve. "Yes, sir." Steve quickly stepped forward. "From now on, I'll leave this to you. Don't let anything go wrong. I will assign 30 full knights, 100 trainee knights, and 200 reserve knights to you." Thor spoke in a serious tone, pausing briefly before making a decision. Compared to his own territory, this place was clearly more important, so he decided to keep most of his strength at the iron mine. With Steve, a great knight, and 300 knights helping, he believed safety was assured. "Yes." Steve was a bit excited, answering firmly. "Do your best. I hope you can be like Uncle Michael someday." Thor patted Steve's shoulder, offering encouragement. "I won't let you down, sir." Hearing Thor's words, Steve became even more excited. His lord compared him to Knight Michael, filling him with pride. After arranging the iron mine, Thor sent some peasants to start mining. Originally, the best miners were goblins. Even the timid ones were natural miners and not afraid of danger, but unfortunately, he didn't have a scroll. Buying one was impossible as the Habsburg Trading Company controlled sales. In this situation, he could only use peasants. That's why he decided to kill all the timid goblins. Without a contract, letting timid goblins work as miners was too risky. If some escaped and the large iron mine was exposed, it would cause big trouble. To be safe, he decided to use peasants for now. Later, he hoped to find a way to get a scroll and replace them. After making arrangements, Thorn returned to his territory with Ryan and the freed commoners who had shed their serfdom. Just like before, Thorn directly allocated land to them. When they finally received their land, the commoners were overwhelmed with excitement. They truly felt free. Free from slavery, they became free citizens. Once again, they shined under the light of the Life Goddess. May the Life Goddess bless you. May the Life Goddess bless you. May the Life Goddess bless you. Voices echoed one after another. Over 200 people became the most passionate citizens, and they truly became the first settlers of Eagle Peak. Although a few had come before, they were only a handful. Now, there were over 200. More than 200 free citizens brought new life to the territory. At this moment, Eagle Peak officially entered a new phase. From now on, everything would proceed smoothly, and the entire Eagle Peak would move toward rapid development. Moreover, he had a daily intelligence system. Relying on daily updates, in 3 years, no, perhaps less than a year, Eagle Peak might surpass some barren territories. The journey of the pioneering knights was undoubtedly very difficult. Most of those who chose to become pioneering knights were not heirs of noble families, and their resources were very limited. Even noble knights from Count's territories faced great challenges, and only those from Marquis territories had somewhat better conditions. However, none of this applied to Thorn. When he left the Frost Moon province, Count Angel Dre's Rosa had given him strong support. Plus his memories from the previous life, in the daily intelligence system, he had advantages that other nobles could not compare to. Even noble knights from Marquis territories might not be able to match him. This is evident from how, in just 2 months, the entire territory has begun to take shape. Even a noble from a Marquis territory, after becoming a pioneering knight, would need at least half a year, maybe longer, to reach this level. But for Thorn, everything seemed natural and straightforward. When he successfully acquired a large iron mine and gained many goblins, the development entered a new, faster stage. Even though Thor initially had no plans to sell, the high-quality iron or from the large mine and the forging skills of the goblins were enough to produce all kinds of tools needed for the territory. These tools further accelerated the building of the territory. In just 2 months, the entire territory had changed greatly compared to before. At the center, a tall and majestic castle was completed half a month ago. Surrounding the castle, houses rose up one after another, forming a small town. Many free citizens and serfs were happily working in the fields. In the wheat fields, the wheat was growing very well, even better than everyone expected. It was predicted that by the end of this year, the harvest would bring in a very good income. By this time, Eagle Ridge had truly taken shape. Nearly 300 free citizens and 3,000 serfs became the foundation of Eagle Ridge. Unlike other territories, everyone here, whether free or serf, felt a strong sense of belonging to the land and was passionately loyal to their lord. The chance to free serfs and the opportunity to learn the knight's breathing technique, these were things they never dared to imagine before. Not to mention, their lord even assigned women to them. Yes, women. After acquiring the large iron mine, Thor went to Lorenz City again. This time, he bought a large number of female slaves. Female slaves were much more expensive than male slaves, but the price depended on appearance. Ordinary looks weren't too costly. Thor casually bought 500 female slaves and returned. He kept 100 for the castle's needs, and the rest were rewarded to his knight squad members. Even some serfs who joined the reserve knight group during this expansion war were assigned female slaves. Thor, their lord, also promised that all serfs who worked for 10 years would qualify to become free citizens, and he would assign them a female. Those who performed exceptionally well could even get this early. This kind of news is undoubtedly more attractive than simply freeing slaves. Even after a month has passed, the enthusiasm still hasn't faded. For Thor, paying some gold coins to gain the support of everyone in the territory is worth it. It can also help the territory truly become successful. After all, building a territory is not just about having slaves and knights, it also needs families. Only then can it continuously produce citizens. Otherwise, they would always need to buy people. This is an important thing to consider. No noble's territory is entirely built on serfs. As a time traveler, Thor knows this better than anyone. So from the start, he already planned for this. Night gradually passes. At the end of summer, the weather in the northern province begins to feel a bit cold. Under the starry sky, below, Thor is practicing the knight's breathing technique. After a moment, he exhales a deep breath and slowly opens his eyes. Feeling the life energy inside his body, he shakes his head. His body's talent is indeed a bit weak. Despite various enhancements, his cultivation speed is still not very good. At this rate, it will probably take him 2 or 3 years to break through to become a formal knight. He has consumed the fruit of life, the sturgeon, and some other sources rich in life energy he recently obtained in the northern province. It's easy to imagine how long it took him to reach this point. But this is normal. Geniuses are rare in any world. Most people are ordinary. His talent can only be considered average. I wonder when the daily intelligence report will give me new information to help with my cultivation. Muttering to himself, Thor looks at the daily intelligence report. As his gaze gathers, the next moment, the report refreshes as scheduled. Daily intelligence report updated information appears one after another. Night gradually passes. A new day begins with dawn. Early in the morning, the entire Eagle Ridge is bustling with activity. Each one is full of hope and anticipation for the future. In every newly formed family, happiness and laughter are always present. Yesterday, during a news update, it was reported that Thor planned to go to the upper reaches of the main river valley because a group of green goblins had appeared there again. He needed to lead the knights to clear them out so they wouldn't threaten the territory's growth. But before he could take action, a figure hurried over with information that made him stop. "Are you saying that the old man has woken up?" Thor asked with a surprised tone, looking at the rushing Ryan. Yes, sir. He is woken up. Ryan quickly nodded. Hearing Ryan confirm again, Thor's face showed a hint of happiness. After all, that mysterious old man had suffered a lot, being unconscious for several months. Even he worried that it might have been for nothing. Luckily, he had finally woken up. Ryan, Thor thought for a moment, then looked at Ryan and spoke. Go to the upper main river valley and lead the knights to clear out the green goblins. Make sure they don't affect the territory. Yes, sir. Ryan nodded quickly. Then Ryan left with his troops heading toward the upper main river valley. Inside the castle, in a spacious room, Nelmotan slowly woke up from his sleep. Was I already dead? Nelmotan looked confused. In his last memory, his body was poisoned by mandrake toxin. Normally, without a high-level priest or a large amount of life energy, he should have died long ago. But at this moment, he didn't feel like he had returned to the embrace of the goddess of life. He could still feel his body, sense everything around him. He even realized that he was inside a castle. Was I saved by someone? A sense of curiosity and doubt appeared on his face. He was full of questions as he wondered what had happened. And just as he was confused, suddenly he seemed to sense something and quickly looked toward the door. At that moment, a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a young knight, probably around 18 or 19 years old, tall and straight, with a handsome face and a calm demeanor. Looks like you're awake, Your Excellency. How are you feeling? A gentle voice spoke, and Tuara smiled as he looked at Neil Morton. Thank you very much for saving me. I am deeply grateful. I'm feeling much better now. Neil Morton slightly bowed in knightly courtesy. Seeing Tuara's words, his expression, and everything around him, Neil Morton naturally understood what had happened. You're too kind, Your Excellency, Tuara said with a smile, shaking his head. No, it's not just kindness. Without your help, I might have already died in the forest, Neil Morton said seriously. As a Sky Knight, he knew well his own situation at that time. Without the other person's intervention, he would definitely have died. He also imagined that the other person probably paid a high price. His life seed was nearly exhausted, and without a large source of energy, he couldn't have reactivated it. But in the end, his life seed was activated, and the result was obvious. Neil Morton was not someone who didn't care about gratitude. Seeing Neil Morton's serious expression, Tuara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was clear that this mysterious old man was not ungrateful, and this was already a very good outcome. You can call me Tuara. I heard you've woken up, so I've asked my servant to prepare some food. I would be honored to invite you. Tuara's gentle voice sounded as he extended an invitation to Neil Morton. Thank you very much, Knight Tuara. Neil Morton hesitated briefly but then nodded to show his thanks. At this moment, he noticed that the other person did not wear noble medals, but as a savior, he still showed great respect. As for eating, he hadn't eaten for nearly 2 months. Even with life potions, Neil Morton felt extremely hungry. It's my honor. Thor nodded with a smile, and then led Neil Morton to the dining hall. When they sat down, dishes were quickly brought out. May I ask where Lord Neil Morton is from? A gentle voice sounded as Thor wrapped his scarf and elegantly enjoyed the food, looking curiously at Neil Morton. I come from the eastern part of the Tulip Kingdom, not from here. That is a beautiful place full of plum blossoms. Neil Morton spoke with a touch of emotion, his thoughts drifting to his distant homeland, and he thought of a certain figure, looking a bit sad. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble or made you uncomfortable, Thor said quickly, noticing Neil Morton's expression. No, Sir Thor, that's not the case. It's not an unpleasant experience. You misunderstood. I haven't even thanked you for your help and hospitality. Is there anything I can do to help? If I can, I will do my best. Neil Morton shook his head, then changed the subject, looking at Thor seriously. Lord Neil Morton, you are too kind. Helping others is a knight's virtue, isn't it? Thor said with a smile. That's true, Neil Morton replied with a slight surprise before nodding lightly. They didn't continue talking and resumed their meal. After finishing, Thor and Neil Morton parted ways. Neil Morton was very strong. Thor even suspected he might be a Sky Knight. Even if not, he was definitely a top-tier land knight like his father. Thor naturally wanted to keep him around. Not because he didn't want to help, but because he wanted more. Since he desired more, he couldn't rush. Especially after getting to know Neil Morton, Thor realized he was actually a pretty good person. This gave him many ideas. For example, he wanted to keep Neil Morton completely. Right now, what does Eagle Ridge lack the most? It's not resources or population. In terms of resources, they had plenty of gold from his father and a large iron mine. If trade routes opened up later, Eagle Ridge wouldn't be short of anything. As for population, they definitely weren't lacking. Trade routes are opening, bringing continuous wealth that can quickly increase his population. Compared to that, the biggest lack of Eagle Ridge is high-level combat power. Being in the Northern Land Province, his strength is already quite formidable compared to other lords, even stronger than typical barony territories. But the real danger in the Northern Land Province isn't the pioneering knights or the lords, it's the province itself. Once a territory of orcs, the Northern Land Province is filled with many magical beasts and orcs. Although large-scale orc eradication has occurred, the total number of orcs remaining is hard to estimate. Among these orcs are very weak goblins and powerful races like titans and minotaurs. There are also many magical beasts, and high-level magical beasts pose a real threat to the territory. Although Ryan is destined to become a Sky Knight in the future, that is not now. Currently, the strongest person in Eagle Ridge is only the Great Knight Steve. Dealing with magical beasts, he can only handle second-tier ones. Encountering a third-tier beast would be risky. The Northern Land Province must have third-tier magical beasts and third-tier orcs. When a super strong person appears, they wouldn't want to stay. That's obviously false, especially if he thinks this person seems quite capable. Of course, plans are plans. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be traveled step by step. Neil Morton, as a strong person, wants to stay, but it's not that easy, nor can it be done overnight. More importantly, he needs to learn more about this person to feel assured. After giving instructions to the maid, they're left. As a lord, especially a pioneering lord, he has many things to do. He can't stay with this person all the time, and he's not worried that this person might threaten his territory. He's at least a peak Earth Knight, possibly even a Sky Knight. His small territory isn't enough to attract such a powerful person. As for his hidden advantages being exposed, there's no need to worry about that either. His special ability is just a daily intelligence system. It's only intelligence. Who knows how he obtained it? Who knows if he has some special talent? On the entire continent, there are many people with various talents. There's no need to worry at all. They're left. Neil Morton took a short rest, then started walking around Eagle Ridge. As he moved, he gained a rough understanding of the whole Eagle Ridge. This should be a new noble territory, probably built for less than a year. The territory isn't large. It's likely just the size of a baron's domain. Since the person isn't wearing any noble badge, they might even be just an explorer knight. In the Empire, explorer knights also exist. Neil Morton knows a bit about explorer knights. They are brave people. They carve out their own land in the wilderness. They're also poor. Although this isn't the Empire but a distant kingdom, that probably doesn't change much. This made him curious. He must have taken something that grants a lot of life energy. How could a baron own such a treasure? And how could they be willing to part with it? Remember, even in the Empire, barons don't usually have much wealth. They might struggle to buy a few low-level life potions, let alone richer items. And for a poorer explorer knight, it's even more unlikely. With his current state, low-level life potions aren't enough. He needs at least mid-level life potions. One isn't enough. He needs several to recover. Such expenses could total over 1,000 gold coins in the Empire, and in this kingdom, the cost of gold might be even higher, several thousand coins. A lord's yearly income from their land probably isn't that much. Doubts grew in his mind. He became more curious about this lord. While he was curious and walking forward, the scene of the territory quickly caught his attention. Ahead, groups of people were busy working. They were clearing water channels and building houses. At first, he didn't pay much attention, just some slaves working. But through his mental energy fluctuations, he surprisingly detected faint life energy waves coming from these people. He felt a wave of life energy. For a moment, he thought he was imagining things, but he quickly realized he was not mistaken. The people around him indeed had fluctuations of life energy. Some of them were already at the level of full knights. This surprised him greatly. Since when do full knights need to do labor? Even within the Empire, such scenes rarely happen. But now, they were happening here. And all the knights' expressions showed no signs of discomfort. Their faces were flushed with excitement and anticipation, with no feeling of oppression. Well, he instinctively spoke out, his face showing shock. He moved his steps forward. Nurmatan continued walking. What he saw next shocked him even more. The area was small, even smaller than some barren territories in the Empire, but many things he had never seen or even heard of appeared here. It was as if he was witnessing a new world. He saw free people laughing and talking happily, without the humility and caution typical of free people in other territories. He saw the manure scattered in the fields. He saw small rooms everywhere in the territory, which were said to be places where the Lord's servants relieved themselves. Oh my, even in the capital of the empire, such things had never been seen. But here, in this newly born territory, he was witnessing these scenes. At this moment, it seemed as if he saw a sun slowly rising here. Whether slaves, free people, or knights, everyone's smiles were sincere and genuine, unlike anything he had seen elsewhere. Even in the imperial capital, such honest smiles were rare. Look, Knight Rain has returned. Come on, let's go see. Yes, Knight Rain always brings back a lot of game. This time, he went to clear out green goblins. I wonder if he caught any prey. Ha ha, definitely. Tonight, we'll have a feast. Nurmaton's heart was trembling, and the crowd was becoming restless. His ears perked up, and soon, voices reached his ears. Knight Rain? Neil Morton felt a bit confused. His figure hesitated slightly but then continued to follow the crowd toward the outskirts of Eagle Ridge. Soon, Neil Morton saw a young knight riding back to the territory, accompanied by dozens of other knights on horseback. On his horse, each prey was. When they arrived at the territory, the prey was quickly distributed. Every knight had a smile on their face. They did not seem arrogant like other noble knights Neil Morton had seen. Although noble, they were not proud. Each one was so friendly. If not for their armor, Neil Morton might have doubted they were knights at all. Eagle Ridge, Neil Morton whispered softly, watching quietly. After the food was distributed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Ryan looked at Neil Morton curiously, then nodded with a smile, and led the knights away. Neil Morton watched Ryan and the others leave. Then he continued wandering around the territory. Tur naturally knew about Neil Morton's wandering. However, it didn't affect him much. The territory had no secrets. Now, what he needed to think about was how to keep this person here. Not necessarily to make him his guardian knight, but at least to keep him around. How to keep Neil Morton was a big problem. Honestly, Tor hadn't thought of any good ideas. After all, the other was as strong as Count Engeldre's Rosa, or even stronger. Such a powerful person was not easily swayed by him. But surprisingly, the way to keep him turned out to be incredibly simple. It was the third day after Neil Morton woke up. On the training ground, Ryan was practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, Neil Morton happened to pass by and immediately stopped in his tracks. After stopping, his gaze quickly fixed on Ryan. A look of shock appeared on his face. Such rich life energy. This. Neil Morton was stunned, murmuring to himself in disbelief. At this moment, Neil Morton was truly shocked. The genius he is not unfamiliar with. Neil Morton is the brightest star in the Empire and also its most outstanding genius. At 12, he began practicing the knight's breathing technique. At 13, he gathered his life seed to become an apprentice knight. At 15, he became a full knight. At 20, he reached the rank of Grand Knight. And at 35, he stepped into the realm of Earth Knights. Now, at only 80 years old, he is already a renowned Sky Knight across the Empire, known as the most promising candidate to reach the sacred realm of knights. Within the entire Empire, there are few with greater talent than him. But what he sees now surprises him. The rich, powerful source of life energy is being quickly drawn by a young boy's breathing. The scale is enormous, so much so that even he, a Sky Knight, is astonished. It's not because it surpasses his own power, but because the source of life energy being drawn is clearly beyond what someone at that level could control. Lady of Life, is this the light shining from your blessing? Neil Morton mutters to himself, hesitating slightly, but eventually steps forward. Neil Morton approaches, just as Ryan finishes his training, and he bows in a knightly gesture. Lord Neil, Ryan greets curiously. Knight Ryan, would you be willing to learn from me? I promise, within 10 years at most, you will become a knight capable of soaring the skies, even reaching the sacred realm of knights below the Lady of Life's blessing, Neil Morton says excitedly, his eyes full of hope as he looks at Ryan. Learn from you? Hearing Neil Morton's words, Ryan is momentarily stunned. But after a brief pause, he quickly shakes his head. I'm sorry, but I am the guardian knight of the Lord, and I cannot follow you to learn, he says seriously. No, Ryan. I can go find Lord Tua. I believe Lord Tua will agree. After all, you are a child blessed by the Lady of Life's light. Neil Morton quickly responds upon hearing the refusal. But Ryan still shakes his head. Faced with Ryan's refusal, Neil Morton clenches his teeth and turns to Tua. Inside the castle, Tua was still organizing some affairs of his territory when Neil Morton came to find him. "Please come in," he spoke. Soon, Anna led Neil Morton inside. Looking at Neil Morton walking in, Thor felt a bit confused. "Lord Neil, I apologize for disturbing your work unexpectedly, but I have something very important to discuss." Neil Morton spoke excitedly. "It's okay. Lord Neil, what is this important matter?" Thor waved his hand and asked curiously. "Here's the thing. Your guardian knight, Rain, is a child blessed by the goddess of life. His achievements will be as vast as the Aegean Sea. I want him to learn from me." Neil Morton spoke excitedly, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Hearing Neil's words, Thor was initially surprised but quickly understood what was happening. After realizing, he couldn't help but feel a bit happy. However, his expression showed some hesitation. "Lord Neil, I'm sorry, but that's probably impossible. You should know Rain is my guardian knight. I saved him from his cursed drunk father's sword. He's quite talented, but I cannot let him follow you to learn." Thor spoke slowly, with a hint of regret. No, Lord Thor, if Rain stays, it would be a blasphemy against the goddess of life's blessing. If you agree, I can return to the Empire immediately, even offer you a Sky Knight as your guardian, and give you a higher-level breathing technique for knights. Your current breathing method probably can't reach the Sacred Realm Knight, but I can give you a Sacred Realm Knight's breathing technique right now. Hearing Thor's words, Neil Morton became even more anxious and couldn't help but speak again. Listening to this, Thor's brow twitched involuntarily. He had no choice but to admit that Neil Morton's offer was incredibly tempting. It was so generous that his heart nearly stopped. A Sky Knight, and even a breathing technique capable of surpassing the Sacred Realm Knight, each one was extremely alluring. If he agreed, he could almost become the most powerful figure in the kingdom. Not just a baron, but possibly a viscount, earl, or marquis. But this excitement was quickly suppressed. The enormous price Neil Morton offered also meant that Rain's value was even higher than he had imagined. In this situation, giving up the future for the present clearly isn't necessary. More importantly, the person in front of us couldn't stay before, but now it seems there might be a way. Your kindness, I truly appreciate it. Honestly, it's very tempting. However, I can't make that decision alone. It still depends on Ryan's own wishes, doesn't it? A gentle voice spoke, and Thor sighed softly. His sigh made Neil Morton feel even more anxious. "Lord Thor, if you agree, Ryan won't refuse your orders," Neil Morton quickly said again. No, Lord Neil, you misunderstand. I won't force anyone. As you can see, in my land, everyone is free, even serfs, let alone my most loyal knight." Thor shook his head and spoke seriously. Hearing Thor's words, Neil Morton suddenly paused. It seemed to be true. This made him feel conflicted. While he was hesitating, Thor also pretended to be lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. "All right, Lord Neil, you can stay for a while and teach Ryan. My land is simple, but livable. I promise, if Ryan is willing to go with you in the future, I will agree at any time." "Lord Thor, are you serious?" Hearing Thor's words, Neil Morton's previously conflicted expression immediately lifted, and he spoke with surprise and joy. "By the goddess of life, this is certainly true." Thor nodded with a smile. "May the goddess of life bless you," Neil Morton said excitedly. "May the goddess of life bless you." Thor also bowed politely. Afterward, he saw Neil Morton off. When Neil Morton left the room, Thor's smile could no longer be contained. Even he hadn't expected the situation, how simple it was to keep Neil Morton here. Although he agreed to let Ryan go with him, Thor knew Ryan wouldn't leave easily, given his feelings and understanding of Ryan. As long as Rain doesn't leave, Neil Morton, who teaches Rain, also cannot leave. This effectively means Neil Morton stays behind in disguise. Although it's not as efficient as directly staying, it's enough for him. As long as the people stay, many things will be easier to handle. This made his smile last all day. While his smile spread, it seemed he had no intention of stopping his surprises today. By evening, a new surprise quickly appeared. "Lord, the supplies from the iron mine have arrived. Do you want to check them?" A knight entered, speaking respectfully. "They're here? Let's go see." Thor's smile grew even brighter, and he quickly stood up. Then, guided by the knight, he arrived at the storage area. In front of him, many wooden crates were stacked, and knights were busy unloading them. When Thor arrived, a knight hurried over. "Sir." The knight saluted politely and respectfully spoke. "How many are there?" Thor looked at the heavy crates and then at the knight, curiosity in his eyes. It had been nearly 2 months, and he was curious how much the large iron mine had produced. This was his future economic support. "Sir, so far, we've made 100 sets of black iron armor, 1 set of silver armor, and 200 various farming tools." Knight Commander Steve said that starting next month, the output will increase. "We expect to produce 200 sets of black iron armor and more silver armor." The knight reported these figures respectfully. Hearing this, Thor's eyes lit up. He didn't expect such a huge harvest from the first batch. 100 sets of black iron armor, each worth about 20 to 30 silver coins, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 silver coins for all. And there's silver armor, worth around 300 gold coins each, plus various farming tools. With increased future production, his monthly income could reach 300 to 400 gold coins or more. Even without relying on other beings, a large iron mine alone can generate over 3,000 gold coins in a year. Such a number is impressive enough to make even a count feel excited. The count's income is indeed high. Some well-managed counts can earn tens of thousands of gold coins annually. Getting close to 10,000 gold coins isn't difficult, but that's the total income. Currently, earning 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins from just one iron mine each year is already a significant amount. Of course, without the Goblin tribe, reaching this level would be very difficult. After all, iron, or even with rare silver iron, doesn't have a high profit margin when sold as raw material. Thanks to the goblins, all of this became possible. Counts in the inland provinces don't find it easy to get goblins. Only in the northern provinces, combined with some luck, did Thor acquire these goblins. That's how everything came to be. Others might not be so lucky. With a smile, he ordered the supplies to be stored properly. Then he left the place. However, these days seemed to be truly good days, with almost continuous good news. From Neil Morton's arrival early in the morning, to the subsequent delivery of iron or supplies, and then, the next day, another joyful event occurred. "Thor's Rosa, my friend, it has been 2 months. Please forgive me for not visiting sooner. You know I've been very busy, preparing many supplies and fulfilling our promises. Luckily, with the goddess of life's blessing, everything has gone smoothly. I've decided to visit you at the beginning of next month. Your friend Lehos Assad." This was a letter, sent from Loren City. The sender was Lehos Assad, the one with whom he had previously made a deal. Thor didn't expect that this person would arrive so soon. He was definitely looking forward to it. After all, this was a crucial step in building his territory. Especially after acquiring the large iron mine, this merchant was more important to him than many other things. Although he could sell these supplies to the Habsburg Merchant Guild in Loren City, doing so would undoubtedly lower their value by many times. Even a black iron armor crafted by goblins might only sell for 10 silver coins, but if sold to nobles in other territories, its value could exceed 30 silver coins. This is for black iron armor. For silver armor, the difference would be even greater. Silver armor would not fetch a high price from the Habsburg Merchant Guild, but other lords' demand for silver armor could drive its price sky high. All these are measured in gold coins. More importantly, it is expected that large iron mines will produce a steady supply of black iron and silver armor. He himself wouldn't need so many, so he must sell some to earn more gold coins for buying supplies and developing his territory. Lehos Assad is undoubtedly the best choice. First, he is a member of the Assad family. Even if not highly regarded, he still has access to trade resources. Second, because he is not highly valued, his strength won't be too strong at first, so there's no need to worry about him having other intentions. Third, since he is not highly regarded, giving him these items is very important to him. Others might not want certain things, but Lehos Assad might be willing. Especially with controlled items like explosive oil, he dares to bring them in, and Thor is very hopeful about this. He didn't just make empty promises, he truly has the ability to make it happen. Thor is very eager about Lehos Assad. As time passes quickly in this anticipation, the month ends, and a new month begins. At the start of the new month, a merchant convoy appears on the road from Loren City to Eagle Ridge. Of course, there was no proper road before. But after Thor and his people walked it a few times, a path was gradually formed. Lehos Assad is now traveling along this path. His group isn't large, only about 40 or 50 people, with a dozen or so knights. However, they are loaded with many wagons, the wagon wheels pressed deep into the ground, clearly carrying heavy goods. At the front of the convoy, Lehos Assad rides a pure white steed. "Adults, we should have enough time to reach Eagle Ridge by tomorrow," Ram respectfully said. Got it. Speed up and aim to arrive at Eagle Ridge by noon tomorrow. I believe my friends will give us the best welcome, Lehos Assad said with a smile. But after he finished speaking, a hint of worry and nervousness appeared deep in his eyes. This was not only about his own situation, but also about his concerns regarding Eagle's territory. That day, because of a certain figure and their shared hope for a better future, his heart was stirred, and he sold fire oil to a descendant of the Dressrosa family. However, as time went on, he couldn't help but doubt what he heard from that Dressrosa family member. The Dressrosa family was weaker than the Assad family. Could they really support a descendant so strongly? That person was a great knight, with dozens of official knights. Even for a count, such strength was considerable. In his understanding, his second brother also chose to become a pioneering knight and was favored by their father, but in the end, he only received about 20 official knights and over 100 trainee knights. They had more gold, but only about 10,000 coins. Dressrosa's words made him suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, Lehos decided to go see for himself. On one hand, he wanted to confirm everything one last time. On the other, he wanted to see how Dressrosa's territory was and if it could really help him achieve his plans. If not, he would need to consider other options. Maybe I can try other territories, he thought. But my strength is still too weak, and I don't have many items to impress those lords. It's too risky. Lehos muttered to himself, lost in thought. Time quickly passed. Before long, a day had gone by. As the noon sun rose, Lehos and his group finally saw the main river valley ahead, along with the fields and buildings. But when they saw Eagle Ridge, Lehos's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Because the territory now appearing before him completely surprised him. It was not the messy or ruined scene he had imagined, nor the wild chaos, but rather neat and orderly. Fields of wheat dotted the view ahead, and in the distance stood a huge castle at the very center, tall, majestic, and solemn. This scene did not match the image of a newly established lord's territory. If Lachos were not certain that this place was on Eagle Ridge, he might even doubt he had arrived at the domain of a baron. Oh my goodness, he actually built this place like this. The castle, there's even a castle now. Lachos spoke with disbelief, his heart filled with excitement. He knew a bit about Dressrosa. He understood that Tord had come to become a pioneer knight, and it had been less than 4 months since he arrived. But the scene of this territory now was so impressive that even a typical pioneer lord would not have achieved such results in 2 or 3 years. Shock turned into a happy surprise, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. At that moment, from afar, several knights quickly rode their horses toward them. Seeing the visitors, Lachos' smile grew even brighter. He also quickly dismounted. A few more figures arrived from the distance, also swiftly getting off their horses. Tord hurried forward and embraced Lachos warmly. "Welcome, my friend." His gentle voice carried a sincere smile. "I look forward to meeting you, my friend." "To be honest, my friend, you really surprised me. It's only 4 months, and your territory is already so large," Lachos said with emotion. "The protection of the goddess of life made everything go smoothly for me. Come on, I've prepared a hearty dinner for you. My friend, you must be hungry." Tord nodded with a smile and then invited Lachos and his group into the territory. As they entered, Lachos was even more shocked. The entire territory was better than he imagined: clean, spacious roads, and the sound of smiling voices everywhere. Lehos couldn't see any numbness, despair, or indifference in those people's eyes. Instead, he saw hope, longing, and respect for Dressrosa. It was truly unbelievable. He knew that just a few months ago, these people were slaves. When did slaves become so lively? As he looked at Tord again, his gaze shifted slightly. When he approached the castle, his eyes showed a hint of shock again. One night after another passed by. Many of them were official knights. Even though Tord had told him earlier that he had over 40 official knights, seeing so many in person still made him tremble with surprise. These were official knights. With the current size, Eagle Ridge was truly comparable to any barony. In some cases, it even developed better than some baronies. It was hard to believe. Amid his shock, his smile grew brighter. The better Eagle Ridge developed, the better it was for him. All his previous worries, nervousness, and unease had completely vanished. Instead, he felt a new sense of hope, a hope for the future. He couldn't help but think that with Eagle Ridge's current size, he was almost certain Tord would become a baron, and with a barony to rely on, his trade could truly flourish. Inside the castle, a grand feast was underway. Plates of food were brought to the tables, and these foods deeply moved Lejos again, because they included not only boar meat but also meat from various first and second-tier magical beasts, all extremely valuable. Eating this meat felt like consuming gold coins, so precious it hurt. He almost wanted to speak out several times but held back each time. But when the feast ended, Lejos finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "My friend, thank you for your hospitality. I am truly honored. But forgive me for being blunt. If these foods were sold, they could fetch 1 or 2 gold coins each. For Eagle Ridge, gold coins are the most important." Lejos spoke seriously. No, my friend. Gold coins are indeed important. But hosting friends is even more important, isn't it? And, my friend, I believe there is something more important and better suited for you than these things. Thor looked at Rajuz's expression and listened to his words. He couldn't help but smile internally. It was clear that his effect was very good. So he no longer hid anything and simply chuckled as he spoke again. More important? Hearing Thor's words, Rajuz was about to speak again instinctively, but at this moment, his eyes widened once more, and his breathing became a little heavier. "Rain, bring the items up." Seeing Rajuz's heavy breathing, Thor then turned to Rain beside him. "Yes." Rain quickly nodded. Soon, his figure ran off quickly. After a moment, knights brought over several wooden boxes. "What are these?" Rajuz looked at the wooden boxes being brought over, his face showing some confusion. "Open them and show my friend," Thor signaled. Soon, knights opened the boxes one by one. Then, streaks of black appeared before everyone's eyes. Rajuz was stunned at first, then instinctively moved forward. He reached out instinctively, and his eyes widened again as he looked at Thor. Fine black iron armor forged by goblin hands. Even in the Frost Moon province, its value exceeds 15 silver coins. In this northern province, I think even 40 or 50 silver coins might not be enough for someone to need it. "My friend, what do you think of this?" Thor spoke with a smile, and his words almost made Rajuz's heart stop. "My friend, are you joking?" Rajuz fought to suppress his trembling heart. He looked at the black iron armor around him and spoke with disbelief. "I'm not joking. No, this is no joke. I have 100 sets of fine black iron armor to give you. Additionally, I also have a set of silver armor." Thor shook his head and then gestured. Following his gesture, Rain quickly opened the last wooden box. When the silver-white armor appeared, Rajuz almost couldn't stand steadily. If the fine black iron armor was enough to excite him, then the appearance of the silver armor almost made his mind go blank. Silver armor. This is truly magical equipment and a strategic resource, usually only seen at auctions in Lorenz City, the northern province. Now, it unexpectedly appears before him, and Thor says he is ready to give it to him. At that moment, his mind went blank. With his eyes, he could see that these were the finest armor. Whether it was black iron or silver armor, they were all of the highest quality. Even the Assad family, who wanted to obtain such items, found it very difficult, let alone transport them into the northern province. That was almost impossible. How about it, my friend? I once promised to help you build your trade routes. Now is the time to keep that promise. With these, the lords would be eager to buy from you." Thor didn't pay attention to his blank and shocked voice, and his smile returned as he spoke again. Thor's words gradually helped Rajuz regain his composure. His eyes still showed shock, but he quickly calmed his mind. He took a deep breath and looked at Thor with a serious expression. "Honestly, this is so surprising. I feel like I am dreaming. Let me confirm again. Are these really yours to give me?" His voice was nervous, and his expression was unusually tense. "Of course, they are real, but you need to offer a fair price to take them." Thor smiled as he spoke. His repeated confirmation made Rajuz excited. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. "Of course. For the black iron armor, I can offer 30 silver coins. No, 50 silver coins. And for the silver armor, how about 500 gold coins?" He spoke eagerly, his face flushing with excitement. As Thor said, once he obtained these items, he could open up trade routes in the northern province. Their value was far beyond what gold coins could compare to. Even with a premium, he wanted to get them. However, amidst his excitement, Thor shook his head. Seeing Thor shake his head, Rajuz clenched his teeth and was about to make another offer. But Thor waved his hand to stop him. "My friend, you are being too generous. However, the price is too high. I won't let my friends suffer losses. How about this? Black iron armor, 30 silver coins per set. I can sell you 100 sets. As for silver armor, the Habsburg Guild's price is 300 gold coins, so let's set it at 300 gold coins. A cheerful voice spoke. But what was said made Rajuz momentarily stunned. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. Lord Thor, you. He instinctively spoke, but for a moment, Rajuz didn't know what to say. We are friends. How could we let friends suffer? Such a price is just right, isn't it? Thor chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't foolish. He was thinking about long-term business. In the large iron mine, not to mention silver armor, at least black iron armor would be produced continuously. Right now, after a wave of wool was pulled, there was no point in rushing. It's better to have steady, ongoing trade. Selling black iron armor at 30 silver coins per set, Rajuz would profit, and he would also make a big gain. That was enough. He could even use Rajuz to establish a complete trade route. Then, that would be the real big harvest. For now, it was just the beginning, and there was no need to rush. I am truly very grateful. Indeed, we are friends. Rajuz finally reacted, speaking excitedly, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Thor. Rajuz Assad was undoubtedly excited. Everything about arriving at Eagle Ridge exceeded his expectations. His initial nervousness, hesitation, and worry had completely turned into anticipation and endless longing, thanks to Thor's description. 100 sets of fine black iron armor, plus a fine silver armor set. It's not a lot, and it's even rare. It could only satisfy 1 or 2 nobles at most. But the point is, having it or not makes a difference. Having it means he could open the doors to most nobles in the northern province. As long as he could open the noble lord's doors, future trade would become much smoother. The only problem was that his strength was still not enough. But there are always ways around that. At worst, he could cry out to his family again. You are too generous. I don't even know how to describe my current feelings. Lehos Assad sighed softly, feeling a mix of emotions he had never experienced before. We are friends, aren't we? There's one more thing about my friend. You might not be fully aware of it. I can provide you with trade goods every month, whether it's silver armor or black iron armor. Thor smiled and shook his head, then said something that made Lehos Assad's body tremble again. Every month? Lehos's eyes widened, and he stammered a little. He had already been imagining the path of future trade, but he didn't expect the surprise to keep coming. Of course, I told you, my father is very generous. Giving some black iron armor and silver armor is no problem at all. Thor nodded with a light smile. Oh, my friend, your father is indeed generous. His generosity makes me a little jealous. What do you need me to do? I, Lehos Assad, am willing to serve my friends. His heart was shaken again, and he finally spoke with a complex feeling, envy. At this moment, he could only envy. Besides that, he truly didn't know how to express himself with words. My friend, you misunderstand. This is just a trade. However, I have an idea. Would you be interested, my friend? Thor shook his head with a slight pondering look, then spoke thoughtfully. Go ahead. Lehos quickly responded. So, my friend, as you can see, my territory is already under construction. But building a territory requires a lot of materials and resources. The Habs Merchant Guild, those vampires, will definitely take a big cut. I simply can't accept that. Lehos, my friend, your Assad family is a trading family. I think we can establish our own trade routes in the northern province. I can provide knights, strength, and supplies. And my friend, you can build the entire trade network across the northern province. The region is vast, and if we can connect with other lords, I believe they will be willing. After all, the Habs Merchant Guild won't leave Loren City to come to these wild territories. Thor spoke slowly, sharing his plan. The northern province is very large, almost as big as 10 Frost Moon provinces. There are over 30 nobles with titles, and the number of pioneering lords is countless. Such a vast province has unimaginable resources and supplies. Opening trade routes between them will help Eagle Ridge develop rapidly again. Additionally, Thor can use this trade route expansion to test how far his daily intelligence network can reach. He wonders if it will change along with his own changes. Of course, others are unaware of this. When Rajuz heard Thor's words, his eyes lit up suddenly. My friend, did I hear correctly? Are you willing to help me build a trade route? Rajuz asked in disbelief. Of course, you're my friend, aren't you? And this trade route concerns my territory too. All right, if you're willing, we can form our own guild. I will provide supplies and personnel. You just need to manage the guild. Thor nodded with a smile, then paused slightly before saying something that made Rajuz's heart race. A guild? Rajuz asked excitedly. Yes, a guild. We can each hold 50%. Thor nodded happily and confirmed again. My friend, I must say, this is very tempting. Since we are friends, I won't let my friends suffer. I only need 30%. But, my friend, you need to provide enough knights for the guild's security. Rajuz took a deep breath, then calmed his excitement and looked seriously at Thor. Security? Of course. 10 knights, including 5 formal knights, 30 trainee knights, and 100 reserve knights for the initial force. If the guild expands, I can add more people. Thor thought for a moment and then nodded, also giving his numbers. Some knights in his territory had already been moved to the Iron Mine, but there are still many knights in Eagle Ridge. This is a good time to use them. As his guardian knights, he doesn't need to worry about Rajuz recruiting them. Instead, he can keep a close eye on Rajuz. Of course, I agree. This is enough. My friend, with your strength, you are already stronger than most pioneering lords. Lehos couldn't help but feel emotional as he spoke. His words were not just praise. Most pioneering knights probably only have 1 or 2 official knights, and those with 3 or more are considered quite strong. Only lords who have received noble titles can command more than 10 knights. But right now, Thor had immediately provided him with 10 official knights. Considering his own situation when he left, Lehos felt speechless. Of course, he was speechless. But soon, his hope was replaced by excitement. After all, such power would soon belong to him. With this strength, along with the black iron armor and silver armor, he could fully open up the market in the northern province. The merchant guild could also truly be established. As long as he can make a difference in the northern province or achieve some success, he will surely catch the attention of the Assad family. One day later, Lehos left excitedly. Before leaving, he left behind all the supplies he brought, including a large amount of food and materials, clearly prepared for Eagle Ridge. When he departed, he took with him 100 sets of black iron armor, a set of silver armor, and over 100 knights. He began his journey to open new trade routes. Thor also sent him his most sincere blessings. After all, whether the trade routes can be successfully established is crucial for the future development of Eagle Ridge, especially for what lies ahead. Whether Eagle Ridge can continue to develop rapidly is extremely important. After sending Lehos Assad away, Thor began to wait for the auction in Loren City while planning his territory's development. Along with the daily intelligence system, Eagle Ridge's growth showed no signs of slowing down. And soon, another month passed. This month, news from Lajas came quickly. Building trade routes is going smoother than expected. In less than a month, he has opened 3 knight territories. It is likely that this year he will establish trade routes with over 30 pioneer lords, and if luck is on his side, he might even gain a few noble lords with titles. As for Eagle Ridge, the basic infrastructure has been fully completed within this month. If it was once like a small town, now Eagle Ridge has grown into a real town. It has doubled in size compared to before, and its land is comparable to some barren territories. What surprised Thor even more was Ryan's speed of cultivation. Thanks to Neil Morton's guidance, Ryan's progress has been accelerating rapidly. Now, his cultivation is close to breaking through to the mid-level of knights. It won't be long before his first guardian knight advances to a full knight. With the current pace, he could reach the peak of the full knight within a year, and in 3 years, he might even become a grand knight. In 10 years, he is sure to break through to a land knight, and possibly within 30 years, reach the sky knight level. 30 years to become a sky knight. That thought alone makes people excited. A sky knight is one of the strongest figures in the kingdom. Just one sky knight could elevate his noble rank to marquis, or even reach duke with some chance. In the kingdom, the 3 dukes gained their titles because they produced a sky knight and made great contributions during the kingdom's wars. Having a sky knight provides a solid foundation. Just thinking about this makes people thrilled. Of course, Thor is excited, but Neil Morton is even more so. After teaching Ryan, he realized Ryan's talent is even higher than he had imagined. If he previously guessed there was a chance Ryan could break through to a Saint Domain Knight, now he is almost certain Ryan will do so. Such talent is probably beyond even the Empire's top geniuses. A Saint Domain Knight, this is a rare and powerful level. Even Neil Morton, who claims to be the most promising person in the Empire to reach that level, knows his chances are at most 10%, and he might not make it at all. That is completely different from the Sky Knight. Even within the Empire, such beings are very rare. Each one would receive the highest honors from the Empire. A top genius like Rain, once he arrives in the Empire, would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation, and the resources available to him would be unimaginable. For a moment, Nell Morton even considered forcibly taking Rain away, but in the end, he held back. On one hand, he is not that kind of person. On the other hand, the current situation in the Empire is not optimistic. It might not be a good idea for Rain to rush in, and it's better if Nell Morton himself doesn't step into it first. He finally decided to stay. Of course, Thor doesn't know any of this now. Nell Morton isn't too worried about him because if there were any problems, daily reports would have warned him in advance. After a few months, no intelligence has appeared about Nell Morton, which means there are no issues. And that's exactly how it is. Night gradually passes. A new day is ending with a slight chill. The Daily Intelligence Update arrives as scheduled. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of beast pigs will pass by. Their leader is about to break through to the 3rd level. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Wells' domain, a peasant accidentally discovered a graft of fern roots and fire spirit trees, increasing the fire spirit tree's output. 3. In 7 days, a special group of slaves will be sold at the Loren City Market. Among them, a young boy named Alan has the talent to connect with all living things. As he can not only cultivate but also has a chance to promote species to higher levels. 4. In 7 days, a thunderstone will be auctioned in Loren City. It is one of the main materials for creating magic crystal cannons. 5. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will be foraging in the western part of your territory. 6. Engel Dressrosa seems to be facing some trouble, caused by limitations in his own strength. Lines of text appear, bringing new intelligence. As expected, the auction information appears again. To his surprise, this time there is indeed something at the auction that truly attracts him. The Stone of Thunder comes from a magical rock in the Aegean Sea's prison. It contains strong thunder power and is also one of the main materials used to make magic crystal cannons. It is the most important material. Once you have the Stone of Thunder, you can start making a magic crystal cannon. There is also a new surprise. A talent for harmony with all things. It can help creatures evolve. This made him look at the group of unicorns. For a while, he didn't let anyone catch the unicorns because he didn't have a. Wild beasts can't be raised without a. So he could only leave them alone. But now, a young person with a talent for breeding appeared, which was perfect. It was a group of unicorns. Most unicorns are high-level beasts, and their leader has reached the 2nd level. If he replaces his knight's horse with a unicorn, his strength at Eagle Peak could greatly improve. 3 months ago, the steward of the Habs Commerce Guild told Thor that there would be an auction in Loren City. They would sell a very rare life potion. Thor was very interested because auctions often have many chances to find hidden treasures. Especially for Thor, who gets daily updates on information, this was even more important. Now, with the latest news, it confirmed his suspicions. Both the young man named Alan and the Stone of Thunder made his heart race. So, in the next 2 days, Thor prepared to go to the auction. After 2 days, he personally led Rain, Nell Morton, and 5 official knights, along with 30 apprentice knights, to leave. Originally, after dividing the mines and the guild, he didn't have many apprentice knights. But because of his large expenses, over the past few months, 10 more apprentices gained life seeds and became knights. His total apprentice knights increased from about 100 to over 120. Adding 30 more was easy. Besides people, Thor also took some supplies, like black iron armor and silver armor. Over the past few months, I still have a lot of gold coins. But whether I can afford to buy the Thunderstone, the young man named Alan, and plenty of supplies is uncertain. He also needs to prepare thoroughly. As for Nell Morton, he is naturally the one who volunteered to follow. Having a super bodyguard like Thor, he wouldn't refuse. In these few months, if he wasn't sure before, now he is certain that the other person must be a Sky Knight. In the entire northern province, nothing is safer than having a Sky Knight by your side. Even if a large invasion of monsters happens now, safety can still be guaranteed. This is a Sky Knight, truly standing among the clouds of the kingdom. There are only 5 openly known Sky Knights in the Tulip Kingdom, and even if there are hidden ones, their number wouldn't exceed 10. Each one is extremely important and is a strong foundation of the kingdom. Having this one makes everything feel more secure. Of course, the journey from Eagle Ridge to Loren City was also quite safe. To ensure the auction runs smoothly, Lorenz City has sent many knights to patrol the area. Even if some dark rats weren't completely eradicated, they had to settle down peacefully. Thor and the others carried no heavy burdens. Even some supplies didn't affect their movement. In just 4 days, everyone arrived at Lorenz City. Looking at the city ahead, Neil Morton couldn't help but shake his head. Your lord here is really unqualified. The most important city in a province is built like this. He spoke with some emotion. The experience at Eagle Ridge made him think the Tulip Kingdom was similar everywhere, but now he realizes he was wrong. It's just Eagle Ridge that's like this. Other places are not. Thor smiled, but didn't respond to Neil Morton's words. He joked that he didn't have the ability to judge Marquis Layman. He rode his horse forward. Everyone slowly headed toward the city. Compared to his previous visits, Lorenz City was much more lively now. At the city gate, crowds gathered everywhere. There were various merchants, as well as frontier lords leading large groups of people, just like him. And there were noblemen wearing medals. Not far away, Thor saw a large group of knights, hundreds of them, with banners flying high, which told him their identity. Dorton, he whispered, feeling a bit confused because he didn't remember hearing about this family before. But his confusion only lasted a moment before he pushed it aside. The northern province is a wild land, full of opportunities. There are many magical beasts, orcs, resources, and ancient ruins from old civilizations. Compared to other provinces, most ruins have been dug up, but the northern province still has many untouched sites. Anyone can rise here. In fact, more than half of the 56 barons appointed by the kingdom are not from noble families but have risen from wandering knights. This Dorton is probably one of them, which isn't surprising. Wow, so many people. Rain whispered, looking around with curiosity. Ha ha ha, Rain, Canaan City in the Empire has way more people than here. There are even beautiful elves there. Neil Morton said with a light laugh. Teacher. Rain looked at his teacher with some annoyance. Ha ha, I was just joking. Neil Morton quickly explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Let's go. Our accommodations are arranged. We should settle in first. The auction starts tomorrow afternoon. Thor smiled but didn't mind much. He then addressed everyone and led his group toward the noble passage. In this world, social ranks are very strict. Commoners and nobles do not share the same roads. Nobles have their own special path, which is wider and doesn't require checks. Thor led his group, following Dorton, and slowly entered Lorenz City. Outside the city, a crowd still packed the streets. But that was no longer Thor's concern. Once inside the city, Thor felt even more the bustling prosperity of Lorenz City. Compared to previous visits, the population was at least 10 times larger, and the streets were crowded with people. The numb crowd now seems to have a little more smile on their faces. On the road, many free people are selling some goods. A group of knights are marching through Lorenz City. The number of knights is much larger than before. Thor even saw several nobles wearing medals, and some had the emblem of the northern province. This suggests that these nobles are not just aristocrats but also officially recognized nobles of the northern province. These two meanings are different. A noble medal only shows that the person comes from a noble family. This noble status is not permanent. If they leave their family, they lose their noble status after 3 years. Only by gaining a noble title can they keep their noble status. For example, Thor himself, if he cannot become a baron within 3 years, he will lose the title Dressrosa. He will no longer be a noble unless he gains a new noble title in the future. In a familiar place, Thor and his group quickly settled down. The sunset gradually spread across the sky, and the day slowly came to an end. Daily intelligence system updated. Text flickered, and new pieces of information appeared. However, there was nothing particularly surprising this time. This is normal, it's just an auction. Lorenz City holds one every year. Having a boy who is friendly to all things and a thunderstone is already impressive. As for other items, there probably aren't many valuable things. Night gradually passed. A new day arrived. With dawn, the entire Habs Business Association was crowded. Many explorers and nobles gathered here. Everyone looked excited and hopeful. Did you hear the news? What is it? Hee, you don't know yet, do you? A few days ago, the Habs Business Association announced that there will be 3 bottles of intermediate life potion and 30 bottles of basic life potion at this auction. Really? Of course, the Habs Business Association wouldn't lie. Oh my, 3 bottles? Yes, this will be exciting. Those nobles and lords must be going crazy. Sounds of chatter mixed together as Thor, Rain, and Neil Morton were among the crowd. Hearing these discussions, Thor was not too surprised. Life potions, no matter where they are found, are extremely valuable. Intermediate life potions are already highly sought after by many people. Even in the Frost Moon province, they are precious, and the Northern Land province values them even more. However, what puzzled him was that no one mentioned the Thunderstone. Of course, despite his curiosity, Thor, Rain, and Nell Morton followed the attendants into the auction. Led by the attendants, they went straight to the second floor. There are private rooms here, usually only available to families like the Dressrosa family, noble families above counts, or territorial aristocrats. Other pioneer lords can only stay on the first floor. Knight Thor, these are the items for this auction. Feel free to look and see if anything interests you. Just call me if you need anything. I'll be outside. The attendant respectfully handed Thor a catalog and then slowly stepped back. After giving a polite smile, Thor looked at the catalog. It was open, showing 21 items for sale. Thor quickly scanned through and focused on the 4th and 16th items. The 4th was auction, the only one selling male slaves, 500 strong farmers, known for their excellent farming skills, starting at 200 gold coins. The 16th item was the Thunderstone, starting at 1,000 gold coins. Seeing the prices, Thor relaxed a little. He still had about 5,000 gold coins left, so he thought it should be fine. As he relaxed, the auction soon began. A blonde girl quickly went on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Habish Trading House's auction is now starting. First, we have 10 beautiful female slaves. Starting bid is 3 gold coins, with bids increasing by at least 1 silver coin each time. A pleasant voice announced, and 10 attractive female slaves were brought onto the stage. Soon, voices from the crowd started to rise. 3 gold coins. 4. 5 gold coins. The auction was about to begin quickly. Thor did not participate and was not very interested. The first item was sold for 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins. Next was the second item, also a group of female slaves, who looked more attractive and were more numerous, but Thor still showed little interest. Everything changed when the 4th item was introduced. His expression suddenly became serious. A group of strong farm slaves from the Southern Moon province. They have excellent farming skills. The starting bid is 200 gold coins, with bids increasing by at least 1 gold coin each time. A woman's voice announced. Immediately, the whole auction hall fell silent. 500 farm slaves, starting at 200 gold coins. This was very expensive. But good farming skills were needed by every lord. I bid 200 gold coins. After a moment of silence, someone spoke. I bid 220 gold coins. 230. 240. I bid 250. 251. 252. Bids kept coming, but the prices gradually lowered. 200 gold coins was a large amount. Even with excellent farming skills, earning back 200 coins would take at least a year or two. As the bidding slowed down, Rain's voice came from Thor's room. 300 gold coins. As soon as he spoke, the entire auction hall suddenly became quiet. Many people shook their heads and sighed, while others looked toward Rain with shining eyes. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is a very strong, with excellent farming skills, and is one of the most important in the territory. The woman spoke, but no one responded. 300 gold coins was already the limit. The woman didn't ask further and simply tapped the wooden block, beginning to count. 300 gold coins, once. 300 gold coins, twice. 300 gold coins, 3 times. Congratulations to the buyer for winning this item. Now, let's move on to our 5th item. Her voice rang out again. The auction continued. At this moment, the servant knocked on the door. Thor waved his hand. Rain quickly stepped forward and handed the remaining coins to the servant. The servant respectfully withdrew. The auction continued. Items were being sold one after another. There were various supplies and equipment. Thor even saw the sale of black iron armor and silver armor. These were the 7th and 11th items. The 7th item was 20 sets of average quality black iron armor, and the 11th was 3 sets of similar quality silver armor. Despite being similar in quality, the black iron armor sold for 10 gold coins each, totaling 200 gold coins, while the silver armor sold for 1,000 gold coins each, totaling 3,000 gold coins. Yes, those 3 sets of average quality silver armor sold for 1,000 gold coins each. Even Thor couldn't help feeling a bit envious. It was almost like stealing money. And those silver armors were worth over 300 gold coins each, so his own armor, if sold, would probably fetch at least 400 gold coins. That seemed a bit too generous. Of course, despite feeling envious, Toril ultimately suppressed his desire. Silver armor was not the same as black iron armor. An apprentice knight wearing silver armor could even stand up to a regular knight. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of selling it. This time, he only brought one for emergency use, not for sale. He wasn't short on gold coins, and there was no real need. Meanwhile, amidst Toril's envy, the excitement of the auction was rising quickly. Especially after the silver armor and the appearance of life potions, the entire auction hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Now, we present item 13, low-level life potions, 10 bottles, starting bid 1,000 gold coins, with bids increasing by no less than 10 gold coins each time. A woman's voice announced. In the next moment, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement. 1,500 gold coins. 1,600. 2,000 gold coins. 2,200 gold coins. Within a moment, the price jumped from 1,000 to 2,200 gold coins, with no sign of stopping. Hearing these bids, Toril couldn't help but be amazed. The nobles and pioneering knights of the northern province really had money. Low-level life potions are quite expensive in Frostmoon Province, but usually cost around 200 gold coins per bottle. At this moment, the price suddenly exceeded that amount. Of course, there had no intention of interfering. Low-level life potions are indeed important, but they don't hold much appeal for him, unless it's a higher-level potion. As the bidding continued, the price gradually increased until reaching 3,000 gold coins, then slowly declined. Eventually, it was sold for 3,110 gold coins. The 14th item was still 10 bottles of low-level life potion, sold for 2,732 gold coins. The 15th item, also 10 bottles, reached the highest price of 3,510 gold coins. After the 15th item, the next item was the Thunderstone Thor wanted. Now, we invite the 16th item, a mysterious stone from the Aegean Sea prison, containing strong lightning energy. It is one of the main materials for making magic crystal cannons and magic devices. Starting bid is 1,000 gold coins, with at least 10 gold coins increase each bid, announced the woman's voice. A few strong knights dragged a large stone, nearly half a person tall, into view. The black stone flickered with arcs of electricity. The surrounding air seemed to heat up instantly. Lightning stone. This is really a lightning stone. Oh my god, this thing is from the northern province. Too bad. I don't have an alchemist. I must get it if I could. Yeah, me neither. People exclaimed and sighed. The lightning stone has many uses, but most can't be utilized without an alchemist. As they discussed, Ryan's voice suddenly rang out again. 1,200 gold coins. Once he spoke, the room fell silent. 1,200 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The woman's voice resumed, but no one responded. Just as she was about to give up and knock on the auction block, a voice sounded again. 2,000 gold coins. The words were spoken. At the moment this voice fell, there quickly looked toward the distant room. There, a young man was smiling slightly as he looked this way, even raising his wine glass in a gesture. 2,500 gold coins. Thor did not let Ryan speak again, but calmly announced another bid. 3,000 gold coins. A gentleman from Dressrosa, if you wish, I can go higher, a gentle voice said, with a slightly annoying tone. 5,000 gold coins. Our Dressrosa family is not like some poor folk. Even if it's 10,000 gold coins, so what? Thor spoke calmly. The entire auction hall fell into dead silence. No one spoke again. Everyone on the first floor held their breath more tightly. Many on the second floor started watching the show. Even the noblemen who had titles looked at the two rooms with a faint smile. Who do you call poor? A somewhat angry voice rang out, and the young man in the distance couldn't help but blurt out. But halfway through his words, his face suddenly changed. Meanwhile, the woman on the high platform couldn't help but smile, and her voice quickly rang out. 8,000 gold coins, first call. 8,000 gold coins, second call. 8,000 gold coins, third call. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in room 5 for winning this item. Now, please prepare for the 17th item. The voice from below sounded. At this moment, Thor no longer paid much attention, his brow slightly furrowed. Even he didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. He recognized the other person's identity at a glance, thanks to the medals on their chest. It was a Count family from the Frostmoon Province, but unlike the Assad family, this person was from the Emerson family, a sworn enemy of the Dressrosa family. So when the other person spoke, Thor already knew he wanted to win. But even if he could, it would likely come at a heavy cost. This was not what he wanted, so he decisively chose to give up. Kid, it seems your stuff has been stolen. Nermonton looked at Thor with a half-smile. Some things are not so easy to take. Thor chuckled softly and looked at Ryan. Ryan, later you help me find out which territory the foolish member of the Amosan family belongs to. By the way, I also want to know how many people he has. A gentle voice spoke, but a cold glint was spreading in his eyes. Stealing his things is really getting annoying. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young man looked upset. He only wanted to bid a little higher, but unexpectedly, it was directly taken from him, and it was 8,000 gold coins. He doesn't have 8,000 gold coins now. His father, Count Amosan, only gave him 8,000 coins for this exploration night mission. During this time, he spent about 2,000 coins on supplies and slaves, so he now has less than 6,000 coins. Knock, knock. The door was knocked. Hearing the knocking, the young man became nervous. Night Colin. A servant spoke with a smile. The young man instinctively spoke, but he didn't know what to say halfway through. Night Colin, are you joking with me? Inside the room, the servant's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes showed displeasure. The price of the Thunderstone isn't worth 8,000 coins, at most 3,000. Colin Amosan spoke, still looking a bit guilty. But halfway through speaking, he seemed to gain some confidence again and spoke more firmly. Just as he finished speaking, whoosh, an old man appeared in the room. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out. Clang. Colin Amosan's face turned pale. Even the knight beside him changed expression and instinctively moved, but he couldn't move at all. Knight Colin, my Hapsis Trading Company is not a place where you can cause trouble. Not to mention you. Even your father, Count Amosan, has no right to cause trouble here. Since you can't pay the gold, please leave. Your deposit has been confiscated, and as punishment for disrupting this auction, you must pay 3,000 coins as compensation. If you have any objections, you can ask Count Amosan to come here. The old man spoke calmly. No, I have no objections. Colin Amosan felt cold sweat constantly dripping down his face. His words came out trembling and stuttering. Knight Colin, if this happens again, the Hapsis Guild might not welcome you anymore. An old man spoke briefly, then his voice faded away. After the old man disappeared, Colin Amosan sank heavily to the ground, large beads of sweat on his forehead, his face extremely pale. Next to him, a senior knight's hands trembled. After a moment, Colin slowly got up, glancing angrily at the room where Thor was, then quickly left the auction. A little later, in Thor's room, the door was knocked. A servant and several knights entered. Looking at the Thunderstone, Thor was momentarily stunned. Dear Knight Thor, we apologize for the unpleasant incident. Do you still need this Thunderstone? You can pay 3,000 gold coins. The servant spoke with a smile. Of course I need it. Rain. Thor looked thoughtfully at the distant room, then smiled and signaled to Rain beside him. Rain quickly stepped forward and paid 3,000 gold coins. I'm sorry, this is my Hapsis Guild Platinum card. You can enjoy a 20% discount with it in the future. The servant nodded with a smile, then handed Thor a brand new Platinum card. All right. Thor nodded with a smile. The servant soon left. Kid, you probably don't realize what just happened, do you? Milmorton asked strangely. Thor shook his head with a smile, not explaining anything. Honestly, he was a bit surprised, but he guessed the situation likely. 8,000 gold coins isn't something just anyone can pay. Clearly, that fool from the Amosan family probably couldn't come up with it. That's why the Hapsis Guild just handed it over directly. But the item was taken back. This isn't the end. Stealing his stuff. Are you joking? He's a grudge holder. His eyes flickered with intertwined thoughts. Meanwhile, the auction was still ongoing. But Thor wasn't paying much attention to what came next. Even if the last 3 items were 3 bottles of intermediate life potions. He also produced 2,700 gold coins, 3,100 gold coins, and finally 3,800 gold coins. He didn't care too much about it. The intermediate level life potion is very powerful. 1 bottle can create a strong knight, and there is a chance it can help a knight at the peak level break through to a land knight. However, this doesn't matter much to him now. At this moment, his knight level is only an apprentice knight, and even Rain is still far from becoming a land knight. As for Steve, although he has broken through to a knight, the gap between them is still significant. Most importantly, he has no money left. 1,000 gold coins after several months of spending is almost gone, especially since he spent 300 gold coins on slaves, 3,000 on the Thunderstone, and the remaining 5,000 gold coins are now down to just over 1,000. He still needs to buy some supplies to return to his territory, but he doesn't have much gold left. With this amount, buying an intermediate-level life potion is just a dream. Not to mention an intermediate-level potion, he can't even afford a low-level life potion. Let's go, it's time to head back. Tor spoke and then stood up to leave the room. Rain and Neil Morton followed him. The three quickly left. Tor departed, and others also left the auction house soon after. In a luxurious residence, Colin Emerson looked very unhappy. Sir, the situation is clear. The Thunderstone was indeed handed over to Torl Dressrosa by the Habs Commerce Guild, a knight respectfully reported. Hearing the report, Colin Emerson's face grew even more grim. Good, very good. I need to know where that guy's territory is. Colin Emerson's cold voice sounded. He was very angry now. As a member of the Emerson family and highly favored by his own clan, he had never suffered such a loss before. Yes, a figure quickly responded, and a knight soon left. Information about the territory is not a secret. Colin quickly obtained relevant details. Main River Valley, it's not far at all. Torl Dressrosa. Colin Emerson muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Meanwhile, Tor also received information from Rain. Autumn leaves lead, 130 miles. 2 Grand Knights, 20 formal knights, 100 apprentice knights. Hearing the information from Rain, Thor's eyebrows unconsciously raised. That fool's strength is actually not weak. Not only does he have 2 Grand Knights, but also 20 formal knights and 100 apprentice knights. Clearly, this fool has probably caught the attention of the Emerson family. And not just any attention. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him a Grand Knight. The Emerson family is slightly stronger than the Dressrosa family, but only a little. They are not as powerful as the Assad family. They only have 3 land knights, and their family history is only about 400 or 500 years. Having a Grand Knight is very important. Being able to produce 2 is a big support. Besides this strength, what Thor cares about most is the location of the opponent's territory. Their territory is only about 100 miles from his Eagle Ridge, at most 2 days' travel. At this moment, looking at the map showing the leafy territory, his eyes also gleamed with a cold light. Thoughts flowed, and Thor looked at the map again. In the end, he suppressed his cold light and turned his gaze back to Rain. Has the bin delivered? He spoke with a hint of anticipation. Compared to that fool, he cared more about the boy with the all things love ability. Yes, it has been delivered, and the boy named Alan has been found. Do you want to see him, sir? Rain nodded and then respectfully spoke. Let him come in. Thor hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement. Soon, a pale 15 or 16-year-old boy was brought in. Master. Alan was a bit nervous. Seeing a noble youth in the room, he quickly knelt down. Get up. Thor's gentle voice sounded, and his gaze fell on the boy. Alan, do you want to become a free citizen? Or even a knight? Looking at the boy, Thor spoke softly with a gentle tone. His words suddenly stunned anxious Alan. His eyes widened instantly, and in that moment, he looked up at the noble lord before him. Is what you said true? Master, can I become a free citizen? A knight? Alan asked, trembling, with disbelief in his voice. Of course, but you need to work hard for it. Torl nodded with a smile. Master, what do I need to do? Alan asked directly, kneeling on the ground with a trembling voice. Work for me. I need you to take care of a group of unicorns. If you raise them well, I can lift the contract on you and your parents, making you a free citizen. If you do even better, like helping the unicorns advance, I can teach you the knight's breathing technique and train you as a knight. Torl spoke seriously, looking at the young boy in front of him. Since gaining he had already learned everything about the boy. This group of slaves included not only Alan but also his parents. No one knew that Alan had the special talent of universal affinity. Master. Hearing Torl's words, Alan's body trembled, and his eyes looked at Torl with shock. Torl's words were simple, but Alan suspected that his master might have discovered his secret, something even his parents didn't know. He could make creatures evolve. This was hard to believe. He didn't understand how his master knew this. He also didn't know what his master intended to do. His heart grew more anxious. Don't worry. On this vast continent, there are always beings favored by the goddess of life. You're not special. Just do your job well. I will keep my promises to you. Torl seemed to notice Alan's nervousness, smiled lightly, and then spoke seriously again. Serving you is my honor. My master. Hearing Torl's sincere words, Alan's anxious heart calmed a little. He quickly knelt again, speaking with unprecedented respect. "Stand up. Work hard. Follow me, and you will have a future like an eagle." Toll nodded with a smile. "Yes, my master." Alan quickly got up, his eyes filled with hope. All the previous worries and nervousness suddenly disappeared. This secret had been kept in his heart for a long time, and he dared not reveal it at all. He was afraid that something might go wrong and bring him great disaster. Now that he could finally reveal it, the pressure inside him also eased significantly. For Thor, having someone who wholeheartedly helps him was what he needed. After all, if the other person still hid the strength, it would be very bad for the development of his territory. Now is the best time to act. He could even start preparing to capture and raise the unicorn horse once he returned. The unicorn leader had a chance to advance to a third-level magical beast, though the chance was small. But with Alan's situation, it was different. Once the unicorn advances to a third-level magical beast, it will be as strong as a human knight on horseback. If they could form a contract then, not only his territory but also his own strength would greatly improve, giving him real power to stand firm in the entire northern province. As for his promise, it was not a joke. In Eagle Ridge, the merit system was gradually being completed. As long as Alan could earn enough merit, it wouldn't be a big problem. Having captured Alan, there then began the final shopping for his departure. There was still some time before the wheat matured, so they needed a lot of food. They also needed to buy other supplies, like magic crystal cannons and other materials. Most of these could be bought in Loren City. It took about 2 days to purchase all these items. Until the third day, the group left Loren City in a grand procession. After 3 days, the bustling of Loren City gradually faded away. Many knights, lords, and nobles had already left the city. The streets became quieter and quieter. Thor and his team set out in a mighty procession. Compared to their quick arrival, their return was definitely slower. After about 9 days, everyone returned to Eagle Ridge. Over the next 10 days, Eagle Ridge did not change much. Everything was proceeding smoothly. After settling 500 serfs, Thor began handling the government affairs of these days and sent people to transport the Thunderstone toward the iron mine. Since the joke provided the main materials, the next step is naturally to craft a magic crystal cannon. I won't say much more. Eagle Ridge and the iron mine need to prepare some supplies, just in case of any accidents. At that time, whether facing orcs, magical beasts, or other frontier lords, our chances will be increased. After handling these matters, Thor's gaze fixed on the group of unicorns. The intelligence kept coming in, but he hadn't gone to gather it earlier because he couldn't raise them. Magical beasts are not like poultry. Raising them is very difficult. Without enough ability, attempting to raise them would lead to heavy losses. However, now that Alan has been obtained, all these problems are no longer an issue. As for Colin Emerson, there's no rush. He has plenty of time. Once he develops further and his strength increases again, that one won't need to exist anymore. After all, the northern province is very chaotic, with frequent orc attacks. The wear and tear on a territory probably wouldn't attract much attention. What he and Thordris Rosa have is not so easy to take away. The action began quickly. After 3 days, intelligence indicated that the unicorns were foraging again. At this moment, many knights gathered in Eagle Ridge. This time, he even called back Steve from the mine. Among the unicorns, there was a leader at the peak of the 2nd tier. Without Steve, it would be very difficult to take them down relying on just a dozen knights. Only with Steve's help would they have enough confidence. Early morning, a large group set out. This time, they mobilized 1 great knight, 15 regular knights, over 30 apprentice knights, and more than 100 reserve knights. It was almost all of Eagle Ridge's strength at the moment. Led by Thor, they quickly reached the upper reaches of the main river valley, where the unicorns were foraging that day. From afar, they saw about 20 or 30 unicorns grazing on fresh grass. Most unicorns are first-tier magical beasts. Only the leader at the peak of the 2nd tier can reach that level. They are very fast. First-tier unicorns are as quick as most 2nd-tier magical beasts, and 2nd-tier unicorns surpass most 3rd-tier magical beasts. In the entire northern province, these are among the most common magical creatures. Because of their speed, most are kept in captivity by minotaurs. They are also one of the most popular magical beasts among the northern nobility. According to rumors, Marquis Lehman leads a team of 300 unicorn riders. Thor had already noticed this group of unicorns. However, since magical beasts are not usually raised by dedicated breeders, they cannot be farmed easily. Thor had to give up on that idea. Until this trip to Loren City, when he met Alan, who has the affinity with all things, Tor regained his hope. Rain, pour flammable oil around them. Steve, set the flames high. You go first and catch the leader of the unicorns. If you succeed, it will be much easier afterward. Tor whispered quickly, giving orders. In the past few days, Tor had made detailed plans on how to capture this group of unicorns. Although unicorns are weak in strength, they are very fast. A first-level unicorn is faster than most second-level magical beasts, and second-level unicorns are almost as fast as third-level beasts. Such speed means that not only one great knight, but even 10 great knights might not be able to catch these unicorns. But that's under normal circumstances. Unicorns also have a deadly weakness. Without a contract, they are afraid of fire. Fire makes them panic and hesitate. If he covers the entire area with flames, these unicorns won't be able to escape. With his current strength, capturing dozens of unicorns shouldn't be too difficult. Tor quickly ordered, and Rain began to act swiftly. He led over 100 reserve knights to pour large amounts of flammable oil. During the previous war, they had saved quite a bit of fire oil, and the arrival of Rachos Assad brought more. Now was the perfect time to use it. A large amount of fire oil was poured onto the grassland. Since there was still some distance, the unicorns didn't notice much at first. Time slowly passed. Half an hour went by quickly. A huge semicircular shape appeared around the unicorns. When they saw Rain raise his hand from afar, attack. Tor spoke in a deep voice. The next moment, the flames directly ignited the wildfire oil. The wildfire oil burned quickly and started spreading around. Meanwhile, others also ignited the wildfire oil in their areas. Boom! A sea of fire swept over, with huge flames reaching 3 or 4 meters high. At this moment, the group of unicorns finally realized something was wrong. Chirp! The unicorn leader, feeling panicked, had magic energy surging beneath its feet and was about to escape. However, the spreading fire made it extremely uneasy. The other unicorns were also in the same situation. Thor waved his hand. Steve and several other knights, including trainee knights, rushed toward the unicorn herd. They threw lassos one after another. Clang! Sounds of catching and trapping filled the air, and each unicorn was quickly caught by the lassos. Feeling the pressure around their necks, the unicorns became even more frantic. Especially the unicorn leader, whose magic elements surged around its feet, with wind elements quickly gathering, ready to turn into streaks of light. But the flames reflected in its eyes caused it to hesitate slightly. In that brief moment of hesitation, a lasso also wrapped around its neck. The unicorn struggled fiercely. Steve, however, used his life energy to firmly restrain the lasso. The horses galloped wildly, with bursts of life energy erupting everywhere. Soon, several first-tier unicorns couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Knights quickly moved forward, tying up the unicorns. With this beginning, more unicorns fell one after another. Eventually, only the second-tier peak unicorn leader remained. Everyone watched nervously. Even Thor was tense. A herd of unicorns was very important. But the unicorn leader was also very important. This was a second-tier peak unicorn leader. If it could advance to the third tier, it would no longer threaten the safety of the northern province. How could this not make him nervous? The unicorn leader, with Steve, kept running wildly. But because of the fire sea, which was shrinking continuously, the unicorn leader's eyes grew more frantic, and its movement slowed down gradually. Finally, after persisting for another half hour, boom, the head of the unicorn leader also fell to the ground with a loud crash. Steve, who had been struggling, finally relaxed and, without worrying about exhausting his life force, quickly moved forward to tie it up. At this moment, all the unicorns had been captured. Thor also let out a deep breath of relief. He waved his hand. Everyone quickly started to put out the fire. Half an hour later, the flames disappeared. Everyone's faces showed a smile. Thor was the same, because at this moment, they had captured a total of 23 unicorns. Among them was a leader unicorn at the peak of the second level. This was undoubtedly a huge gain, especially these unicorns, as they could be exchanged later. Riding a unicorn, even just thinking about it, made everyone feel excited. 23 unicorns, including one at the peak of the second level, was a very big harvest. Thor's face also showed a smile. Everyone, this time you will all earn merit points. Aspiring knights get 1 point each, probationary knights get 3 points each, full knights get 10 points each, and Steve earns 30 points. Thor spoke. Listening to him, everyone's expressions became even more joyful. Merit points. Everyone on Eagle Ridge was now familiar with this. In the system created by their lord, only those with enough merit points could get everything. Slaves, to free themselves and become free citizens, needed 30 merit points. Only free citizens could join the preparatory night group. Usually, earning 50 merit points among free citizens could qualify for joining the group. Once in the preparatory night group, they could exchange items with the lord using merit points. Probationary and full knights could exchange more items. For example, the Fierce Eagle breathing technique. A full knight, if they earn 300 merit points, could be taught it. Another example is the silver armor. As long as they become a Grand Knight, 200 merit points could be exchanged. This system has gradually been perfected over the past few months. With the daily intelligence system at hand, Thor has collected many valuable items over the past few months, filling many gaps. Everyone is eager to earn merit points. However, earning merit points is not easy. Usually, a probationary knight earns only 1 point per month, an apprentice knight 3 points, and a full knight 10 points. Free citizens and serfs earn even fewer. Free citizens gain merit points only by helping the lord build, while serfs earn 1 point annually unless there is a war or unexpected events, which might bring extra points. Without accidents, serfs must work for 30 years to become free citizens. Probationary knights earn 1 point each, apprentice knights 3 points, and full knights 10 points. This is a significant amount, roughly equal to their monthly merit point income. Every knight has a smile on their face. All right, let's head back to the city. Thor waved his hand. The group, with their chained unicorns, gradually returned to Eagle Ridge. Back at the territory, Thor first arranged for Steve and the others to return to the mine to avoid any accidents. Then he took the chained unicorns to his prepared stable, where Alan was already nervously waiting. Master. Seeing Thor approach, Alan quickly knelt on the ground. Get up. These unicorns are temporarily under your care. I will assign 10 farmers to you. I will give you 3 merit points each month. If you can increase the unicorns breeding more often, doubling each time, I will give you 10 points. For promotions, second level is 10 points, third level is 50 points. Thor smiled lightly and spoke with a meaningful tone. Yes, my lord. Alan was excited inside. He already knew the rules of Eagle Ridge. 3 merit points a month is much higher than other farmers. If he can increase breeding and get promoted, he will earn more merit points. Then, not only he but also his parents can escape their serf status. Rain. Arrange the personnel and send a few knights to guard here to prevent any accidents. Thor nodded with satisfaction and called Rain. Yes. Ryan quickly responded. Then, he began to make arrangements swiftly. After organizing everything, Thor also started to review the entire territory. The situation at Eagle Peak was truly not simple. At this moment, he needed to handle things personally. The sky gradually darkened. It seems I need some officials to help. Looking at the various government matters before him, Thor fell into deep thought. Initially, he hadn't considered hiring officials, since at the start it was just exploration. Only in the later stages would complicated administrative work be needed. But Eagle Peak was developing too quickly. Even now, many issues needed attention, such as food consumption, merit tracking, and resource distribution, things that required people to manage. At this moment, he lacked suitable talent for these roles. His 2 most capable subordinates were not suited for administrative work. His thoughts turned as he considered how to solve this problem. After a moment, he finally made a decision. He picked up a quill from his room and began to write. Finding officials was not an easy task. In theory, as long as he paid enough, the Hapsis Trading Company could supply them. But clearly, he didn't want to be the fool footing the bill. Dear Father, I am Thor Dressrosa, your son, blessed by the goddess of life. My efforts in developing the territory have gone fairly smoothly, but now I have encountered a small problem. Eagle Peak now has 3,000 people, and many issues need handling. I am feeling increasingly tired and hope to get your help. I send this message to you. He quickly finished writing the message. Then, Thor called a trainee knight to deliver the letter to Loren City, where it would be sent by mail. Although he had become an exploration knight, Thor generally didn't plan to ask his father for help. But in this situation, seeking his father's aid was the best choice. This was different from iron ore. He could solve the iron ore problem himself. But hiring officials was not something he could handle alone. He could buy them from the Hapsis Trading Company, but were those people truly trustworthy? If something went wrong, it wouldn't be a joke. Compared to that, he believed more in his own father's help. It could also prevent any accidents. Thor finished writing the letter and sent it out. Time quickly moved into the late night. As the clock struck midnight, the system refreshed with new intelligence updates as expected. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar-like beasts will pass by. Their leader seems close to reaching the 3rd level. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Wales's domain, a peasant accidentally discovered a graft of fern roots onto a fire spirit tree, increasing its output value. Time slowly passed. After returning to the territory, everything settled into a steady rhythm. The Eagle Ridge was entering a rapid development phase. Many fields were being cultivated, and the overall construction was gradually getting on track. At this rate, in about a year, Eagle Ridge might complete its initial expansion. Thor had more than just his father's support. He also had the daily intelligence system. This was something others couldn't compare to. Night gradually fell. While Thor was busy managing the territory, good news arrived again. The magic crystal cannon was finished. In the early morning, in a large open space, several knights carefully dragged a huge, pale blue object resembling a cannon from the past. This was the magic crystal cannon. Even the goblin leader, Asachi, personally followed behind the cannon at this moment. Sir, this magic crystal cannon needs to be filled with a magic core, preferably a 2nd level or higher, with a range of up to 2 kilometers, Asachi reported cautiously to Thor. 2nd level magic core? Rain. Thor nodded and waved his hand. Soon, Rain hurried over and handed over several 2nd level magic cores. Recently, Eagle Ridge had been constantly clearing out monsters, so 2nd level magic cores were naturally available. Asachi quickly took the cores and began operating the cannon. After a moment, a faint blue magic array appeared on the magic crystal cannon, and then the light gathered rapidly. Boom! A loud roar suddenly sounded, and in the next moment, the magic crystal cannon shot out a terrifying blue light. Boom! Rumble! Dust instantly rose in the distance, and the fierce blue glow covered everything. After a moment, the blue light faded, and the dirt hill ahead disappeared completely. Seeing this scene, Thor's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Such power was far stronger than some cannons from his past life. Even a 2nd-tier magical beast might be instantly destroyed, and a great knight might not be able to avoid it. As for others, they could probably be killed instantly. Nice. Asachi, how many more magic crystal cannons can we make with this? Thor asked, looking at the goblin named Asachi with a tone of curiosity. The Thunderstone wasn't very large, so it couldn't be used endlessly. Thor just wanted to see roughly how many cannons could be made from that piece of Thunderstone. At most, about 4 more. Asachi thought for a moment, and then respectfully replied. For more? Yes, we can send one over later. Also, you've made great contributions this time. You will receive 100 merit points. For each additional magic crystal cannon made in the future, you will get 50 merit points directly. Thor nodded, and then spoke. For cannons might be a little few, but it was enough. 2 would be placed at the mine, and 2 at Eagle Ridge, ensuring both locations had absolute protection. Thank you, sir. Asachi's face lit up with joy as he hurried to thank him. Merit points were very important to them because Thor promised that as long as they earned enough merit points, he could help them establish their own territory, an area belonging to their goblins. Just thinking about it made people excited. After drawing another big promise for Asachi, Thor then ordered Ryan to carefully load the magic crystal cannon in preparation for possible upcoming trouble. Trouble? Yes, trouble. This world wouldn't have unbreakable walls. He couldn't stop selling the black iron armor. It was his main source of income. As long as he kept selling, it would inevitably attract others' attention. Once someone noticed, discovering some details wouldn't be too difficult. For example, large iron mines, or having gnomes or alchemists. As long as there is speculation, it's clear that some people can't hold back. This is an inevitable outcome. Over several decades, the entire northern province has granted titles to over 50 barons, and many pioneers have appeared. But now, less than 1/10 remain. It's undeniable that many pioneer lords and nobles were destroyed by orcs and magical beasts, but their mergers and acquisitions definitely happen frequently. In this chaotic northern province, anything can happen if the benefits are big enough. An iron mine and an alchemist are enough to make some lords or even nobles unable to resist. Thor is also waiting for an opportunity. Building trade routes is not easy. Don't think that Lachos Assad is doing very well right now. That's only because he hasn't faced obstacles yet, which doesn't mean there aren't any. He needs to declare his arrival to the northern province and show his strength. Only then can Lachos Assad's trade routes become stable. Similarly, his Eagle Ridge will truly establish itself. Although it's been built now, such territories are born every year. The most important thing is to keep them stable. I wonder who will come first. Maybe we can let that fool try. The self-talk made Thor think again of that fool from the Emerson family in Loren City. Perhaps starting with this person is a good choice. The Emerson family has a high status, and their strength is enough to serve as a good stepping stone for his declaration of arrival. But soon, Thor shook his head. He gave up that idea. That fool must be dealt with, but not now. What he needs to do now is ensure everything is foolproof. The Emerson family is a count family like his, even stronger than the Dressrosa family. Recently, he learned that this fool has 2 great knights, mainly because of support from his maternal family, which is a top power in the Frost Moon province. Although on the surface, that fool's strength seems average, who knows if he has hidden power. Choosing him first might not be the right decision. Problems could easily arise. Inside the room, Thor's gaze turned to the map. Compared to the simple map from before, this one was much more detailed. It was drawn over the past few months. Not only did it show the surrounding scenery, but also the territories of various expansion lords and nobles. Around him, or rather around the main river valley, there were 3 baronial territories and 7 expansion lord territories. The 3 baronial territories belonged to the Lawrence family, the Valmir family, and the Glatton family. Among these, only the Lawrence family was a noble family. The other 2 were established by expansion lords. The Lawrence family came from a count family in the southern Moon province. Unlike the Emerson family, the Lawrence family was much weaker than the Dressrosa family. They had only 1 Earth Knight, and he was still in the early stage, making him the weakest among the count families. Thor's eyes swept across the map and finally settled on the Lawrence family. Choosing the Lawrence family was partly because they were very close to the mine, only 20 or 30 miles away. As time went on, it was inevitable that they would notice any abnormalities. The other reason was that they were strong enough, yet also weak enough. Yes, strong enough and weak enough. They were strong because, as one of the only 30 or so barons in the entire northern land province, the Lawrence family's strength was undeniable. They had been developing for nearly 20 years and held a slightly higher status in the main river valley. If Thor could subdue the Lawrence family, there would be no more issues with the expansion lords in the region. Even those 2 nobles would be no exception. They were weak because, according to his understanding, the Lawrence territory only had about 100 apprentice knights, 30 or so full knights, and just 1 grand knight. With such strength, it was clearly the best choice. At least, it was better than that fool Emerson. Having made his decision, Thor no longer hesitated. He quickly summoned Ryan and began giving orders. In the following days, a large number of black iron armor began to be transported in. Compared to before, the quantity was undoubtedly much greater. By the end of the month, when Rajuz Assad arrived, he was immediately shocked by what he saw before him. "My friend, you're not joking, are you?" Thud. Lachos Assad couldn't help but swallow hard, and his breathing grew heavier. This business trip opened a new world for him and showed him endless opportunities. Just one trip earned him over 500 gold coins. Even after sharing 70% with Tuar, he was still very excited. He didn't expect that this excitement would continue to grow. This time, there was an even bigger surprise. Tuar not only delivered the promised 100 sets of black iron armor, but also added another 100 sets. More importantly, there were 3 sets of silver armor. Silver armor, that's real silver armor. Thinking about how popular silver armor has been lately, Lachos felt his breathing become even heavier. 200 sets of black iron armor and 3 sets of silver armor. All of these can be sold by you. But I have one condition: you need to do something for me. Tuar spoke gently. "My friend, tell me." "I will do it," Lachos Assad said excitedly, almost unable to wait to speak. Honestly, he didn't need to think much about the 200 sets of black iron armor and 3 sets of silver armor. And an unavoidable guess appeared in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. "I need to do it." Tuar nodded slightly, and Lachos quickly stepped forward. Tuar then slowly explained his plan. "My friend, are you serious?" Hearing Tuar's words, Lachos's eyes widened again in disbelief, and he looked at Tuar cautiously. What did he hear? Tuar actually wanted him to reveal the news that he owned a large iron mine, and even had a group of goblins to Baron Lawrence. He felt like he was going crazy. Or maybe Tuao was the one who was crazy. It was almost impossible for him to imagine or understand. Of course, it's true. Just follow what I tell you. Tuao smiled. I understand. Lehos looked deeply at Tuao, then nodded in agreement. Inside, he couldn't help but feel very excited. He is not a fool. He also believes that Thor is not a fool. There must be a reason for doing this. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He looked at Thor again with a deep gaze. For this person, he felt increasingly mysterious. My friend, the business is on hold. It's time to enjoy a hearty lunch. Thor chuckled softly and then led Ratchos-Assad into the banquet. The next day, Ratchos-Assad left Eagle Ridge with a large supply of goods, heading toward various territories. After the first experience, Ratchos-Assad's second visit naturally attracted the attention of many lords. However, this time, Ratchos did not sell the silver armor but only traded black iron armor. He sold only 100 sets. He kept the rest. Until his caravan reached Baron Lawrence's territory. Oh, my friend, Ratchos-Assad, it's an honor to have you here. Seeing Ratchos, Pape Lawrence approached with a smile and gave him a hug. Ratchos also returned the hug. After a moment, they parted. Baron Lawrence, look what I brought you this time. You will definitely be pleased. Ratchos-Assad spoke excitedly. Oh, could it be the silver armor from the goblins? Hearing Ratchos, Pape Lawrence's eyes lit up with anticipation. You're right, Baron Lawrence. 3 sets, 3 full sets of silver armor from the goblins. Long live the goddess of life. The previous lords paid 400 gold coins, but I kept them all. Because we are friends. Ratchos-Assad said dramatically. Ha ha ha, that's truly surprising. Indeed, we are friends. Lord Ratchos, I have prepared a grand feast. Pape Lawrence's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on his face. During this time, he focused on a tribe of Minotaur territory. He needed a lot of armor and weapons. Buying from Lorenz City was too expensive. He was about to go and buy them himself. But a month ago, Rajus came and brought him 20 sets of black iron armor. Not only was the price affordable, but the quality was also excellent. The only regret was that he couldn't buy a single set of silver armor. This gave him hope. He paused his plans and decided to wait and see if Rajus could bring more such armor later. While waiting, no one expected such a quick surprise. In less than a month, the same person returned, bringing 200 sets of iron armor and 3 sets of silver armor. Wow, 3 sets of silver armor. He couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. Silver armor, that's real silver armor. With 3 sets, he was confident he could take over a Minotaur territory. Even if the losses were heavy, capturing it would mean gaining control of the iron mine there. According to his investigation, it was a medium-sized iron mine. It didn't produce mithril iron, but even just iron or was worth over 1,000 gold coins. At the banquet, Pape Lawrence and Ratchos-Assad were talking. Seeing that Rajus was getting a bit drunk, Pape Lawrence, out of curiosity, asked casually, my friend, forgive my boldness, but how did you manage to get black iron armor and silver armor past the Habsburg trade blockade to the northern province? That must have been very difficult. It's incredible, Pape Lawrence said with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Baron Pape Lawrence, these weren't shipped from elsewhere. According to Marquis Ryman's rules, I wouldn't dare break them. I bought these from a friend. He controls a group of goblins and owns a mine. It's not a big deal, Rajus mumbled with a drunken tone. Friend? A large iron mine. Goblins. Pape Lawrence's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, and he felt even more shocked inside. My friend, I wonder which baron your friend is. I haven't heard of him before. Pape Lawrence suppressed his nervous feelings and asked again. However, he found that Rajus was already lying on the table, asleep. Lord Rajus. Lord Rajus. His quiet calls received no response. Pape Lawrence frowned, but still had someone take Rajus away to rest. Father. When Rajus was taken away, a young man quickly stepped forward. How is the investigation going that I asked you to do these days? Pape Lawrence looked at his eldest son, who was also the most proud, and asked with a tone of inquiry. It's already been looked into. Ratchos-Assad's first visited territory was Eagle Ridge in Thordrius Rosa. When the black iron armor was first sold, it was also from Green territory leaving Eagle Ridge. The origin of the black iron armor might be from the Emerson family or the Drius Rosa family. Also, Alvido territory and Kraut territory could be involved. Lawrence Lorenz respectfully reported to his father. Since obtaining the black iron armor for the first time, Pape Lorenz had sent his eldest son to investigate. Emerson and Drius Rosa families. He slightly frowned. These two families are not easy to deal with. Oh, by the way, how is the small goblin tribe outside our territory doing with their exploration? Wasn't there a big fire there some time ago? Haven't we found out what happened? Thinking of something, Pape Lorenz asked again. Father, we have found out. It seems Eagle Ridge has already taken over that place. Previously, it was Eagle Ridge attacking that small goblin tribe. Lawrence Lorenz respectfully reported to his father. Eagle Ridge took over? Wait, you said that Raju Assad's first visited territory was Eagle Ridge and Thordrius Rosa, and when the black iron armor was first sold, it was also from Green territory leaving Eagle Ridge? Pape Lorenz suddenly had a flash of insight and couldn't help but ask. Yes, father. Lawrence Lorenz nodded quickly, a bit puzzled. Hearing his son's confirmation, Pape Lorenz moved directly to the map. When he saw that map and the two red marks he had just added, his eyes lit up even more. Small goblin territory, gnomes, black iron armor, silver armor. Friend? Lawrence, I have an important task for you. Go with a few knights to investigate where the goblins are. I want to know what Eagle Ridge is doing. Pape Lorenz spoke in a deep voice. Father, are you suspecting that these black iron armor and silver armor come from Eagle Ridge? But Lord Tordris Rosa just became a pioneering knight. Lawrence Rosa asked in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Lawrence, the Tordris Rosa family is quite strong, much stronger than us. This person might have received significant support from the current Count Tordris Rosa. And don't forget, gnomes are just goblins. Some large goblin groups capture gnomes to make weapons. This was once a large goblin tribe, and it's dozens of miles from Eagle Ridge. Why would a Tordris Rosa heir spend so much to take it over? Just a bunch of timid goblins, not fox women. Even if they are slaves, they're not worth many coins. That Tordris Rosa heir, I really can't see any reason besides this to attack that territory. Pape Lorenz said with some emotion. His expression grew even more excited. There's a large iron mine nearby, and there might be a group of gnomes. As long as he could get these riches, he even hoped to gather enough capital before the kingdom's war. Then, through the war, he might even earn a viscount title. Just thinking about this made him a little restless. As for Tordris Rosa, he didn't care much. He was just a newly appointed pioneer lord. Even if the other was a Tordris Rosa heir or had gained the count's favor, the support from a pioneer knight was limited. He had been developing in the northern province for over 20 years and had been a baron for more than 15. Because he was in the northern province, his strength was no less than that of ordinary inland viscounts. With such strength, if a new pioneer lord tower can't take it, it's a joke. As for offending the Drius Rosa family, in the entire northern province, as long as the value is high enough, Marquis Ryman doesn't care much about others, especially not the Drius Rosa family. I understand. Father, I will go handle it immediately. Lawrence quickly responded and then stepped back. Watching his son leave, Pape Lawrence's eyes filled with anticipation as he looked out at the moonlight outside. Lady of Life, is this your favor to me? He muttered softly, with a look of hope and longing. Pape Lawrence, full of excitement and hope, sent his eldest son to investigate. Meanwhile, after waking up, Rachos Assad quickly completed a trade with Baron Pape Lawrence, exchanging 500 gold coins for a set of silver armor and 40 silver coins for a set of black iron armor. After the trade, Rachos Assad left Baron Pape Lawrence's territory. However, even after leaving, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Baron Pape Lawrence was quite powerful, one of the strongest in the entire main river valley. He understood what Thor wanted him to do, and he knew the general meaning, but choosing this particular person still made him uneasy. I hope nothing goes wrong, he whispered to himself, glancing back at Baron Pape Lawrence's territory, then quickly left. After Rachos Assad departed, in just 5 days, Lawrence finally received some news. This information quickly reached Baron Pape Lawrence's room. There are no goblins left. Also, there are over 100 knights stationed there. Hearing his eldest son's report, Pape Lawrence's pupils contracted, and he suddenly stood up. Yes, indeed, over 100 knights gathered, and I even sensed at least 10 formal knights. Lawrence nodded, his expression showing shock. That's over 100 knights, including at least 10 formal knights. Even in the territory of Baron Pape Lawrence, there are only about 30 knights so far. Yet, a new lord has already gathered 10 knights. Ha ha ha, the goddess of life blesses us. I guessed right. There's probably a large iron mine here. Lawrence, prepare yourself. We will act in 7 days. Pape Lawrence quickly made a decision. Although it was not yet certain, his suspicion was enough to excite him. It's a large iron mine, and there might even be a group of alchemists. If he can acquire it before the Kingdom's War, his territory's strength could improve rapidly. Maybe he could even become a viscount. Just thinking about this possibility makes him eager. Yes, my lord father. Lawrence was also a bit excited but responded quickly. Then, the entire Pape Lawrence territory began to move. Knights were dispatched one after another. Meanwhile, more information about Eagle Ridge was being collected. And just as Baron Pape Lawrence was excited, Thor's daily intelligence system also flashed with new updates. Daily intelligence updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar-like beasts will pass by. Their leader is about to break through to the 3rd rank. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Will's domain, a peasant accidentally discovered a graft of fern roots on a fire spirit trees, increasing their output. 3. In 7 days, due to the leak of information about the large iron mine, Baron Pape Lawrence plans to attack you, seize your iron mine, and destroy your territory. 4. The Rosen family of Eagle Ridge and the Dreen family have had a minor conflict. 5. Upstream of the main river valley on the western side of Eagle Ridge, a group of earth dragons will pass through. The words flickered on the screen. When new intelligence appeared, especially the information he was eager to see, Thor couldn't help but smile. This was a clear plan to lure the enemy out. As a new lord, he should not rush to attack, or he might attract the hostility of nearby lords. Baron Pape Lawrence was too close to the mineral site, and being discovered was only a matter of time. Instead of waiting for the other side to become jealous, it was better to strike first and defeat them in one battle, avoiding any surprises. This would also help him establish a strong position throughout the main valley. There was no better way to prove strength than to defeat a noble lord directly. A confident smile appeared on his face. When the morning sun shone down, Thor immediately began to prepare for war. First, he gathered more troops to go to the mine. Although there were already many people at the mine, he still wanted to be cautious. Apart from Ryan, there left only 30 apprentice knights and 100 reserve knights on Eagle Ridge. The rest of the soldiers were called back. Thor was not worried about their ability to protect Eagle Ridge. The real safety came from Ryan and Neil Morton. As long as Ryan held the line, Eagle Ridge would be safe. They could handle any challenge, even a large army of monsters. Ryan, Eagle Ridge is now under your command, Thor said seriously. I hope you won't let me down. Behind him were over 100 knights and more than 1,000 slaves. The combined strength was almost 90% of what Eagle Ridge had. Sir, don't worry. As long as I am alive, Eagle Ridge will never fall, Ryan replied seriously, with a determined look. Good. I trust you. Thor nodded, patted Ryan on the shoulder, then grabbed the reins. The group set out immediately toward the mine. They moved forward in a mighty procession. Meanwhile, Baron Pape Lawrence's territory also began to mobilize quickly. Many knights and slaves gathered, and the force was also very large. Time passed quickly. The next day, Thor arrived at the mine. Steve had already learned the news and started to prepare defenses across the entire mine. With the more than 2,000 soldiers Thor brought, arrangements were quickly made. Baron Toll led his troops and quickly received news that Lord Pape Lawrence, who had been watching the mine, was also informed. Did you say that Tordras Rosa brought a large army? Lord Pape Lawrence's eyes lit up with surprise as he spoke. Yes, more than 2,000 people. Father, is it possible our plans have been leaked? Lawrence nodded, looking serious. It probably isn't. It might just be an accident. Lord Pape Lawrence shook his head, then seemed to think of Rejuz Assad earlier, but quickly dismissed the thought. At this point, it wasn't the time to consider that. The most important thing was how to take control of that location. An accident? So, Father, what should we do next? Lawrence looked at his father with doubt. Keep gathering the troops. Don't worry, this is good for us. We can't be sure if those alchemists are in the mine or at Eagle Ridge. Since the one we mentioned has gathered forces at the front, if we defeat them, we can quickly take Eagle Ridge. The heir of the Dries Rosa family seems to be highly valued. If we take him, or even capture him, he would be willing to pay a lot of gold to buy his freedom. Lord Pape Lawrence suppressed his thoughts and spoke with a smile. Yes, father. Hearing his father's words, Lawrence's eyes also brightened. Soon, Lord Pape Lawrence's territory was fully assembled. After 7 days, they set out in a grand march toward the mine. Lord Pape Lawrence nearly led the entire force out. There were 100 trainee knights, over 20 full knights, 1 grand knight, and 3,000 slaves. The remaining forces in the Baron's territory were only about 10 full knights and dozens of trainee knights. If these forces were lost, the entire barony might fall into chaos. But Lord Pape Lawrence didn't expect to suffer losses, even against the heir of Dries Rosa. He saw him as just a newly established lord. How strong can their power really be? At most, they have just 1 great knight protecting them. How many official knights, apprentice knights, and trainee knights can there be? After all, a family cannot give most of their strength to a pioneering knight. The family is too large, with too many people, and not everyone can receive enough resources. Especially when they need to ensure that the next heir, the new count, has enough strength, the number becomes even smaller. For example, the Lawrence family only supports him with 10 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 200 trainee knights. Even if the Dries Rosa family is stronger than the Lawrences, this level of support isn't very impressive. He is confident in himself. Right now, he has already broken through to become a great knight. His eldest son and his knight commander are also at the peak of being official knights. With his strength, not to mention a new pioneer lord, even veteran noble lords would not dare to challenge him. Of course, Baron Pape Lawrence does not yet realize that the support from Count Dries Rosa for his 9th son is extremely significant. Plus, with daily intelligence gathering, Tor, this new lord, is far stronger than most lords and even surpasses ordinary noble lords. Baron Pape Lawrence's confidence is destined to be a very wrong choice. Of course, no one has told him this now. Thousands of people are marching toward the mine. Soon, information about the mine's location is received. Over 3,000. Tor hears a knight report and raises his eyebrows slightly. His expression becomes serious. This is over 3,000 people, unlike the timid goblins before. Even if most are slaves, their combined strength is still significant. More importantly, these 3,000 likely mean that Baron Pape Lawrence has fully mobilized his forces. This suggests that among these 3,000, there could be over 30 official knights, more than 100 apprentice knights, and possibly hundreds of trainee knights. Even if there are differences, the gap is still large. Such strength is already quite formidable in the entire northern province. It can even dominate most territories. However, it is clear that this does not include him. At this moment, the combined strength at the mine is even greater than the forces brought by Baron Pape Lawrence. The number of people exceeds 3,000. More importantly, there are 30 official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 200 pre-knights present. With daily intelligence, Tor has gained many items that can enhance his life force, and as long as he has enough merit, he can exchange for these items. After a few months, his strength has far surpassed what he was capable of before. Such power, once revealed, would make most noble lords in the northern province take notice. Not to mention, he also has 3 magic crystal cannons. With these, the mine is almost guaranteed to be safe. Having 3 magic crystal cannons, he wouldn't worry even if all the lords from the main valley came. The power of the magic crystal cannons is beyond what ordinary baron lords can control. Even Viscount lords find it hard to reach that level. Only counts and above might possess such weapons. Because of this confidence, he dares to lure the enemy out. After all, if things go wrong and too many enemies are attracted and he cannot handle them, it would be a big problem. Tor naturally would not undertake something he is not fully confident in. The morning sun shines down. Pape Lawrence's forces are quickly approaching, less than 20 miles from the mine. Meanwhile, the entire mine is entering a state of tense mobilization. A large number of personnel are being gathered. Deployment plans have already been arranged. Sir, everything is ready. Steve respectfully reports, his expression also showing excitement. This is his first real battle in life, different from fighting goblins before. This is a true fight against noble lords. For him, it is also a form of training. Good. Remember, after blocking them with the obstacle stakes, use the magic crystal cannons directly. After the bombing, immediately move out and make sure to capture them all. Tor speaks in a deep, solemn tone. To avoid too much damage, he naturally plans to use the magic crystal cannons for this battle. However, he did not plan to reveal himself during this battle. After all, no one knew how things might develop later. Therefore, Baron Pape Lawrence needed to keep all his people with him. No one could escape. Only then could he ensure that the information about the magic crystal cannon would not be leaked. Yes, sir. Sir. Steve responded respectfully, his eyes also showing excitement. At the mine, figures were quickly preparing. Meanwhile, Baron Pape Lawrence and his forces were approaching the mine site in a mighty procession. Father, should we send scouts ahead to test the situation? Lawrence asked carefully, looking at the quiet surroundings. Yes, we can, Rosen. Baron Pape Lawrence nodded and then looked at a nearby knight. My subordinate is here. The knight responded quickly. Take your troops and go ahead to scout, the Baron ordered swiftly. Understood. Sir. The knight responded promptly, and over 20 riders split off, rushing toward the distance. However, something unexpected happened. They had clearly been spotted, but they encountered no enemies along the way. The eagle-riding knights seemed almost completely vanished. Sir, we haven't found any enemies, but we did find many signs of mining activity. Rosen quickly returned and excitedly reported to Baron Pape Lawrence. Haha, blessed be the goddess of life. Baron Pape Lawrence burst into laughter, a look of excitement flashing across his face. No matter how much they guessed, nothing was certain until now. If it was just a guess before, now it was confirmed. The signs of mining and everything earlier indicated that a large iron mine was right here. The Eagle Lord probably heard about your arrival and retreated early, Lawrence said with a smile. Ha ha ha. It seems our neighbor, the heir of Dressrosa, is not a fool. Thank you very much to him. I never expected there to be a large iron mine here. If we take him down, the Lawrence family will once again have a new Viscount. Baron Pape Lawrence's smile grew even warmer, and his expression became more relaxed. After all, the opponent is part of the Dressrosa family. This big family has strong knight fighters. If they fight, there will be losses, but compared to the large iron mine, he can accept some damage. Still, it would be better if there were no losses at all. Full speed ahead. Baron Pape Lawrence drew his knight sword and gave the command. Soon, the large group of soldiers moved quickly closer. As they approached, on the hillside, Steve's eyes also showed a hint of excitement. He had cleared the surrounding guards to keep this group of people here. When they reached a safe distance, he raised his hand. In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. 3 magic crystal cannons suddenly lit up with blue magic circles. Immediately, 3 loud booms sounded, and 3 terrifying beams of light shot out toward the distance. Not far away, Baron Pape Lawrence, among the approaching soldiers, seemed to instinctively sense something. He looked up suddenly, and at that moment, his face changed instantly. What is this? His smiling face first showed confusion, then a wave of unprecedented fear spread through his entire body. Not good. A loud cry rang out. He didn't hesitate. He threw himself toward Lawrence, jumping off his horse with him. But he didn't have time to react, and neither did the others. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying blue light covered everything. Lightning flashed all around. More than 3,000 people were completely caught in it. A huge roar echoed as dirt, trees, and limbs flew everywhere in an instant. The power of the magic crystal cannon is beyond imagination. As a top-tier strategic resource in the Tulip Kingdom, it can threaten even giant monsters. When it faces only ordinary slaves and apprentice knights, the outcome is clear. Even with just 3 cannons, it is already a deadly weapon. Over 3,000 people were almost instantly torn apart. Thunder covered everything, destroying all in its path. The terrifying explosions kept spreading. On the hillside, Steve drew his knight's sword. The Lord said, killing 1 person earns 3 merit points, capturing alive earns 5 points. No one is allowed to escape. His loud voice echoed. In the next moment, Steve led thousands of people rushing down the hill. They crossed over 1,000 meters in an instant. Baron Pape Lawrence and his 3,000 men had no time to react. They were still screaming, terrified, and stunned when Steve and his troops charged in. On the ground, Baron Pape Lawrence and his eldest son, Lawrence, were completely scorched. The thunder roared. Even though they reacted immediately, Baron Pape Lawrence used all his life energy to defend. His life shield was still shattered by the lightning, leaving him badly injured. Lawrence was even worse off, with his upper body nearly blackened and his breath nearly gone. Even if they fell down and blocked much of the lightning, a magic crystal cannon nearby exploded at the worst moment. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they might have gone too. Luckily, they survived this time. Many others were completely burned. Boom. Rumble. The horses galloped forward. Knights from the Eagle leader and slaves rushed down the hill. The remaining people were quickly surrounded. Facing the overwhelming crowd, the slaves first dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Some knights tried to resist, but they were soon subdued by Steve and his troops. In the end, everyone was captured. No one escaped. The terrifying power of the magic crystal cannon stunned everyone. It also ended the war faster than anyone expected. From start to finish, the entire event lasted less than 15 minutes. Everything was over already. Baron Pape Lawrence came confidently, thinking he was blessed by the goddess of life, but unexpectedly, he became someone else's prisoner. This outcome was probably something he never imagined. At the mine, Thor quickly received the news. This time, he didn't lead people into a direct attack. The enemies he faced were not the timid goblins, but a real knightly order. Even with the magic crystal cannons firing, accidents could happen. He didn't want anything to happen to himself. So, he waited at the mine. When Steve returned to report, a look of happiness appeared on Thor's face. "Haha, good job. Steve, you did well this time. Your contribution is worth 50 more points. Also, send someone quickly to rescue Baron Pape Lawrence and his son, Lawrence. Don't let them die." Hearing Steve's report, Thor couldn't help but feel pleased. He hadn't expected such a big harvest this time. Over 3,000 people, except for a few hundred killed directly by the magic crystal cannon and a dozen knights who resisted and were killed along the way. Most were captured. Among them were Baron Pape Lawrence and his eldest son, Lawrence. This was truly a great gain. Initially, Thor just wanted to show strength and deal with any potential threat from Baron Pape Lawrence. He never thought about actually capturing him, but now he had caught him alive. This was no longer just about showing power. There was much more he could do. Baron Pape Lawrence was a well-established noble in the northern province, with wealth and resources far beyond small amounts. Plus, capturing his eldest son, Lawrence, too. He could make a huge profit from this. It could even help solve his current population shortages. How could he not be excited? Yes. Steve responded and quickly left to handle post-battle affairs. Although the battle ended quickly, there were still many things to deal with. In fact, quite a lot. After all, aside from everything else, the biggest problem was how to handle the more than 2,000 prisoners. This was something he needed to take care of. He watched Steve leave, then began to think deeply. His eyes flickered as he considered his next move. Everything that had happened proved that his previous choice was correct. Having defeated Baron Pape Lawrence and captured him, his initial goal had been achieved. His influence now spread throughout the main river valley, and no noble or expansion lord would ignore him. If he wanted, Rajuza's trading caravans could expand to the entire nearby area. Just raise his banner, and he believed there would be no problem. His name would become a force that no surrounding lord could ignore. But this was only true if he kept the large iron mine hidden. If the large iron mine was exposed, it might cause concern among nearby lords and nobles. The temptation of the large iron mine was too great. Even after defeating Baron Pape Lawrence, he couldn't completely eliminate the greed of all the lords. Therefore, he had two options. 1. Keep everything secret for now. If no one knew, everything could proceed as he planned. 2. Directly subdue all the nobles in the main river valley and the expansion lords. If he could do the second, any problem would be manageable. These were two paths, two choices. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. He found himself torn between the options. The first was the safest, but it carried risks of surprises. The second was very dangerous, but not impossible. On one hand, he had the top-tier expert Neil Morton. On the other, he had already captured Baron Pape Lawrence. The remaining lords of the main river valley were powerful, but even combined, they weren't much stronger than Baron Pape Lawrence. With the help of magic crystal cannons, he believed he had a good chance to handle them. His thoughts kept flowing. His mind raced with ideas. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baron Pape Lawrence and his eldest son, Lawrence, were quickly receiving medical aid. There were no priests within Thor's territory. There are some basic magic scrolls for healing, along with some fruits containing life energy. Both of them were badly injured, but they recovered quickly. Especially Baron Pape Lawrence, who, as a great knight, healed even faster. About 2 hours later, he gradually regained consciousness. When he woke up, he quickly understood his situation. "I lost." His quiet voice revealed his feelings as he sensed his poor condition and current predicament. He felt a mix of disbelief and acceptance. No one expected that. Just moments ago, they were hopeful about capturing Tordras Rosa, but now he had become his enemy's prisoner. Not only him, but also his eldest son, Lawrence, was in the same situation. He found it hard to accept this outcome. After a while, he sank down to the ground in defeat. No matter how much he wished otherwise, he had indeed lost. He had truly become a prisoner. A bitter expression appeared on his face. As an experienced baron, he understood what losing in the northern province meant. This was not the inland province. Here, there was no order. Everything was based on strength. He had lost, and if things went badly, his entire territory could be destroyed. He had taken almost 90% of his forces on this expedition. If Torres Rosa sent troops to attack their land, or even just sent someone to deal with them, his territory would struggle to survive. He could either become a pioneer lord again or wait for destruction. But as a pioneer lord, he had no hope, especially considering his useless and arrogant son. He deeply regretted his actions now. He regretted attacking the Eagle territory. He also regretted bringing all his forces, even his eldest son. Lawrence was more talented than him. If he could be kept alive, even if he failed himself, his territory wouldn't face too much trouble. Unfortunately, the goddess of life would not give him a chance to regret. Everything had already been decided. He could only feel bitter. Perhaps the only small comfort was that the Rosa family's descendants were somewhat merciful and did not choose to kill them. They even saved them. Well, maybe that can be called mercy. Besides that, he didn't know how to describe it anymore. The evening gradually fell. Night quietly arrived. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up. One knight after another was taken into custody. Many slaves were also directly turned into property here. Although there was no contract, these people were already considered property by Thor. No matter which choice was made, Baron Pape Lorenz would have to pay a large amount of compensation. These people are just a small part. Even Thor didn't expect that. Seemingly there are two choices, but in fact, there is only one real choice. Night slowly falls. The day comes to an end, and the Daily Intelligence report arrives as usual. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boars will pass by. The leader of these boars seems close to breaking through the third level. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Will's domain, a serf unexpectedly discovered a graft of fern roots and fire spirit trees, which increased the value of the fire spirit trees. 3. Since you plan to demand compensation from Baron Pape Lorenz's territory, 15 days later, his second son, Ope Lorenz, thinks the price is too high and plans to inherit the territory directly. He intends to frame the Eagle Ridge, which controls a large iron mine, and join other lords and nobles to attack your territory, aiming to prevent his father and older brother from returning. 4. On the right side of the large iron mine you control, a group of moles is about to pass by. They have brought back a somewhat exhausted life fruit from a distant place. 5. Upstream of the main river valley on Eagle Ridge territory, a group of earth dragons will pass through. Lines of text appeared one after another. As Thor read these words, his pupils suddenly shrank sharply. His gaze immediately fixed on the third piece of information. Thor never expected that, just as he was considering how to choose, the Daily Intelligence would give him such an answer. The so-called choice doesn't really exist at all. This world also has fools beyond his imagination. Asking for compensation is something he must do regardless of which option he chooses. After all, capturing a baron provides a perfect opportunity to obtain a large amount of compensation. This might be even more suitable than directly destroying a baron's territory. Although in the northern province, strength is the key to everything. Even if he destroys the Lawrence territory, no one would blame him. However, the problem is, destroying the Lawrence family might not bring him much more. Staying behind could allow him to claim more benefits, and he could do so continuously. Moreover, if he takes such action, his reputation might suffer. This could negatively affect his future development. Normally, the local lords would be willing to offer compensation because, compared to the loss of their lords and many elite knights, paying some gold coins is acceptable to everyone. Even if the cost is high, they would still agree. After all, strength is the most important trait for a lord. But this is only in normal situations. In his previous life, there was a fool named Huershur, and it seems this world also has someone like him. There are really people who ignore their own fathers and brothers, as well as many strong warriors. Even Thor was left speechless, unsure how to describe such foolishness. It was simply beyond saving. Looks like I need to take decisive action now. After feeling speechless, Thor sighed lightly. He decided not to pursue the first option anymore, but instead consider the second. Since he had no choice, he was very determined. He was not too worried about the surrounding lords and nobles. The strongest force around the main valley was the Lawrence territory. Other territories, even if they had a few nobles and powerful pioneers, were only average in strength. He could handle them all. At most, he would move the remaining 2 magic crystal cannons over. With 5 magic crystal cannons, as long as there is no large-scale orc attack, there shouldn't be too many problems. His thoughts flowed as night gradually passed. The morning sun shone down. Thor first found the group of groundhogs and obtained a life fruit that was losing vitality. Then he went to find Steve. "Sir," Steve respectfully spoke, "send someone to temporarily transport the 2 magic crystal cannons from Eagle territory. Additionally, send a letter to Lawrence's territory, informing them of the defeat and demanding compensation. Pape Lawrence should receive 3,000 gold coins, Lawrence himself 1,000 gold coins, each official knight 500 gold coins, each trainee knight 100 gold coins, along with 3,000 peasants and 2,000 gold coins for war reparations." Thor spoke slowly, but his words made Steve's eyebrows raise in surprise. The 2 magic crystal cannons are fine, but the real issue is that the so-called compensation from their lord is a complete scam. The amount is outrageously high, probably over 10,000 gold coins. If Lawrence's territory could actually pay that, it would be unbelievable. "Is there a problem?" Thor asked with a faint smile, looking at the hesitant Steve. "Sir, this price, the Lawrence family might." Steve hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. His silence made his meaning very clear. "Just do as I say. This is not your concern." Thor waved his hand to dismiss him. "Yes, sir." Steve left with a face full of doubt, bowing slightly as he withdrew. Watching Steve leave, Thor's face showed a faint smile. His demand for compensation was really aimed at provoking the other side into not paying. Since he already knew from daily reports that Lawrence's territory had no intention of paying, he might as well set the amount higher. On one hand, it could further pressure them to consider alliances with other lords. On the other hand, if he could influence other lords, his gains would be even greater. This was Thor's plan and preparation. "I need to go back. I might have to ask that one for help." Thor muttered to himself, then quickly refocused his mind. He transported the 2 magic crystal cannons out and gathered a large amount of power at the mine. The Eagle territory would surely be empty. Thor wasn't sure how many people that fool would contact. To be safe, he needed to talk with Neil Morton. At least, he wanted to make sure everything was foolproof. He had considered this before, but he was mostly confident because he had 2 magic crystal cannons. Now, everything was completely different. After some thoughts, Thor quickly packed up and led his men back to the Eagle territory. One day later, his figure arrived at the Eagle territory. At the same time, Steve's claim letter was delivered to Lawrence's territory. When the news of Baron Pape Lawrence's defeat and capture was sent back, the entire Lawrence territory erupted in chaos. Panic and fear spread uncontrollably. An atmosphere of unease continued to grow. As the wife of Baron Pape Lawrence, Renee Black was undoubtedly more anxious. Lawrence territory. Right now, Renee Black, wife of Baron Pape Lawrence, was truly panicked. Her husband, Baron Pape Lawrence, led a large group of elites to attack the Eagle territory and never returned. At first, she wasn't too worried because Lawrence's territory was the strongest in the entire Mina River Valley, and she didn't think anything bad would happen. However, the next morning, a letter from the Eagle territory made her completely lose her composure. "Wow, I can't believe this. This can't be true," Renee Black said with disbelief. "Madam Renee Black, nothing is impossible. Baron Pape Lawrence has been captured by the Lord. Please gather the ransom quickly, or the Lord cannot guarantee the safety of the Baron," the knight said with a faint smile before turning to leave. But as the knight left, the letter from the Eagle territory caused a huge stir. The entire Lawrence territory became restless. Inside the castle, crazy. "They're completely insane. Why don't they go and fight? This can't be true." In her panic, Renee Black quickly looked at the letter. But when she read the contents, her eyes widened in shock, and anger inevitably spread. She saw what was written. Pape Lawrence was to pay 3,000 gold coins, Lawrence 1,000 gold coins, each knight 500 gold coins, each apprentice knight 100 gold coins, plus 3,000 serfs and 2,000 gold coins for war reparations. It felt like the goddess of life was playing a cruel joke on her. Looking at the numbers, it seemed the entire Lawrence castle might have to be sold to the Eagle territory. "Mother, this is impossible. This is too much. Lord Eagle Leader has no intention of freeing his father." Ober Lawrence nearby also looked at the letter, but after reading it, his eyes suddenly brightened. It wasn't anger. It was the sight of an opportunity. Yes, an opportunity. As the second son of the Baron, he has no right to inherit the land, especially since his older brother's knightly talents are far superior to his own. Even now, the Baroness is his mother, not Lawrence's, but the result is the same. He originally had no way out, but at this moment, he seemed to see hope. As long as his father and older brother do not return, the right to inherit the land seems to be his. He was truly excited by this thought. This. Renee Black, hearing her son's words, became increasingly anxious. She is not from nobility, just a merchant's daughter. Because Pape Lawrence's first wife died unexpectedly, she had a chance to rise. Faced with this situation, she didn't know what to do. Mother, since they are not sincere, why should we pay the ransom? It might cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Ober Lawrence pretended to be angry as he spoke. But your father. Renee Black instinctively spoke. Father may not still be alive. And, mother, if father and brother return, I won't be able to inherit the land. Maybe this is our chance. Ober Lawrence's eyes sparkled. He pursed his lips and spoke slowly. You. Renee Black was startled and looked at her son with shock. After the shock, her heart also started pounding fiercely. As her son said, this really seemed to be a chance. But her excitement only lasted a moment before it was suppressed. No, without your father, the great knight, the land will soon fall into chaos. He also took many knights with him. With the current strength of the land, we can't hold it, and we might even be swallowed by other Lawrence family clans. Renee Black was not blinded by excitement. She quickly saw the problem's strength. They are just the children of merchants, lacking enough strength and unable to defend themselves. Madam Mother, it seems you have forgotten that the Habsburg Commerce Guild can provide protection. For just 1,000 gold coins, they can hire a Grand Knight to guard us for a year. Instead of giving so many coins to the Eagle territory, it would be better to give them to the Habsburg Guild. At least then, the Lord wouldn't be my older brother. Oper spoke with shining eyes. At this moment, he increasingly believed it was possible. 1,000 gold coins could hire a Grand Knight for a year. He only needed to spend 3,000 coins to hire for 3 years, plus his own training. With the strength of the Lawrence territory, in about 3 years, they could restore their original power. He also always felt that his strength was falling behind because his father had given all the resources to his older brother. If he could obtain a large amount of resources, he might quickly become a formal knight, or even a Grand Knight. Then, the entire territory would have no problems. Even at this moment, a dangerous thought began to form in his mind. Wow! Hearing her son's words, Renee Black's eyes suddenly lit up. She had been worried about the inheritance of the territory. Once Lawrence inherited the title, their fate was clear. The best outcome would be just a pile of coins and being kicked out. As a seasoned baroness, she didn't want to face such a situation. This seemed to be a real opportunity. Madam Mother, to avoid any accidents, we can claim that the Eagle territory controls a large mineral vein, like iron ore. If we spread this news and let the Eagle territory know it was us who leaked it, then there would be no problem. Renee Black was excited, and Oprah spoke again. But what he said made Renee Black's scalp tingle, and she suddenly stood up. Oprah, you. Renee Black looked at her son with disbelief. Madam Mother, this is our only chance. Once my older brother returns, the territory will no longer belong to us. Oprah spoke seriously, but his words were extremely cold. After being shaken, Renee Black fell silent. After a moment, she finally said, "All right." She took a deep breath and made up her mind. Even though she knew this decision would make her husband never return, she still chose to agree for the sake of her son and the entire Lorenz territory. With her approval, Oprah began to act. First, he needed to go to Lorenz City to hire a great knight and some formal knights from the Habsburg Guild. Only then could he start his plans. The reason for setting the compensation high is for future story development. The main character's goal is not a baron. Currently, these people are his rivals. In the Northern Province, the biggest shortage is people. Someone who can rise in the Northern Province is a huge resource for the main character. How to win them over is the most important thing. As for the other side being lords, so what? The main character's father has subordinates, and other lords have nobles under them, so why can't the main character have his own? From my setting, it's clear that Marquis Ryman doesn't care and doesn't want to get involved. This creates a power vacuum in the Northern Province. Who is left to fill it? Also, after the main character wins the ransom, he is the one who makes the decisions. Why does the other side need to agree? Who really won? And about morality, there's no moral high ground. I've said many times that the northern province has no order. Strength is king. Oprah started to act. Everything in his mind seemed perfect, but he didn't realize that his actions were actually very foolish. The Habsburg Guild can hire great knights for protection, but that's just protection. Hiring, not owning. There's a big difference. If Lorraine's territory loses its great knight, the consequences are almost certain. It's not like expanding a lord's territory. Expanding lords don't usually face big problems unless they lack wealth and resources. But barren territories have large lands and many resources. Losing the great knight and many knights means these resources and lands can't be protected, even with hired knights. Oprah doesn't realize this yet. Right now, he's caught up in the excitement of about to take over the territory. This is his land, his own territory. He almost gave up hope, but unexpectedly, he was blessed by the goddess of life. An accidental war of expansion caused his father and brother to never return. He had a chance. Faced with this opportunity, he almost couldn't contain his excitement and even wanted to send some gold coins to the Eagle leader. Of course, that was just a thought. On the surface, he still pretended to be angry and sad. He quickly began to take control of the entire Lawrence territory. Fortunately, his father had taken many knights with him, so gaining control was not very difficult. Once he had the territory, he immediately set out with a few knights and a large amount of gold coins toward Lawrence City. Although he was a bit foolish, he knew very well that the territory was very weak now. If the news leaked out, the entire land would surely be destroyed. After taking control of the territory, he needed to gain strength quickly. As he had said before, his plan was to go to Lawrence and hire people through the Habsburg Merchant Guild. 3 days later, he arrived quickly in Lawrence City. Without hesitation, Oprah spent 2,000 gold coins to hire a great knight and 10 regular knights from the Habsburg Merchant Guild. 7 days later, Oprah returned with his troops to his territory in a grand procession. With a great knight and 10 regular knights, Oprah felt more confident. He directly began to notify the 2 other baron lords around him in his father Pape Lawrence's name. At the same time, he sent a knight to Eagle territory. His goal was not to pay ransom, but to leak information. 2 days later, Thor met the knight sent by Oprah in Eagle territory. It seems your second son is not as clever as you thought. Baron Pape. Thor chuckled softly and handed the letter to Baron Pape. At this moment, Baron Pape had recovered physically, but his life force was suppressed. This was arranged by Thor through Neil Morton. Neil Morton didn't refuse such small tasks. So, when the knight sent by Oprah arrived, Thor directly brought him over. Hearing Thor's words, Pape Lawrence's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well what kind of person his second son was, so he quickly took the letter. After reading the contents of the letter, bang. So stupid. Even Baron Pape's calm demeanor showed a flicker of anger at this moment. Then, it turned into sadness. He was angry because he hadn't expected this, completely didn't expect that his youngest son would do such a thing. It was as if he wanted him and his eldest son to die. Lawrence, he was the future of their family, even someone with the hope of breaking through to become a land knight someday. He felt sad because his second son was so foolish. Losing him, along with Lawrence's territory, how could they defend it? In the northern province, all the lords are like hungry wolves. Without strength to protect their land, they're just sheep. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't do this. At the very least, he should redeem his son. Only then could the territory truly be saved. Lord Tor, this is a misunderstanding. That guy is simply stupid. This doesn't represent the decision of our Lawrence territory. If you are willing, you could release Lawrence first. Believe me, once Lawrence goes back, he will surely give you a satisfactory apology. Sadness and anger continued to spread. But soon, Baron Pape quickly suppressed these feelings. Right now, that wasn't what mattered. He had to consider that Tor wouldn't just angrily kill them all. If that happened, everything would be truly over. Baron Pape, you know this isn't possible. However, I won't harm you all over some fool. For now, Baron Pape, just stay in the Eagle territory and live well. Tor chuckled softly and shook his head. Releasing Lawrence, what a joke. He wasn't a fool. As for killing Baron Pape and Lawrence because of this, he had no such intention. First, there was no need. Second, having these two stay would be more useful. Listening to Tor's words, Pape's expression grew bitter. He already predicted what his territory would look like next, and he felt powerless. He looked deeply at Tor, then stopped speaking. Tor fell into thought. The situation was exactly as described in the daily intelligence reports. that Opera Lawrence truly wanted to kill his father and elder brother. And because of this, it was very likely that other frontier lords and nobles would attack his territory, as indicated in the daily reports. The storm of war has already begun. Next, the Eagle territory will face its hardest time. He must confront the united forces of other noble lords. Although their strength is weaker than the Lawrence territory, together, their combined power should not be underestimated. Of course, once he overcomes this challenge, and if he can defeat the coalition of noble lords, the rewards will be unprecedented. He will become the true, unofficial ruler of the main river valley. No one will dare challenge his authority again. If he manages things well, his influence could spread across the entire main river valley. The territory's development will also reach a new level. His eyes sparkle as his thoughts flow constantly. He is considering his next move. Meanwhile, time quietly passes in this situation. Ober, under the name of his father, Baron Pape Lawrence, also sends knights to the other two noble lords, who arrive one after another. However, upon receiving these messages, the other two noble lords are somewhat stunned. The main river valley is one of the most fertile areas around. Besides the Eagle Ridge chosen by Thor, there are about a dozen other smaller territories around the valley, each led by a pioneer lord. The most developed among them is undoubtedly the Lawrence family, followed by the Varmy family and the Glatton family. The Varmy and Glatton families, though not as strong as the Lawrences, have been barons for 10 years and are not to be underestimated. Following the Lawrence family's invitation, the Varmy and Glatton lords have also led their forces to the Lawrence territory. But upon arrival, both the Varmy and Glatton lords furrow their brows slightly. It seems something has changed in the Lawrence family. The familiar knights from their memories seem to have disappeared, replaced by strangers. Lord Varmy, have you noticed? Something seems off here. Baron Varmy whispers softly to Baron Glatton as they ride closer. Yes, something is wrong. These people appear to be mercenaries from the Habsburg Trading Company, not knights of the Lawrence family. Baron Glatton nods, his expression also filled with suspicion. Regarding the hired knights of the Habsburg Guild, they are naturally known to everyone. The Habsburg Guild's hired knights also wear special armbands, so it was easy to recognize that these are Habsburg Guild's knights. This result made them very confused. When did the Lawrence family hire knights from the Habsburg Guild? What are they planning to do? Hiring knights from the Habsburg Guild is not cheap. Looking at the current scale, they have hired quite a few. Without several thousand gold coins, it's impossible. Several thousand gold coins made both of them gasp. For them, who established the pioneering lordship, several thousand gold coins is already a huge amount. The confusion was spreading. Their steps gradually brought them to the Lawrence castle. But when they arrived at the castle, both of them were surprised. Their eyebrows slightly raised. Because at this moment, it was not Pape Lawrence outside the castle, but a knight from the Habsburg Guild, and not just any knight, but a Grand Knight. They exchanged a look, feeling a sudden jolt in their hearts. A Grand Knight, and just 1 year of hiring costs up to 1,000 gold coins. Now, the Lawrence family has hired so many official knights, and even a Grand Knight. Something big is probably happening. Dear lords, the master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. The Grand Knight from the Habsburg Guild spoke softly. Then he led the two inside the castle. They suppressed their excitement and followed the Grand Knight slowly into the castle. The castle was very large, much more prosperous than their own. Under the guidance of the Habsburg Guild's Grand Knight, they quickly reached the hall. But inside the hall, instead of Pape Lawrence, there was a figure that made both of them slightly frown. Ober, where is your father? This is not the way to greet guests. Baron Glatton was the first to speak, unable to hold back, his gaze directly on Ober Lawrence at the head of the room. Next to him, Baron Varmy did not speak but carefully observed the surroundings. Uncle Varmy, Uncle Glatton, I'm very sorry, but my father probably cannot come to greet you. Ober Lawrence spoke as if feeling sad. While listening to his words, Valmy and Glatton couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Op, what did you say? Valmy couldn't hold back and spoke up. Uncle Valmy, Uncle Glatton, something has happened. A few days ago, my father and older brother tragically died in battle. Op Lawrence spoke with a sigh. What? Did you say what I think you said? Hearing his words, Valmy and Glatton were completely unable to stay calm. They heard something shocking. Baron Pape had died in battle. This was hard for them to believe. In the midst of their disbelief, they suddenly remembered everything they had seen along the way. That disbelief gradually turned into suspicion. And within that suspicion, their eyes began to sparkle. A baron's territory, especially one owned by the Lawrence family, was undoubtedly very valuable. When Baron Pape was still alive, they had no thoughts of taking his land. They didn't dare to think about it. Pape was stronger than they were, and the Lawrence territory was also more powerful. But now, with Pape dead, the entire Lawrence territory had suffered a big. This was their chance. Thoughts raced through their minds. Yes, my father and my older brother have indeed died in battle. My father found a large iron mine in the lower Main River Valley, and he took many nights to seize it, but unfortunately, they didn't succeed. My father and brother were killed by their lord. I can only go to the Habs Trading Company to hire some knights, hoping to avenge my father and brother. Also, I want to ask both of you uncles for help. Op Lawrence spoke with a more sorrowful tone. Valmy and Glatton had been thinking deeply, but at this moment, they suddenly widened their eyes and stood up quickly. It wasn't that they weren't calm. It was because the shocking news brought by Op Lawrence was too overwhelming. A large iron mine. A truly large iron mine. It had the potential to produce mithril iron, and it could continuously produce mithril iron. Its value is unimaginable. It could even be said that owning a large iron mine could give a family the potential to rise to the rank of Viscount. At this moment, how could both people not feel excited inside? Are you sure about this? There's really a large iron mine there. Opa, who is the lord of that place? Downstream of the Main River Valley, isn't there no established lord there? Varmy and Glatton couldn't help but speak, and at this moment, neither of them cared about Pape's death in battle. After all, the temptation of a large iron mine was greater than everything else. Compared to that, the interest of Lawrence's territory and Pape's death in battle seemed insignificant. Of course it's true. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have led the elite forces of the territory there. As for the territory itself, it seems to be a newly established frontier lord, only just founded less than half a year ago. Opa Lawrence nodded slowly and explained. A new frontier lord. Less than half a year. Varmy and Glatton's eyes lit up at once. Thank you both uncles for your help. I, Opa Lawrence, am very grateful. Opa Lawrence pretended to be very thankful and personally saw them off outside the castle. Avenging Baron Pape is what we should do. Yes, don't worry. We will definitely avenge Baron Pape. That Lord of Eagle Ridge, he's practically despised by the goddess of life. Baron Varmy and Baron Glatton spoke decisively, as if they were truly helping to avenge Baron Pape. Thank you so much. Opa Lawrence also spoke sincerely. After the friendly farewell, they parted ways. However, shortly after leaving, Baron Varmy and Baron Glatton quickly sent knights to investigate the situation. They weren't fools. They couldn't believe everything Opa Lawrence said. Even if the information was tempting enough, some things needed confirmation. It seemed they were cooperating to verify this. A few days later, the dispatched knights received news. Eagle Ridge indeed had iron ore. They found traces of many knights and their transport several dozen miles away from Eagle Ridge. This news instantly made both of them feel very excited. Several dozen miles. Just kidding. Without a large iron mine, how could a pioneering lord possibly claim territory dozens of miles away? This clearly proves what Opa Lawrence said. Baron Varmy and Baron Glatton immediately began preparing quickly. 3 days later, in Glatton's territory, at the castle, the situation is confirmed. The pioneering lord is a descendant of the Dressrosa family. Additionally, there is a mining site dozens of miles away in his territory, which is probably the large iron mine Baron Pape discovered. Baron Glatton spoke in a deep voice, his eyes shining with excitement. The descendant of Dressrosa is not easy to deal with. I've heard that his territory has over 100 apprentice knights, at least 20 full knights, and a grand knight. This strength is comparable to the combined forces of our two territories. Baron Varmy frowned and said, Indeed, the Dressrosa family is worthy of being a count family. The pioneering lord is not someone we can easily compare to, but we don't need to fight him directly. We just need to take that large iron mine. Baron Glatton, we can definitely do that. The two discussed inside the castle. Meanwhile, knights from both territories began to gather quickly. Compared to the Lawrence family's strength, they were weaker, but each territory had 5 or 6 full knights, and they also had a grand knight. They had dozens of apprentice knights, plus slaves, totaling over 2,000 people. Both gatherings combined exceeded 4,000 people. As the two territories gathered, Tor also quickly received the news. In fact, the traces of the mine site were deliberately leaked by him. His goal was to attract the main forces of both territories to the mine site. At this moment, Almost all of his strength was concentrated at the mine. He had 5 magic crystal cannons, nearly 30 full knights, over 100 apprentice knights, and hundreds of reserve knights, along with thousands of slaves, enough to ensure complete safety. Compared to this, the entire Eagle Ridge was almost empty. The remaining forces were very few, and Eagle Ridge had just begun construction. He didn't want war to cause destruction. Although Neil Morton has a backup plan, he has already negotiated with Neil Morton. But unless absolutely necessary, Thor does not plan to let this person take action. After all, relationships are fragile. Using someone once means losing a bit of trust. Neil Morton, as a Sky Knight, will have many opportunities to be useful in the future. The mine is located in a certain area. 3 days ago, Thor and his men returned once again. During these days, he has been organizing and preparing for war. In 3 days, everything is almost ready. Now, they just need to wait for the enemy to arrive. How are things going? In a room, Thor looked at Steve, who just entered. Sir, everything is prepared. The remaining 2 magic crystal cannons are also in place. Steve nodded seriously. Good. If we can take this in one go, everyone will earn double credit. Thor smiled widely, with a look of hope. If the first battle was his starting point, then this battle is definitely his rise to power. If he can quickly defeat the 2 remaining noble families, his presence in the entire main valley will become unshakable, and he will gain many resources to help expand his territory. This is extremely important. Thank you, sir. Steve nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, preparations are underway, and both sides are beginning to tense up. The atmosphere in the main valley has become very tense. Even other expansion lords can sense this tension. Amid this tension, time is passing quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have gone by. On the 6th day, Valmy and Glatton territories, along with their armies, began to march toward the mine. At the same time, Lawrence territory and Ope Lawrence also set out with many troops. As revenge for his father, he naturally sent people. But compared to others, he only sent peasants, and they followed behind everyone else. Their purpose is obvious. Revenge? That's impossible. He only wants his father and older brother to die together. Regarding his actions, Lord Glatton and Lord Valmy did not pay much attention. The Lawrence family, which had lost its great knightly power and could only rely on hired knights to survive, was no longer a threat to them. In a few years, the Lawrence family would likely decline or disappear. Just joking, spending 1,000 gold coins a year was not so easy. If they spent that much, the Lawrence family would have no gold left to train their own knights. This would create a bad cycle. More importantly, hired knights were not family knights and had no formal contract. In this situation, something could go wrong at any time, and no one could be sure what would happen. Right now, the Lawrence family was not even a bigger threat to each other. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton led their armies out, along with representatives from the Lawrence territory, who were also symbolically sent out. Suddenly, the entire main river valley was shaken. Many pioneering lords felt uneasy. As the true strongest figures in the main river valley, the 3 great noble lords were the real rulers of the area. Now they had allied, which made other pioneering lords worried. Good heavens, what are they planning to do? May the goddess of life protect us. Baron Valmy, Baron Glatton, and members of the Lawrence territory. May the goddess of life help us. Can someone tell me what is really happening? Voices mixed with anxiety spread everywhere. After a few days, everyone realized that the knights from these 3 lords' territories were not heading toward them, but toward a new pioneering lord to the west. This news made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But after feeling relieved, the lords became curious. They didn't know who or which lord had managed to provoke all 3 major lords of the main river valley. One by one, knights were sent out. This made the whole main river valley and its surroundings lively again. Even some nobles outside the valley turned their attention here. However, most people outside and around the valley still didn't understand what was happening. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton, although they received the news, naturally would not reveal such information. As for Ope Lawrence, it was even less likely. The so-called large iron mine was just an excuse he made up casually. Just fooling the 2 barons' territories was enough. Or more precisely, as long as the Eagle Ridge Lord knew he was leading troops, even luring other nobles to attack Eagle Ridge, that was sufficient. To Ope Lawrence, as long as the Lord of Eagle Ridge knew about this, his father and elder brother would have no chance to survive. This way, inheriting the Lawrence territory would be no problem at all. Of course, at this moment, Ope Lawrence did not know that the Lord of Eagle Ridge, Thordres Rosagon, did not care about these plans. His actions instead made Thordris decide to make a firm choice. The night gradually passed. The atmosphere around the main valley grew more tense. 5 days later, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton's soldiers were only 30 miles from the mine. They would arrive in just one more day. Meanwhile, many knights had begun to patrol the area. It was clear these were reconnaissance troops sent by the two barons. But it was destined to disappoint them. Like before, Thordris directly recalled all the knights and retreated to the mine. He did not set up any obstacles along the way. Even though his strength was not much less than the combined power of the two barons, only missing one grand knight, he still chose to do this. It was a joke to think otherwise. Every bit of strength was precious to him now, and he wouldn't waste it easily. Based on the reconnaissance reports, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton hesitated. "Are you sure there are no ambushes around Eagle Ridge?" Valmy asked his dispatched knights with disbelief. "Absolutely sure." The knight replied respectfully, looking relaxed. "There are no ambushes anywhere around. They've probably retreated to the mine or given up altogether." Valmy nodded, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baron Glatton received the same news and almost had the same reaction. In their doubts, the two hesitated slightly but still decided to meet. Although they were tempted by the large iron mine, neither of them was foolish. They knew not to underestimate Eagle Ridge or the heir of the Dressrosa family. After all, he had defeated Baron Pape. Even though a recent battle had likely weakened his strength, they still had to be cautious. "Baron Valmy, you should have received the news." "There are no knights from Eagle Ridge ahead," said Grafton Baron, frowning as he looked at Valmy Baron who had just entered. "This seems a bit strange." "Not necessarily," Valmy Baron replied with a thoughtful look. "Not long ago, Baron Pape attacked here, so Eagle Ridge might have suffered some damage. When they learned of our arrival, they might have chosen to retreat voluntarily." Grafton Baron also frowned but shook his head after hearing Valmy's words. He spoke seriously. "Valmy, that's possible, but I must remind you, the person at Eagle Ridge isn't just a regular knight like us. He's a descendant of the Dressrosa family. Those people are quite powerful. What if he's not alone? Or what if he's already informed the Dressrosa family?" Grafton's mind was thoughtful, but he quickly shook his head and spoke solemnly. "Yes, they are different from us. But the Dressrosa family has more than one heir. Their support might not be so easy to come by. As for informing the family, you should know Marquis Ryman has banned resource leaks. Compared to that Marquis, the Dressrosa family is just a count." "That's unlikely," Valmy replied. "But you're right. We should be cautious. Let's send 2 knight squads to test the situation first." Valmy shook his head and then seemed to think of something, adding, "Yes, that's a good idea. We can give it a try." Grafton Baron's eyes lit up. Soon, the two barons made a decision to first probe the enemy. No one knew how strong Eagle Ridge really was. Plus, after the fall of Baron Pape, they had to stay alert. Rushing in without knowing what to expect is very risky. If they cannot fight back, they definitely do not want to end up like Baron Pape. They're just wandering knights expanding their territory and gaining noble titles. If they die, they will lose their land completely and won't have the chance to hire knights from the Habsburg Guild like the Lawrence family. The 2 knight groups quickly set out. Most of them are reserve knights. The strongest among them are only 2 full knights and about a dozen apprentice knights. The 2 knight groups sent by the barons to test the situation soon reached the area near the mine. Seeing the scattered troops, they frowned slightly and looked puzzled. "Sir, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton's troops are about 20 miles away and haven't moved forward." Steve respectfully reported the information he had gathered. "Got it. All right, Steve, take 3 full knights, 20 apprentice knights, and the slaves we captured earlier to block them. If you can't fight them, just retreat. Don't worry about the slaves. Let them see that our mine is weak, very weak. They can take it any time." Thor's eyes sparkled as he quickly understood the situation. He looked at Steve, paused for a moment, then issued the order. Clearly, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton were very cautious and wanted to test the waters. The likely reason was that they were worried about the capture of Baron Pape. Since that's the case, he decided to let them test. The slaves he captured had no contracts and were hard to control, so using them to provoke the enemy troops was a good idea. Yes. Steve was a bit confused but quickly responded. He wouldn't oppose Thor's orders. Soon, the troops assembled. Over 1,000 slaves gathered, looking chaotic and disorderly. Under the pressure of the knights, they barely managed to stay in line. Then Steve drew his knight's sword. "May the goddess of life bless us. May victory be with you." With those words, the large group of troops charged directly toward the mine. The sudden appearance of so many troops startled the two knight groups. However, when they saw the large crowd of people, all the knights couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, Eagle Mountain seems to have lost its strength, even sending slaves to fight. Baron Glatton's knight captain laughed loudly. Next to him, Baron Varmy's knight captain also smiled. Kill. After smiling, both drew their knight swords and spoke loudly. In the next moment, several knights drew their swords as well, and their horses sped up, charging into the crowd of people. There were not many knights, less than 100, but these knights rushed into the large group of people like wolves into sheep, causing many slaves to be overwhelmed. Many slaves immediately started to run away. Some were too slow and were knocked over by the horses. The whole battlefield quickly fell into chaos. Steve, holding a knight spear, pushed through the crowd. His great knight skills made him no match, even for formal knights, who had to retreat under his strength. But soon, he was targeted. 3 formal knights from Baron Glatton's knight group and 3 from Baron Varmy's group charged at Steve to fight him. Boom! A burst of life energy exploded, causing Steve to shake and try to break free. But the 6 knights held him tightly. Although formal knights were not as strong as great knights, 6 of them were enough to hold him. Many other knights around Steve were also restrained. Meanwhile, many slaves started to run away as soon as the fight began. The whole area became very chaotic. There were shouts of battle, crying, and the sounds of slaves fleeing. Steve's face looked grim. Without hesitation, he suddenly exploded with a huge burst of life energy, knocking back the 6 knights. Retreat! Steve shouted loudly. In the next moment, he pulled his reins and quickly retreated backward. Other formal knights and apprentice knights also did the same. Because the scene was so chaotic, everyone retreated quickly. In the end, only a few trainee knights couldn't escape and were left behind. The others managed to escape smoothly. After the evacuation, Steve quickly led his team back to the mine. He didn't pay attention to the slaves, since Thor had already said there was no need to bother with them. Sir, Steve, covered in blood, respectfully spoke to Thor. Good job. That's enough. Thor nodded, standing up quickly with a look of excitement on his face. He was smiling. Meanwhile, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton's eyes lit up. Are you sure about this? Glatton looked at his knight commander, breathing heavily with anticipation. It's true, sir. But there's also a great knight there. The knight commander of Baron Glatton nodded respectfully. A great knight? As expected of the Dressrosa family. Even so, there's still a great knight there. But relying on just one great knight won't stop us. Baron Valmy chuckled softly, also looking excited. This initial test results made them very happy. Eagle Ridge still has some strength, but mostly just slaves. Only a few knights remain, and even with a great knight, their power isn't strong enough. If they were alone, it might be difficult, but now with 2 families working together, overcoming others wouldn't be a big problem. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton exchanged secret glances, each thinking about something. But for now, they only had these thoughts. After all, the other side was part of the Dressrosa family, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even though they were confident they could win, they held back their plans until they were sure. As experienced knights who had risen from wandering, they knew when and how to act. Soon, both of them issued commands. A large force then set out toward the mine. The army moved forward in a mighty march. Even without scouting, the distant commotion was clearly visible. On the hillside, Thor saw the huge crowd of soldiers and couldn't help but smile. Get ready. Steve, lead the team to the right side. Mark, take the remaining people and head to the left. Remember, just like last time, do not let anyone escape. Surrender and stay behind, but anyone trying to run will be executed. Thorn quickly issued commands one after another. The orders were given, and over 30 official knights, more than 100 apprentice knights, and hundreds of reserve knights were all sent out by Thorn, spreading around the area. On the high platform of the mine, magic crystal cannons had already been loaded with magic cores and fully charged. All that was left was to fire. Meanwhile, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton were full of excitement. They led a large force marching toward the mine. Both of them were imagining the great rewards they would gain once they captured the mine. It was a large iron mine. If they succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. As they grew more excited, their forces drew closer to the mine. But as they approached, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Earlier, Their scouting knights had encountered resistance from a squad led by a great knight. But now, even at 3 miles away, no soldiers appeared. Ha ha ha, it looks like they've already run away. May the goddess of life be with us. Baron Valmy laughed happily, his face full of excitement. Such a shame about the air of Dressrosa. By the way, does it smell like something else here? Baron Glatton also smiled and nodded, sniffing slightly with a look of curiosity. It should be the smell of the ore being processed at the mine. Earlier, I heard this was goblin territory. Those goblins are so filthy. Baron Valmy paid no mind and waved casually. That makes sense. Baron Glatton nodded with a smile and didn't pay much attention. After all, during the previous reconnaissance, Eagle Ridge had already sent all its forces out. The Knight's squad they sent to scout was defeated. In this situation, there was no reason to hesitate. However, amidst their excitement, they didn't notice that the surrounding sounds had quieted considerably. The strange smell was not foul, but something else. This negligence has cost them their last chance. As they saw the mine in front of them gradually coming into view, a knight suddenly seemed to notice something and showed a look of confusion. What is that? He whispered quietly, but no one paid attention to him. Immediately after, blue magic circles lit up on the hillside. Brilliant light illuminated the dusk sky. At this moment, even those who hadn't noticed before were now paying attention. Lord Glatton and Lord Valmy were first stunned, then their eyes widened suddenly. Not good. They shouted in alarm. And just as their cry fell, boom. Rumble. A huge roar echoed across the sky, and a terrifying sea of thunder covered the area within hundreds of meters. Lightning roared, and intense heat spread out all around. The previously prepared fire oil ignited instantly in the midst of the lightning storm. Last time, Thor had bought a lot of fire oil. It wasn't used then because it wasn't necessary, but this time, for better effect, Thor had prepared a large amount. Now, amid the howling sea of lightning, the fire oil was ignited. Explosions and flames spread rapidly. Everyone fell into chaos. Horses neighed loudly. Slaves panicked. Knights were confused. Lord Valmy and Lord Glatton were thrown into the air immediately. Although the sea of lightning didn't hit them all at once, their long combat experience allowed them to quickly activate their life source shields. But the sea of lightning was too terrifying. Their internal organs trembled violently. What shocked them even more was that many knights turned to ash in the lightning storm. As Grand Knights, as long as they weren't directly struck, and with their second-tier magic cores, they were safe from death, but other knights weren't so lucky. Even regular knights found it hard to resist this violent force. And trainee knights? They would turn to ash almost instantly. Oh my God, that was the family legacy they had built over more than 10 years. Seeing themselves quickly disintegrate before their eyes, they couldn't accept it. Baron Valmy shouted angrily as his life force erupted. However, he had just begun to move. Boom. A terrifying sea of lightning suddenly exploded nearby, with a powerful shockwave and thunder sweeping over. Spit out blood. In the next moment, he was thrown backward like a broken kite, crashing far away. Help! Save me! Screams and cries filled the fiery chaos. Thousands of people instantly fell into chaos. Amid the confusion Steve and Mark led their troops from both sides to attack. A large group of slaves surrounded these people from all directions. Unlike the previous slaves, these ones looked at the figures in the flames with shining eyes. They were all earning merit points. With enough merit points, they could become free citizens, gain women, or even become noble knights. Their forces numbered over 5,000. Among them were 2 Grand Knights, more than 10 knights, and over 500 knights in total. But under the attack of the magic crystal cannons, 10 knights were instantly killed, 5 Grand Knights were heavily wounded, and over a third of the knights were buried under the magic crystal fire. Many others were covered by the flames. In this situation, Steve's forces quickly defeated the remaining troops like a crushing wave. Over 1,000 slaves surrounded the rest of the people in the mine, preventing anyone from escaping. Compared to before, this time, with the addition of fire oil, Tor's side suffered fewer losses, only dozens of slaves lost. It was a complete victory. What surprised Tor even more was that, just like last time, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton were captured. Although their territories weren't as wealthy as Lawrence's, capturing 2 barons meant a lot. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Maybe I should try it. Tor whispered to himself, lost in thought. And after the battle was over, on the other side, Upper Lawrence, leading his troops toward Eagle Peak, was quickly defeated by the Knight Order led by Ryan and the army. Yes, he was defeated outright. Although he had hired a great knight and 10 regular knights, the forces he brought this time were only a few knights. Facing Ryan's knight order, they were no match at all. They were overwhelmed after just one encounter. Hooper Lawrence had to flee in a panic. He left behind about 500 or 600 slaves and a dozen apprentice knights. When Thor received the news 2 days later, he was pleased. Not letting Nomotan intervene was definitely the best outcome. As the news spread, he immediately sent a message to Ryan, asking him to return to Lorne City again. Time passed quickly. 10 days later, when Ryan returned from Lorne City, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton had recovered. Thor also asked Nelmotan to seal off the area, then arranged for the 2 barons and Baron Pape to stay together. Baron Valmy, Baron Glatton? In the room, seeing the 2 men brought over, Pape Lawrence looked surprised. Baron Pape, you're alive? Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton were stunned and looked surprised. Hearing their words, Baron Glatton's face darkened. You think I would die if you did? How come? Did that person, Thor Dries Rosa, capture you too? Pape Lawrence asked irritably. Baron Pape, that's not what we said. It's what your son said. Baron Valmy quickly explained. Yeah, your son even said you were dealt with by the Eagle Peak Lord. Baron Glatton also spoke. As they spoke, Pape Lawrence quickly understood what was happening, and his face grew darker. He had already known he was planning to attack with his son and these 2 barons, but he didn't expect his son to directly announce his death. Pape Lawrence couldn't help but curse. Watching Pape Lorenz's anger, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton, feeling gloomy inside, couldn't help but smile at this moment. When luck is against you, seeing someone else even more unlucky can be quite enjoyable. Creak. It seems the few of you are recovering quite well. As the 3 talked, a soft sound came from the door, and Thor slowly entered, a gentle smile in his voice. Looking at Thor entering, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton's pupils widened in surprise. No wonder Thor's aura was not very strong, or rather, extremely weak. Compared to the great knights, he was much weaker. From his aura, it was clear he was just an apprentice knight. But the surprise was only for a moment, because soon, Pape Lorenz spoke. Lord Thor, I am truly sorry. I can make a soul contract, and I will definitely deliver the ransom you need. Please allow me to return to my territory. Pape Lorenz spoke with a sigh. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton, having been defeated and captured, knew very well what they should do now. If they let his second son continue to govern Lorenz's territory, the entire land would surely fall apart. So, no matter the cost, he had to return to his land. Of course, that's possible. How about this, Baron Pape Lorenz? Take a look at this. If you agree, you can leave at any time. Thor chuckled softly, then waved his hand. Rain quickly stepped forward and handed a rolled parchment to Pape Lorenz. Pape Lorenz took it. His gaze immediately focused on it. But as he looked, his pupil shrank sharply. You. With anger in his voice, Pape Lorenz spoke. Baron Pape Lorenz, what do you think? Thor chuckled lightly and didn't explain anything. But that small smile made Pape Lorenz suddenly feel defeated. I agree. His voice was hoarse, and it seemed he aged suddenly. Then let's make the contract. Thor nodded with a light smile. Pape Lorenz didn't hesitate anymore. He moved his right hand, energy flowing, and cut his finger. His crimson blood dripped down. Blood dripped, and in an instant, a strange magic circle lit up. Then it wrapped around Pape Lawrence's body completely. Oh, right, the contract scroll. Lawrence, you should have one too. Thorn chuckled softly, looking at Lawrence nearby. Lawrence. Pape Lawrence spoke. Lawrence hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward. When he took the scroll and saw its contents, his eyes widened in surprise. What's this? Father? Lawrence couldn't help but speak, looking at his father. Sign it. Pape Lawrence sighed gently and closed his eyes. Hearing his father's words, Lawrence also sighed and shed his blood onto the scroll. Buzz. Ripples spread out, and the contract was formed. Thorn raised his hand, and in the next moment, the contract scroll returned to his hand. By this time, Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton also became tense. They didn't know what was written in the contract, but they knew it couldn't be good. This made them very nervous. Lord Thorn, this time we have offended you. How much ransom do you need? Baron Valmy asked nervously. Yes, Lord Thorn, we can pay the ransom. Baron Glatton quickly added. Of course. Here, Rain will give you both a copy of the ransom rules, Thorn said with a smile, then gestured to Rain beside him. Yes. Rain nodded happily and handed over a scroll. But this was not the contract scroll, only the ransom rules. No, this can't be. The two took it. But after a moment, Baron Varmy looked up suddenly, staring at Thorn with disbelief. Lord Thorn, forgive me, but this is impossible. Baron Glatton also spoke. They couldn't believe it. The ransom was 3,000 gold coins. Each knight needed 500, each apprentice knight 100, plus 3,000 slaves and 2,000 gold coins for war reparations. These expenses are simply beyond their ability to support. It might be easier to sell the entire territory. Of course, you don't have to pay a ransom. Just sign this contract. Thorl chuckled softly and then gestured toward the contract in his hand. Lord Thorl, may I take a look first? Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton exchanged a glance, and finally, Baron Glatton spoke. Of course. Thorl smiled and nodded, then waved his hand, causing the contract to float toward the two men. They looked at each other. Baron Glatton was the first to take the contract and open it. But as he opened it, his pupils suddenly shrank sharply. What's wrong? Seeing the change in Baron Glatton's expression, Baron Valmy couldn't help but ask. Just look at this. Baron Glatton handed the contract to Baron Valmy, then fell into deep thought. My goodness, this is impossible. Baron Valmy took the document, and his eyes showed disbelief. His gaze immediately turned to Thorl. Both of you, I must remind you, you have no choice. You are not as wealthy as the Lawrence family. If you lose, your two territories might soon be destroyed. Thorl chuckled softly, appearing calm. The two men froze instantly, their faces constantly changing. Thorl's contract was simple. After signing, they must obey Thorl's orders, send their heir to join his knight group at Eagle Ridge, and pay an annual training fee of 1,000 gold coins. More accurately, a tax. It was just a more polite way of saying it. Compared to the ransom before, this was naturally much less. But once they signed this contract, they would become subordinate to Eagle Ridge. This was something they simply could not accept. That was the main reason they found it hard to accept at first. However, whether it was Pape Lawrence, Baron Valmy, or Baron Glatton, they actually had no real choice. The Lawrence territory indeed has strong power, but the one who cannot be defeated is a fool. Papiro Lawrence knows very well that if he hands the territory over to his son, it will likely fall apart within 2 years. As for the other two, they are not much better. Their eldest sons still stay in the territory, and they are not as foolish as Baron Papiro's second son. However, their territories are not as strong as Lawrence's. Losing their great knight, along with many elite knights, leads to obvious consequences. I agree to sign the contract. Baron Glatton sighed and then stepped forward, signing the contract as well. Baron Glatton, you seeing Glatton's actions, Baron Valmy looked at him with disbelief. We have no choice. Baron Glatton sighed softly and shook his head. It seems there are two options, but in reality, Glatton knows he only has one. The first option is impossible for him to afford, given the huge amount of gold required, unless he sells all his land. Lord Tor, you win. Baron Valmy, hearing Glatton's words, also sighed and stepped forward. Buzz. Ripples spread out, and in the next moment, a magic circle appeared over them. The contract was sealed. A powerful binding force immediately spread over them, forcing them to obey. In the Lawrence territory, Tor no longer needs to worry about Baron Papiro abandoning himself, and he is not concerned about these two remaining. Incorrect choice. All three of you can leave now. Remember to send the personnel within 7 days. Once done, your seals will be lifted. Tor chuckled softly, then raised his hand, and the contract flew back into his grasp. The three sighed and then left the room. Outside, the captured knights and trainee knights were released. As for the slaves, they were kept behind. In fact, these three even had to deliver the contracts. Although the three were somewhat unwilling, they ultimately said nothing. After all, the strength of these knights was the most important. As long as these forces were preserved, losing the slaves was acceptable. Watching the three groups leave, Tor couldn't help but smile. This is a contract, something he previously asked Ryan to buy in Loren City. It cost him a full 1,000 gold coins. However, its effect is very significant. The three men signed the contract, which means their territories now belong to him as vassals. Although this does not bring huge immediate gains like direct conquest, it still ensures his absolute dominance over the entire main river valley. For now, direct annexation is not necessary. The entire Eagle Ridge still has large areas that are not yet developed. Conquering territories dozens of miles away at this moment would not be a wise choice. Instead, incorporating them as vassals is the best option. This way, he can mobilize their forces like a high-ranking noble and also work toward uniting the main river valley, preparing for future growth. His goal is not just to be a baron or viscount. He aims higher, possibly to control the entire northern province. These enemies now are future allies and strength. Every baron or lord who rises in the northern province is not simple. Gaining their loyalty would be unimaginable for him in the future. His gaze converged. After watching everyone leave, he returned to the castle. Inside his room, he softly said, "Now, I can focus on development." His thoughts drifted into deep thinking as he looked at the map. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Anna carefully entered, quietly placing a tray of fruit down, then tiptoed out. After a moment, Thor snapped back to awareness. He looked at the fruit and then at the drawer beside him, which was still untouched. A smile appeared on his face. Clearly, over the past few months, that half-elf girl had gradually gotten used to things. She no longer thought about stealing the contract. Before, she had been eager to escape. Now, reaching this point shows a big change. A smile spread across Thor's face as he looked at the map again. The external threats have been dealt with. Except for that foolish person on the west side of the main river valley, all other areas have been subdued by him. Although there are still some pioneer lords, with the submission of 3 noble lords, those pioneer lords will no longer be a problem. Next, he needs to think about land development. As a lord, war is not the main focus. Development is the most important. Moreover, the main river valley is so fertile that not making good use of it feels like disrespecting the goddess of life. As for how to use it, he already has ideas, but previously lacked enough people. Now, with the 3 great lords sending him thousands of slaves, he can definitely take action. No, I still need some talented people. After a moment of thought, Thor shook his head again. Just as Thor began to consider the next steps for construction, the 3 great lords gradually returned to their own territories. In Lawrence's territory, seeing his returning father, Opera Lawrence suddenly became very nervous. "Father, father." Opera Lawrence spoke tremblingly, unable to believe what he saw. However, bang! A dull sound rang out, and in the next moment, Opera Lawrence was thrown flying. "Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you," Pape Lawrence said angrily. Everyone in the castle trembled with fear. Even the Lady Baroness, who was about to speak, lowered her head, feeling anxious inside. No one expected Pape Lawrence to come back alive. Thor didn't know what was happening in Lawrence's territory at this moment. It was not his concern, nor did he want to bother. Once the outside environment of Eagle Ridge stabilized, the next step would surely be to develop the territory internally. After 2 battles, he not only gained many slaves but also earned a lot of credit, some enough to qualify for freedom. Half a month later, after the statistics were completed, Thor directly announced the liberation of 300 serfs. At the same time, 20 people gained the qualification to join the Reserve Knight Group. This result made both free citizens and serfs in Eagle Ridge feel very excited. Repeated successes like this made everyone feel a surge of pride in their hearts. Everyone works harder, and they become more attentive. The entire territory's development has entered a rapid growth phase. Half a month later, at the horse stable, Thor looked at the very gentle unicorn in front of him. A surprised expression appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that in just 1 month, Alan had tamed the leader of this unicorn. "Master, this unicorn should only need about half a year to advance. Now it can be ridden, and there shouldn't be any problem," Alan respectfully reported to Thor. "Good. You're doing well. Go to Rain, and he will record your merit points." Thor nodded, a happy smile on his face. Without hesitation, he turned and jumped onto the unicorn. Feeling the weight suddenly on his back, the unicorn no longer struggled fiercely like before, but remained very calm. This clearly meant it had been tamed. Thor pulled the reins. The unicorn immediately started moving. He guided the unicorn to run around for a while, feeling the wind rushing past his ears. Thor's smile grew wider. A second-tier peak unicorn, with such a ride, once he completes the contract, he could even escape from the Earth Knight. Moreover, the unicorn in front of him was about to advance to the 3rd tier soon. Once it reaches the 3rd tier, he will be able to handle most crises in the Northern Land Province. "Sir, Lord Rachos has returned. In an hour, he will arrive at Eagle's Ridge." Just as Thor stopped, a knight quickly came forward to report. "Rachos? Good, let's go and welcome him." Thor was momentarily stunned, then nodded. He pulled the reins and headed toward Eagle's Ridge. Knights followed behind him. Meanwhile, on the road, Rachos and his group were marching toward Eagle's Ridge. In the caravan, Rachos Assad was deep in thought. The trade over these months had made him very wealthy. His first profit exceeded 500 gold coins. This time, the gains were far greater than the first. He collected 3 sets of silver armor, black iron armor, and supplies he carried with him. His profit had already exceeded 3,000 gold coins. It was the biggest harvest he had made upon arriving in the northern province. And it was only the beginning. During this period, although he was engaged in trade, he also learned about the war situation. Eagle Ridge not only defeated Lawrence's territory but also defeated Lords Valmy and Graydon, becoming the true unchallenged ruler of the main river valley. Last time, he was traveling along trade routes. Not every lord was willing to show him respect. Some even planned to seize his goods. If Thor hadn't provided him with many knights, he might have been robbed. But this time, with the victory of Eagle Ridge spreading, the local lords along the way treated him very politely, not daring to show any disrespect. They even offered higher prices than usual for trades. This made his business trip this time much more profitable than the first. Otherwise, with such a large amount of wealth, he might not have returned alive. Compared to the profits, Rachos Assad cared more about the existence of Eagle Ridge. Such a powerful lord gave him hope that made his heart race with excitement. Maybe I really can do it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, an idea he had never considered before suddenly appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, ahead, Thor had already ridden over. When he saw what Thor was riding, Rachos Assad couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. "Oh my God, my friend, you are truly incredible. Is that a Tier 2 peak unicorn?" Rachos Assad spoke trembling, his gaze fixed on the unicorn. With his experience, he quickly recognized the level of this unicorn, and it shocked him even more. This was a unicorn, and a Tier 2 peak unicorn at that. And it was being ridden by Thor. Unbelievable. Yes, this was an unexpected discovery a few days ago. My friend, welcome back. Seeing your smile, I know this harvest has been very successful. Thor nodded with a smile. His expression was very relaxed, but his relaxed attitude made Rachos Assad feel even more moved. Yes, my friend, because of your victory, you know the goods are selling better than usual. Although Rachos was moved, he quickly spoke. Oh, that's really good news. Come on, I've prepared a hearty dinner. My friend, you must be hungry too. Thor's eyes lit up, and he smiled gently. Indeed, I haven't eaten anything for 6 hours. Rachos also smiled as he spoke. Then Thor led Rachos into Eagle Ridge. In 2 months, Eagle Ridge has changed a lot again, almost visibly. Looking at Eagle Ridge now, Rachos couldn't help but pause inside. On the way here, he had seen many pioneers. With such development, he had never seen before. He couldn't imagine how Thor managed to do it. And unlike other territories, which lacked vitality, the whole Eagle Ridge seemed full of energy, whether free citizens or serfs. My friend, your territory always surprises me every time I visit. Rachos Assad couldn't help but feel emotional as he spoke. A banquet was quickly held at Eagle Ridge. A rich feast. Rachos Assad and Thor shared stories about their trade routes over the past few months. Thor also talked about the outbreak of the expansion war. Their words made the whole banquet feel especially joyful. My friend, congratulations. Now you are truly the unchallenged king of the main river valley. I think calling our guild the Eagle Guild is a good choice. Rachos Assad praised happily, then suddenly remembered something and spoke. Eagle Guild. Yes, that seems like a good choice. But this guild isn't just mine, it's yours too. How about calling it the Rachos Eagle Guild? Thor was moved and looked at Rachos Assad, who seemed a bit nervous. A smile appeared on Thor's face, and he spoke. Well, my friend, thank you for your generosity. Hearing Thor's words, Rachos' expression brightened with happiness, and he quickly responded. No, I told you, the guild is mine, and it's yours too, isn't it? My friend. Thor smiled as he spoke. He didn't care much about the name of the guild. Compared to that, gaining Rachos' support was a better choice. Rachos had proven his ability in the past 2 trade deals, and Thor wouldn't miss out on such talent. It was just adding a name, after all. The profit sharing wouldn't change anyway. The most important thing was to keep Rachos Assad firmly on his side. Yes, this is ours. My friend. Rachos Assad nodded with a smile, looking excited. Cheers to tomorrow. I believe the Eagle of the Sky Guild will have a brighter future. Thor nodded with a smile and then raised his wine cup. Cheers to tomorrow. Rachos also raised his cup. The banquet ended. 3 days later, Rachos set out again. This time, he wasn't wearing silver armor. Instead, he had over 300 black iron armor suits and some items he had collected over the days. Besides, Neil Morton also left with Rajuz-Assad. Thor didn't know where they were going. He only knew Neil Morton seemed to need some time away. Thor naturally couldn't stop him. Although losing the strength of a Sky Knight was his territory was now strong enough, and he didn't need to worry. After seeing them off, Thor's mind turned back to building his territory. He especially focused on planning the fertile land of the main valley. The land here was very fertile, but no one wanted it. The main reason was flooding. Eagle Ridge wanted stability, so this problem had to be solved. But solving it wasn't easy. Even with some ideas, it would take time to improve. While Thor was immersed in perfecting his plans thousands of miles away, Frost Moon Province, Dries Rosa territory, Engel Dries Rosa also received a letter from his son, Tord Dries Rosa, today, a few months later. Dear Father, I am Tord Dries Rosa, your son, blessed by the goddess of life. My efforts in developing the territory are going fairly well, but I am currently facing some small troubles. The Eagle territory now has 3,000 people, and most matters need handling. I feel increasingly tired and hope for your help, Father. The words appeared one after another before his eyes. Count Engel Dries Rosa looked somewhat surprised. Ha ha ha, it seems my son is doing quite well. Count Engel Dries Rosa put down the letter with a satisfied look on his face. Tord Dries Rosa, his ninth son, was not something the Count paid much attention to initially. Firstly, his knight talent was only average. Secondly, he didn't seem particularly clever. But unexpectedly, before reaching adulthood, he gave his father a surprise. Not only did he break through to become an apprentice knight, but he also tamed a highly promising guardian knight. He decisively chose to become a development knight. In this situation, his father decided to support him with a very generous gift. Second only to his second son, who became a development lord that year, and even more than other development lords. It was an investment whose results even he wasn't sure of. After all, this was the Northern Land Province. In his generation, besides Tord, 3 children became development lords, but in just a few years, only one remains. Whether Tord can survive, even he isn't sure. But unexpectedly, in less than a year, Tord Dries Rosa sent him a letter. He wanted his support for some administrative matters. Although it was just about administrative officials, Count Engel Dries Rosa could see that Tord had already completed the basic development. The construction was even quite good. Only then would he need a large number of administrative officials. Charlie. After a brief pause, Count Engel Dries Rosa softly called out the door. Count. Butler Charlie entered respectfully and saluted. Go call the local official of Dressrosa town. Count Engel Dries Rosa softly ordered. Yes. Charlie nodded and quickly left. In the afternoon, a middle-aged man entered Dressrosa castle. Count. The official spoke respectfully. Alvido, I need you to gather some officials. We need skilled people who can handle affairs. How many can you spare? Count Engel Dries Rosa looked up at the man, asking with curiosity. Officials? Count, I think I can gather about a dozen. The middle-aged man hesitated slightly before answering. All right, pick 5 of them. I want to send them to my young eagle in Dressrosa. The Count nodded and gave some instructions. Yes. The man was a bit surprised but quickly agreed. Charlie. After speaking, Engel Dries Rosa turned to the butler. Gather some carpenters, stonemasons, and workers. Pick 100 people. The Count ordered again. Yes. Charlie responded quickly. Soon, the workers began to gather quickly. Count Engel Dries Rosa, knowing that his son had completed the basic development, clearly started the second phase of support. This time, he not only prepared 5 elite officials, but also a large number of craftsmen. He also added another group of knights. Although there were fewer official knights, only 10 guards and over 100 reserve knights, he still appointed a Grand Knight. This was originally meant to be given after Tord Dressrosa became a baron, but since Tord Dressrosa was doing well, he decided to give it early. Tord Dressrosa didn't know that his father had prepared a generous gift for him again, even including a Grand Knight for support. After bidding farewell to Rajuz-Assad, he fully dedicated himself to building his territory. 2 wars had ended. External threats. At least, the threat of neighboring territories expanding has been completely resolved. And it happened quite quickly. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatten each sent their own proxies, and the entire territory faced no further issues. With this done, he could focus fully on development. The first step in building the territory was clearing land. The main river valley is large enough. It not only has 3 noble lords and 7 expansion lords, but including the Imison family, there are 5 expansion lords, though they are somewhat distant from the valley itself. The reason so many expansion lords gather here, even enough to produce 3 noble lords, is mainly because the northern extension of the main river valley is very open. Under the flow of the main river, a huge, Y-shaped bay was formed. The land here is flat, with good soil, making it ideal for large-scale farming. The closer to the river, the more fertile the land. Long-term sediment deposits have created the most suitable plains for farming. If not for the threat of floods, this area could have produced several more noble lords. To reclaim large amounts of wasteland, Thor first needed to solve the water shortage in this region. He had long thought about this. The best solution was undoubtedly to build a reservoir. Yes, a reservoir. In Thor's previous life, reservoirs were mainly used as hydraulic engineering projects to control floods and regulate water flow. They could be used for irrigation, power generation, flood control, and fish farming. In this era, power generation with reservoirs isn't possible, but storing floodwaters to reduce peak flows downstream and prevent floods is feasible. It could also support some fish farming, creating new economic benefits. He hadn't done this before because upstream belonged to Baron Valmy and Baron Glatten, and he lacked the manpower. Now, that was no longer a problem. So, Thor quickly arranged for over 1,000 slaves and dozens of knights to lead the work, while also mobilizing forces from Baron Valmy and Baron Glatten's territories. They began building a reservoir in the upper reaches of the main river valley. A large workforce gathered. The grand construction work began immediately. Although Baron Valmy and Baron Glatten were somewhat reluctant, they still agreed to this plan. Under the constraints of the contract, they could only accept it reluctantly. At the same time as the reservoir was being built, a large amount of wasteland downstream at Eagle Ridge was also being developed. There was still more than half a year before the next flood season. With the power of the extraordinary world, the entire reservoir could be completed in at most half a year, so there was no need to worry about flooding. They could safely begin farming. During the farming process, the first harvest of crops arrived. The fertilization techniques from their previous life proved quite useful in this world. The wheat on the newly cultivated land yielded a good harvest. Many slaves and free people excitedly looked at the full heads of wheat on their land, unable to hide their excitement. Wow, this is incredible. 300 pounds. It actually weighs 300 pounds. Blessed by the goddess of life. The Lord is truly amazing. On the land, each and free person looked at their harvest with bright, excited eyes. The wheat yield far exceeded their expectations. In their memory, even in a good year, 1 acre of land would produce about 200 pounds. But now, 1 acre was producing 300 pounds, almost double. They found it hard to believe. Some even thought they were dreaming. Inside the castle, 300 pounds? Thor frowned slightly and sighed. He had tried to bring over some techniques from his previous life, but the world was different. Without modern fertilizers, wheat yields could not reach the levels of his past. It was even less than 1/10 of that. In some northern regions of his previous world, wheat yields could reach about 1,100 gene per acre, and even in the south, they were generally between 800 and 1,000 gene. In this world, the size of an acre was roughly double that of his previous world, and a gene was about the same as a pound. This meant that the current yield per acre was only about 150 gene, which was very low. Lord, this is already a high yield. In the Frost Moon province, our family only gets about 200 pounds, sometimes even less than 150 pounds. Rain was still excited, looking at Thor with admiration. All right, you go down first to make arrangements. Also, dry and store the grain as soon as possible. Thor didn't argue further, but quickly gave orders. At this moment, the harvest meant he had a large amount of grain stored. Grain is very precious in the northern province. Recently, he spent most of his resources not on slaves, even though slaves cost a lot of gold coins. But compared to the continuous consumption of grain, it was not a big deal. If this batch of grain hadn't been harvested yet, he would have to consider buying more. Although he had a steady flow of gold from the trade network established by Rachos, these coins might not last forever. Now that he had this harvest, he didn't need to rush so much. He could continue to develop slowly. The grain yield was not very satisfying, but he had already cultivated many fields before and had recently cultivated more, so he expected a steady supply in the future. He was almost self-sufficient now. It seems I need to find a way to increase the grain yield as much as possible. In this world, it seems elves can do that. Thor muttered to himself, recalling some information he had read in books before. Compared to humans, elves are undoubtedly favored by nature, with the ability to make plants grow quickly and transform rapidly. To keep increasing production, relying on methods from his previous life was clearly impossible. The world is different, and achieving such effects is already the limit. To improve further, he must rely on the methods available in this world. Thinking of elves, Thor also thought of a half-elf girl. But he couldn't be sure if the half-elf girl had the same effect, since she was only half-elf, not a full elf. Moreover, she hadn't fully submitted yet. A yield of only 300 pounds per acre was something he simply couldn't accept. That meant his territory would need a large workforce tied to the land, making development a very slow process. Thor had no intention of spending hundreds or thousands of years developing a family. Therefore, the land and grain production had to be improved. Thoughts raced through his mind. Soon, Thor had an idea. Whether Anna could help or not, he was willing to try. If successful, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits. Next, his territory would truly enter a period of rapid growth. Even if he fails, he has nothing to lose. However, before he could take action, new intelligence forced him to abandon his plans and ideas. He even had no time to try again. Stars dot the sky. The night sky over Eagle Ridge looks especially peaceful. Everything is quiet. Thor, like usual, opened his daily intelligence system. As he continued to make use of his special abilities, Thor had already gotten used to opening the daily reports early in the morning. Today was no different. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar-like creatures will pass by. The leader of these creatures seems close to breaking into the 3rd level. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Barrenwell's domain, a serf accidentally discovered a graft of fern roots onto a fire spirit tree, increasing its output value. 3. In 3 months, due to a defeat of a Minotaur tribe in a tribal war, their leader led the tribe into the main river valley, causing a big impact on all the lords exploring the main river valley. 4. The Rosen family from Eagle Ridge has had a minor conflict with the Drin family. 5. Upstream of the main river valley on the western side of Eagle Ridge, a group of earth dragons will pass through. The lines of text appeared one after another. But as soon as Thor saw them, he suddenly stood up. His face changed instantly. Minotaurs, How could Minotaurs appear in the main river valley? And why now? His voice couldn't help but slip out. At this moment, Thor could no longer remain calm. The greatest threat to the northern province was undoubtedly magical beasts and orcs, with orcs being the bigger threat. Compared to magical beasts, orcs already have enough civilization, and their strength is extremely powerful. Besides goblins, which are easier to deal with, most orc tribes are formidable foes for explorers and knights. No, it's not just difficult, it's impossible to deal with them. Each orc tribe has at least a few thousand members, sometimes reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even if they are not top-tier orcs like Bymans or Titans, ordinary Minotaurs and Werewolves are not easily handled by common frontier lords or even Baron-level rulers. Moreover, every member of an orc tribe is as strong as an apprentice knight, and the tribe's leader is usually at least a 2nd tier, possibly even a 3rd tier powerful being. Fortunately, ordinary frontier lords rarely encounter large-scale orc tribes. Beyond the territory of the frontier lord, the kingdom's most elite armies guard the area. It is very difficult for orcs to cross these defenses. This gives the frontier lords some room to survive. But now, 3 months later, they have to face an orc tribe. Even Thor is somewhat alarmed. His current strength is quite high, but not enough to handle an orc tribe, even a defeated one. Especially since Neil Morton left for an important matter half a month ago, which has put Eagle Ridge into a crisis. Are the Flying Eagle Knights just loafing around? Thor can't help but curse silently, his face showing worry. He has invested a lot of effort and resources into building Eagle Ridge over the past year. He has already made some progress here. Giving up suddenly would mean losing all that, and it might take a long time to rebuild such a strong foundation again. There's no way he can abandon Eagle Ridge now. But the threat from the Minotaurs is real and pressing. No, I must find a way. Eagle Ridge cannot be lost. His mind races as thoughts intertwine, new ideas emerging one after another. Thor quickly considers what to do next. Since giving up Eagle Ridge is impossible, he must figure out how to respond. Dealing with a defeated orc tribe, even a minotaur tribe, is dangerous but not necessarily hopeless. The best plan is to notify the Flying Eagle Knights. As the kingdom's most elite knights stationed in the northern province, they are responsible for clearing orc tribes in the region. However, that is 3 months away, and right now, he doesn't know where that minotaur tribe is or how to contact them. Although the Eagle Knight Order has the duty to clean up, that is only a duty. They may not always intervene. Otherwise, many frontier lords in the northern province wouldn't be destroyed every year. Additionally, we should see how strong this orc tribe really is. Currently, their power isn't just from their own forces, but also includes Lawrence territory, Valmy territory, and Glatten territory. They are capable of uniting the strength of 3 regions. If the combined strength of these 3 regions isn't too overwhelming, perhaps they can handle the situation. At this moment, Thor feels somewhat relieved, thankful that he didn't wipe out the tribe completely earlier. If he had dealt with the 3 major lords, he might have had no other choice but to give up now. Now, there is still some hope. The description suggests only an attack, not total destruction, which means the orc tribe probably isn't too powerful. Let's keep watching, Thor murmurs. Hopefully, we'll get more information soon. He can't help feeling a bit nervous inside. Night gradually passes, and morning sunlight shines through. Thor quickly gives orders and sends people to inform Rachos Assad to investigate any signs of the orc tribe. After doing this, Thor still feels uneasy. Whether it helps or not, he sends a few knights toward the Eagle Knight headquarters. Even if the Eagle Knights probably won't act, what if they do? In this crisis, even a 1 in 1,000 chance is worth trying. Of course, this is just a try. Thor hasn't forgotten that his main focus is on himself. He begins to strengthen his defenses and consumes many resources to train his subordinates. He even sends more people to Lawrence City for large-scale purchasing. The large amount of gold gained from trade is being spent freely. If they survive this, the gold won't be a problem. If they don't, then keeping the gold is useless. A large amount of gold is spent, and all the gold obtained this time is used for procurement. Time passes slowly under Thor's arrangements, and in the blink of an eye, a month has gone by. This past month, the entire main river valley has been unusually quiet, with no signs of chaos. Since Thor has subdued the 3 great nobles, even the other frontier lords of the main river valley do not dare to think about the Eagle territory. The 3 great nobles have made no further moves. The contract established makes it clear that breaking it would bring consequences they cannot bear. In this world, the laws of the goddess of life dominate everything, and any contract made under her laws cannot be broken. However, the main river valley remains relatively peaceful. Elsewhere, the situation is much more chaotic. In the northwest part of the main river valley, fighting is spreading. Huge flames cover the entire territory. Confusion and screams are constantly spreading. It is clear that this is the land of a noble lord. Yet now, the prosperous territory is filled with burning fires and fleeing people. An hour ago, this territory was attacked by a tribe of minotaurs. The lord, Baron Roshchar, was killed in battle. Soon after, the entire territory was taken over by the minotaurs. Many villagers were torn apart by the minotaurs. Women were captured. Unluckily, these women are likely to be used as breeding tools by the minotaurs. Unlike monsters, orcs and elves do not have reproductive barriers with humans. Due to their unique nature, orcs often capture human women to breed their kind. Sometimes, they even use secret magic to drain the life force of women, creating new members of their race continuously. This Minotaur tribe had lost a war and was forced to retreat. Although they escaped, their people suffered heavy losses. They desperately need more members to rebuild. They have their eyes on this Baron's territory. Surprisingly, the attack went smoothly. The god of Titans bless us. The lead Minotaur shouted, his face twisted with excitement and rage amid the flames. Inside the houses, women's screams of pain and fear could be heard. The flames illuminated the night. As darkness fell, there were no signs of life left in the territory. A huge bonfire rose into the sky. Above it, several human-shaped figures, roasted to a golden color, appeared, sizzling and shining with oil. Their internal organs had been casually piled nearby, and each Minotaur's mouth was filled with drool. Meanwhile, some small Minotaurs began to emerge from the houses. Inside, several women had already died tragically. This night was destined to be a celebration for the Minotaurs. The second piece of news spread like a whirlwind across the entire northern province. All the noble lords in the northwest region suddenly felt uneasy. Some lords started to move their people overnight, while others quickly sent messages asking for help from the Eagle Knights or even dispatched people directly. However, it was all in vain. The messages sent disappeared like stones sinking into the sea. The troops sent out couldn't even reach the Eagle Knights. This result caused widespread panic throughout the Northwest. More people began to abandon their lands. Even though they had spent years building these territories and invested a lot of gold, they no longer cared at this moment. After all, if they lost their land and gold, they could still earn it back. But if they lost their lives, everything was gone. This turmoil even spread further from the northwest to distant areas. Rajuz Assad, who was opening up trade routes, quickly received this news. When he heard it, even he was shocked, not only because of the Minotaur problem, but more importantly, Tor had warned him about this a month earlier. It was as if Tor had known about it in advance, which left Rajuz deeply stunned. In his shock, he dared not delay. He quickly began to gather information. After learning as much as he could, he immediately set aside his business and returned to the Eagle territory. Half a month later, Rajuz Assad returned to the Eagle territory and reported the situation to Tor. Just a second-tier Minotaur tribe? Tor was a bit surprised and looked at Rajuz Assad. Among orc tribes, there was a strict hierarchy. Humans had given them a clear ranking. Tribes comparable to Great Knights were called second-tier tribes, while those comparable to Land Knights were third-tier tribes. At this moment, the orc tribe was only at the second level, which surprised him a little. Unlike goblins, orc tribes can grow to the fourth level, and second-level orc tribes are quite rare. Furthermore, a second-level orc tribe shouldn't pose a huge threat to the main valley or to him. With his current strength, he might not be able to handle a third-level orc tribe, but a second-level one he is quite confident he can deal with. In theory, there shouldn't be a crisis. Yes, it's only second level, but it probably resulted from a defeated third-level orc tribe. It's somewhat stronger than a normal second-level orc tribe. I heard there are about 7 or 8 second-level orcs, including 2 at the peak of second level. Lehos Assad nodded and spoke cautiously. Understood. Tor nodded, showing he understood clearly. From a second-level tribe formed after a third-level defeat, he could probably figure out the situation. After all, even if they were defeated, they were once a third-level tribe, capable of threatening the main valley and Eagle territory. Next, Lehos, my friend, please keep watching. Taking a deep breath, Tor looked serious and spoke solemnly to Lehos Assad. Okay, I will do that. Lehos Assad nodded without hesitation. Right now, he and Tor were allies with shared interests. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to Eagle territory. Lehos Assad quickly left again. Meanwhile, Tor began to prepare further. The danger was indeed significant, but as he thought, it was not unmanageable. As long as he gathered the strength of the main valley, especially the 3 major noble families, and combined it with the 5 magic crystal cannons, there was a good chance to defend against this orc attack. At least, they could hold their ground. Although the second-level orcs had 7 or 8 members, including one at the peak of second level, the number of high-level knights from 4 houses already reached 4, plus Ryan, who was close to a great knight in strength, making it 5. Compared to the orcs, their high-end combat power was not much different. The power of the magic crystal cannons, though limited by the magic cores of only second level, could still be very effective. The information brought back by Rajuz Assad made Thor breathe a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he had feared, so he completely abandoned the idea of giving up the territory. All his thoughts turned to fortifying the land. Time quickly passed. Soon, another month had gone by, and the orc attack described in the intelligence was getting closer. More news also came through Rajuz. In less than a month, 2 Baron territories and 7 Pioneer Lord territories had fallen. The orc tribes continued to grow stronger. They started with just 7 or 800 members, but now, according to the latest reports, their numbers had increased to over 3,000, and they were still growing. Many noble lords in the northwest region began to flee. Even nearby areas, including the Maimin River Valley, were affected. Fortunately, the distance was still considerable, and everyone was only nervous. No actions had been taken yet. Inside the castle, Thor looked at the map in his hands, his face silent. Compared to other lords and nobles in the Maimin River Valley, he was not so optimistic. Recent intelligence made it clear that the orcs' next target was the Maimin River Valley. Even though there was some distance between them, the orcs would arrive soon. With their numbers increasing, by the time they reached, the orcs could number over 5,000, possibly 6 or 7,000. Even though these orcs were created using magic and weren't very strong individually, they were not goblins. Ordinary people couldn't fight them, at least not without prepared knights or apprentices. More than 5,000 orcs was a terrifying number. Alice, call Ryan here, Thor said, turning his gaze away from the map and speaking toward the door. Yes, master. Anna quickly responded and left. A moment later, Ryan entered. Sir, Ryan greeted respectfully. Bring my orders. Go to the mine and tell Steve to stop production. Within 10 days, make sure the magic crystal cannons are transported to Eagle's Peak. All other personnel must evacuate as well. Thor spoke quickly and gave the order. Large iron mines are very important. Now, they can bring him about 400 or 500 gold coins each month steadily. But if they cannot ensure the safety of the Eagle territory, no amount of gold will matter. It's better to withdraw from the mine first and focus all efforts on handling this crisis. Anyway, no one dares to occupy it now. Yes, Rain was a bit surprised but didn't ask any questions and quickly agreed. One day later, Rain arrived at the mine and told Steve the news. When Steve heard, he was also shocked. Are you sure? Did the Lord really say that? Steve looked at Rain with surprise. Absolutely sure. This is what the Lord personally told me. Rain nodded, looking serious. Good. I understand. I'll take care of it immediately. Steve responded without asking more questions. Although he had many doubts in his mind, he chose to obey unconditionally in this situation. Soon, all work at the mine was stopped quickly. 5 days later, everything at the mine was halted. A large group of slaves and knights gathered. Even some goblins were assembled. Under Steve's leadership, they headed back toward the Eagle territory. They returned 2 days later. With this strength, Thor felt a bit more at ease. He began to reorganize, especially the 5 magic crystal cannons. He also started arming Steve and the knight group. While Thor was busy, the 3rd month was about to pass. According to intelligence, in 10 days at most, the Minotaur would attack the territory along the main river valley. Just as Thor was about to contact other lords, an unexpected surprise arrived first. Yes, an unexpected surprise. Outside the Eagle territory, a large force was marching toward it. This force was supported by Count Engel Dres-Rosa for his son, Thor Dres-Rosa. There are not only 5 officers skilled in various tasks, but also 100 craftsmen of different kinds, 10 official knights, and over 100 reserve knights. Additionally, there is 1 Grand Knight. Pelos, as the Grand Knight, is naturally the leader this time. Regarding Lord Toll, he is undoubtedly a stranger to him. Unlike Michael, who is a member of the Eagle Knights, Pelos has had little contact with the descendants of Engel Dres-Rosa. In his memory, he has only met Lord Toll once or twice. He feels somewhat resistant to this order. To him, it feels like exile. After all, he is a Grand Knight, still in his early 30s, and within the Dres-Rosa family, he could gain many resources and opportunities for cultivation, things unimaginable elsewhere. But now, he is ordered to follow Lord Toll to explore new lands. He can almost imagine how difficult it will be. Despite his reluctance, Pelos dare not voice any objections in front of Count Engel. He has lost hope for his future. I just hope that Lord Toll doesn't have those terrible flaws, Pelos sighs. That's all he can hope for now. Then he orders the team to speed up a little. They have been traveling away from Loren City for 7 days. If they go faster, they might reach Eagle territory by tonight. Time slowly passes. Soon, dusk begins to fall. We've arrived. It's just ahead. Looking at the map in his hand, Pelos finally relaxes. Nearly 2 months of travel are about to end. As he breathes a sigh of relief, the forest ahead quickly passes by. A distant scene comes into view. First, a tall castle appears. Then, golden fields of wheat stretch out. Did we take a wrong turn? Pelos is momentarily stunned, then can't help but curse quietly. He wouldn't think this prosperous territory is Eagle territory of the Dres-Rosa family, especially since Lord Toll became the lord of this land less than a year ago. It's impossible for the territory to be this large so soon. The only explanation now is that they have taken a wrong turn. Thor never expected that asking for just a few administrative officers would result in such a generous gift from his father. Not only did his father assign him 5 officers, but each one was the most capable administrative officer he remembered. More importantly, there were over 100 craftsmen of various skills and a Grand Knight. The craftsmen needed no explanation. Currently, Eagle Ridge's main need was for skilled artisans. The Grand Knight, however, was even more significant. A Grand Knight is one of the most important forces in the entire northern province. Especially with the threat of the Minotaur approaching, having an extra Grand Knight would greatly increase their confidence in facing the danger. Thor was stunned, and Pelos, who led the team, was even more shocked. When Pelos first saw the size of Eagle Ridge, he thought he had arrived at the wrong place. It wasn't until Thor and his troops greeted them and led them inside that Pelos finally opened his mouth wide in amazement, overwhelmed by what he saw. This was truly the territory of Lord Thor. But how could that be? In less than a year, how could Thor's territory have grown to this extent? As one of the leaders of the Eagle Knights, Pelos understood the situation in the northern province well. The Dressrosa family had many knights sent to explore and develop the region. Even the knights heading to the northern province were numerous. From what Pelos knew, even the first few young masters had taken about 2 years to establish themselves, and one of them still hadn't fully settled after 3 years. Although Thor seemed to have received strong support from the Count, Pelos wondered if his rapid progress was too unbelievable. It felt almost like a dream. Lord Thor. Pelos hesitated, opening his mouth but unsure what to say. Pelos, you should address him as Sir, Steve said with a frown, showing some dissatisfaction. Sir. Pelos quickly corrected himself and bowed respectfully toward Thor. It's nothing. Steve, take Pelos down and arrange for him to quickly get familiar with Eagle Ridge. Also, temporarily transfer the young Eagle Knights to Pelos. Thor nodded with a smile and didn't pay much attention. After a brief thought, he gave the order. Since Pelos had just arrived, he couldn't be given too much authority, but as a great knight, he shouldn't be wasted. The reserve knight group could be temporarily entrusted to Pelos. Yes, Steve quickly responded. Sir, I will take my leave. Pelos said happily and quickly thanked him. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, Thor would assign the young Eagle Knights to him. Now that Pelos had learned about Eagle Ridge, he no longer dared to underestimate it. After giving instructions and arrangements to Pelos, Thor began to organize various craftsmen. At this moment, Eagle Ridge was lacking in almost everything. The arrival of these craftsmen could fill a large gap. More importantly, with these craftsmen and the newly arrived food supplies, Eagle Ridge was becoming more self-sufficient. This was very important and quite difficult in the entire Northern Land province. There are many pioneer lords and noble lords, but few can truly be self-sufficient. If Thor could achieve this, the benefits would be enormous. The most noticeable one was gold coins. Currently, many supplies had to be purchased from Loren City, which was a big expense each time, and selling some goods could bring in a lot of gold coins. Thor valued this greatly. While Thor was busy with these tasks, the news of the orc attack at Main Valley was getting closer to reality. The news of the orc attack finally reached Main Valley. No, it shouldn't be said that the news reached Main Valley. A tribe of orcs had crossed the defenses and entered the Northern Land province. Any pioneer lord with some information channels already knew this. But previously, most of the pioneer lords in Main Valley didn't pay much attention. Since the information about the Minotaur tribe is quite far from the main river valley, and the main river valley itself is not in the same direction as the defensive line, the northern area is the Ice Glacier, and orc tribes rarely reach the main river valley. But this time, things are different. 3 days ago, the Sunset Territory, only 100 miles from the main river valley, was attacked by the Minotaur tribe. 3 pioneer lords' territories were destroyed. This event was like a heavy bomb dropping into the main river valley, causing panic among everyone. How could this happen? Usually, those orcs don't go to the main river valley. Oh my god, what should we do? Should we run to? This is the land we worked so hard to build over the years. Each pioneer lord was panicking, hesitating, and unsure. Even the 3 noble lords couldn't stay calm. Especially Baron Valmy and Baron Gladden, who were closest to the place of the orc attack 3 days ago. If the orc tribe heads this way, they will be the first to face it. So, as soon as the news arrived, the 2 barons gathered together. Is this the goddess of life playing a joke on me? Can anyone tell me how those filthy orcs came to the main river valley? Shouldn't they be heading south? Are we going to abandon our land? At Gladden Castle, Baron Valmy spoke with disbelief. This kind of news was almost impossible for him to accept. Over 10 years, more than a decade, He had put so much into this place. Now it seems he might have to give it up. How could he accept that? Those orcs might not even reach here. Baron Valmy also frowned, thinking for a moment, then hesitated before speaking. Even he was unsure about his words. No. This is probably unlikely. Only us and the surrounding area are led by Luasia. Those orcs probably aren't heading to the ice glacier. That place, besides the Titans, has no survivors. Baron Valmy shook his head with a bitter smile. His words made Baron Glatton fall silent. The castle fell into silence. Both barons stopped talking, their faces looking very grim. After a moment, Baron Glatton finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Maybe we still have a chance. That orc tribe was just a defeated group in a war. They are not very strong and probably don't have any third-tier orcs. His voice was quiet but clear throughout the castle. However, Baron Valmy shook his head with a bitter smile, stopping him. That's impossible. Even if they are just a defeated tribe, we cannot handle them. Even without third-tier orcs, there are definitely many second-tier orcs. Baron Valmy's voice was firm. He had spent more time in the northern province than Baron Glatton and knew well how powerful orc tribes could be. As he said, even a defeated orc tribe is not something they can fight. They have great knights. Usually, a great knight can handle second-tier orcs, but it depends on how many there are. 1 or 2 second-tier orcs, or even 3 or 4, could be managed. But a whole orc tribe, it's unlikely they only have 3 or 4 second-tier orcs. There could be 7, 8, or even more. Even a defeated tribe would have many. But still, we can't really give up, can we? Baron Glatton sighed and spoke slowly. If we don't give up, maybe there's still a chance. Baron Valmy seemed to have an idea and hesitated before speaking. A chance? Yes, a chance. Do you remember the descendant of Dries Rosa we encountered before? Baron Valmy nodded and then turned to Baron Glatton. I know. What do you think he's planning? Baron Glatton's face darkened instantly. This was the first time he felt such humiliation, even being forced to sign a contract. That person is different from us. Clearly, they have the support of the Dries Rosa family and even possess magic crystal cannons. He probably doesn't want his territory to fall either. If we unite, along with other frontier lords, maybe we really have a chance to stop them. Baron Valmy spoke softly, his eyes shining as he talked. This might truly be an opportunity. Listening to Baron Valmy speak, Baron Glatton's originally grim face gradually softened. He also started to walk back and forth. Baron Valmy did not disturb him. After a moment, magic crystal cannons and the Great Knight, it's definitely possible. Baron Valmy, let's do it this way. I don't want to give up my territory. Here's what we'll do. We'll talk to Baron Pape and also gather the other pioneering lords. Then, we'll contact Lord Tor to see if he's willing. If he agrees, we will follow his lead. Whatever he needs, we will try to provide. Baron Glatton stopped, his face constantly changing, and finally made a firm decision, speaking directly. All right, let's set out now. Baron Valmy nodded and also expressed his support. Compared to their territories, these concerns seemed minor. The two quickly took action. One day later, Barons Glatton and Valmy arrived at Lawrence Castle. At this time, Pape Lawrence was also in a state of panic. Even though his strength was much greater than that of Barons Valmy and Glatton, he still couldn't handle the orc tribes. He also couldn't accept abandoning his territory. When he learned about the arrival of the two barons and their intentions, Pape Lawrence's eyes lit up. He quickly agreed. With the 3 noblemen from the main valley united, other pioneering lords were soon summoned. After explaining the plans of the 3 nobles, most of the pioneering lords decided to join, except for a few who hesitated. For each pioneer lord, their territory was the most important thing. After so many years of effort, no one wanted to give it up unless absolutely necessary. Once these decisions were made, the 3 barons headed to Eagle Ridge. At Eagle Ridge, Tor had no idea what was happening. After arranging the personnel given by his father, he began to prepare supplies further. Reports from Rachos Assad kept coming back, and as time grew closer, Tor became more and more nervous. Especially when a message arrived 3 days ago, Tor couldn't help but be startled. Compared to Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton, he undoubtedly knows more information. After all, Rajuz has been trading, gathering news, and collecting intelligence recently, which others cannot compare to. Because of this knowledge, Thor feels even more worried. The orc tribe's numbers are growing quickly, with 10 second-level orcs now, and even 3 of them are at the peak of the second level. Such strong strength is hard to handle. Currently, even with Peros and the Grand Knights, There are only 5 knights in the entire main valley. Magic crystal cannons might be able to stop 10 second-level orcs, but they can't deal with 13 peak second-level orcs. There only has a second-level magic core, and there aren't many of them. Do I really have to run away? Thor mutters to himself, his face looking grim after the shock. The situation seems worse than he imagined. The attack could even be destructive. While Thor frowns, the time quickly reaches dawn. Alert! The intelligence system has been updated. Do you want to open it? A mechanical voice sounds, just like usual. Open it. Thor suppresses his anxiety and instinctively responds. As he speaks, a buzzing sound occurs. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar-like creatures will pass by. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Well's domain, a peasant has unexpectedly discovered. 3. In 7 days, a orc tribe was defeated in a tribal war. Their leader led the tribe into the main valley, causing a huge impact on the entire region's lords. 4. The Rosen family at Eagle Ridge has had a minor conflict with the Dren family. 5. 6. Located 30 miles north of the main valley, in the southern part of the North Glacier's Grand Canyon, a natural elf will be born in 5 days. 7. A list of entries appears. Like usual, Thor scans through them quickly, his mind still pondering how to face this crisis. Just as his thoughts are flowing, the next moment, the information reflected in his mind caused his pupils to contract sharply. Natural spirit. He muttered to himself, eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Spirits. In this world, they are undoubtedly a symbol of nobility. Every spirit is naturally a master archer and mage. Like Anna, who is a half-spirit but has a very high talent for magic. Toru never expected that near his territory, there would be a spirit about to be born, and not just an ordinary forest spirit, but a rarer natural spirit. During the time after leaving Dressrosa Castle, he had read many books and gained a good understanding of the world. The same goes for spirits. According to ancient records, spirits are also categorized. Ignoring the special existence of half-spirits, the biggest difference is between forest spirits and natural spirits. Forest spirits are usually born from the Tree of Life. They are nurtured by the fruit of the Tree of Life, and are born with strong magical talent and a natural affinity for plants. If Alan's ability to connect with all living things covers all creatures, then forest spirits are especially powerful with plants. When it comes to plants, forest spirits are stronger. Natural spirits and forest spirits are different. Although both are spirits, they are not exactly the same. Natural spirits are embodiments of elements. Each one is blessed by the goddess of life at birth, possessing the power to control elements, with a natural strong affinity for them. If forest spirits have powerful magical talents, natural spirits are magic itself. Natural spirits can also form symbiotic contracts with forest spirits, allowing both to grow quickly. Initially, natural spirits are fragile, while forest spirits are relatively strong and protected by the mother tree, which provides them with space to grow. When a forest spirit forms a contract with a natural spirit, it can enhance its own talents, potential, and grow into a stronger spirit. Looking at this piece of information, and thinking about his half-spirit girl maid, Toru's expression subtly changed to a strange one. There is no Tree of Life here, nor any other spirits. This piece of information seems to be about delivering opportunities to a half-elf girl. Perhaps without embodying Anna, she might also have been purchased by the Lord of the Northern Province, and by chance, she would have formed a contract with a nature spirit. As long as she can contract with a nature spirit, higher-level symbiotic contracts will completely replace lower-level contracts, freeing Anna from slavery. Truly blessed by the goddess of life, he murmured, shaking his head. Having lived through 2 lives, and in the previous era of information explosion, Tor understands better than most that some people are truly favored by the heavens. Both Ryan and Anna are such people. And beyond them, there are many others. They are just not noticeable among the vast crowd. This is not surprising. His thoughts flowed as he prepared to consider what to do next. But soon, his actions suddenly paused. His gaze turned again to the intelligence. Maybe I should give it a try, he muttered softly, and the idea in his mind could no longer be suppressed. Thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. Night gradually passed. Morning arrived, with sunlight shining through. A new day begins again. Eagle Ridge was once more busy. Inside a castle room, a gentle knock sounded on the door. "Come in," he said softly. The door creaked open, and Anna entered carefully carrying a basket of fruit. "Master, your fruit," she said softly. "Thank you." Just place it here, he replied. Also, Alice, wait a moment, he added. Tyr nodded without paying much attention. Anna carefully placed the fruit beside him, looking a bit puzzled, but still cautious. Tyr finished dealing with what he was doing, waved his hand to dismiss the surrounding servants, then looked at the girl. He didn't speak. The entire room suddenly became quiet. Anna's heart started pounding faster. Master, master, she said cautiously, feeling her heart racing intensely. And at that moment, Tyr let out a light laugh. Alice, should I call you Anna? Or perhaps Anna Karenina? She is a half-elf girl from the natural forest, your highness. Her words were spoken with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupts like lightning. You. Anna suddenly looks up, her pupils filled with disbelief as she gazes at Thor. In that moment, her delicate face shows a hint of panic, but she quickly suppresses it. What are you talking about, master? Anna's voice trembles, or rather, her whole body is trembling. She knows what elves can become among human nobles. She chose to stay and not run away because she seemed to be safe here and had not been exposed. But now, it seems that was not the case. What are you talking about? Karenina, one of the 3 great noble families of the kingdom. It is said that years ago, the second son of Duke Karenina brought back a beautiful elf from the natural forest. Do I need to say more? Thor's expression is half smiling. He's joking, but he's been paying close attention lately. The name Karenina, combined with elves, makes it easy to find information. In fact, he already knew from the start. He just didn't say anything. You. Anna's eyes show fear. But in the next moment, Thor suddenly flicks his hand, and an object flies over. Anna is startled. A wall of fire suddenly rises in front of her, and she prepares to retreat. But then, her body unexpectedly freezes. A shadow crashes into the firewall, flames ignite. The shadow is instantly covered. At the same moment, light intertwines around her, and the invisible bonds begin to break apart. Anna pauses. Her delicate face is full of shock. She stares blankly at the burning shadow, looking somewhat stunned, unsure how to react or what to do. He originally wanted to escape, even with a contract. At worst, death. But at this moment, she is completely frozen. Nice firewall spell. Already capable of casting first-level magic instantly. In the midst of silence and Anna's innocent demeanor, Thor clicked his tongue and spoke with a hint of emotion. Hey. Anna still looked confused, wanting to speak, but unsure how to start. You've done well these past few months. Your contract is now lifted. After all, many of the serfs have been freed, so it shouldn't just be about restricting you. As for who you are, I don't care whether you're an elf or a member of the Kalenina family. Here, your only identity is that you are a citizen of Thordr's Rosa. By the way, I only released your status as A, but I haven't allowed you to leave. You still need to work for me for a few more years, or I'll suffer a loss. Get ready. I'm going out soon, and you'll come with me. Thor chuckled softly. He didn't pay much attention to her reaction. The appearance of the elf girl gave him an opportunity to maximize his benefits. Since that was the case, he didn't mind building some goodwill early on. Recently, he had learned a bit about the elf girl in front of him. Although she had suffered a lot, she remained kind and pure. Such qualities could make her feel grateful. Plus, if he played his cards right, he might even make her completely submit internally. Yes, master. I will work hard. Tears shimmered in Anna's eyes. Her experiences with the Kalenina family and during her escape made her wary and cautious of everyone. The peaceful yet tense environment of Eagle's Nest brought her a sense of calm but also anxiety. At first, she wanted to run away, but later, the peaceful environment made her hesitant to leave. Even though she had to repeatedly use magic to hide her half-elf features, she chose to stay. Today's sudden exposure made her extremely panicked and scared. However, the outcome was beyond her expectations. Thor not only didn't harm her but also released her contract, which moved her deeply. Master, tears welled up in her eyes as Anna instinctively tried to speak again. But Thor interrupted her. All right, go prepare yourself. There's a surprise waiting for you later. Just see if you can seize it. He waved his hand and spoke. Okay. Anna looked a bit confused but nodded and eventually stepped outside. She couldn't help but smile when she decided to leave. At that moment, the nervousness she had felt for some time seemed to disappear. She felt strangely at ease inside. In her mind, Thor's image became clearer and clearer. The girl happily walked into the room. After a moment, outside the castle, Thor had already gathered quite a few knights. This time, He didn't bring Ryan, but called 10 official knights instead. This amount of strength was enough. Master. Anna appeared, her face slightly red and her words soft. Do you know how to ride a horse? Thor looked at Anna and asked. This time, just in case, he brought along a second-tier peak unicorn. Compared to before, this unicorn's aura was much stronger and seemed closer to breaking through. Besides, the other 10 knights also rode first-tier peak unicorns. Listening to Thor, Anna shook her head. Although she was from the Karenina family, she really couldn't ride a horse. Back then, no one in her family knew she existed, let alone trained her. As she shook her head, Thor suddenly lifted her onto the unicorn. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise, then felt a rush of a man's presence. This made her even more nervous. Master, Anna instinctively called out. Hold on tight. Let's go. Thor didn't care. As he spoke, he grabbed the reins. Everyone set off together. The unicorn galloped, feeling the bumps beneath him and Thor's warm presence, causing ripples in the girl's heart. Gradually, a faint smile appeared on her face. For some reason, leaning on Thor made her feel strangely safe. All her previous nervousness faded a lot. Her body, which had been tense, gradually relaxed. The morning sun shone down. The group quickly headed toward their destination. The place described in the intelligence was quite far away. It was located 30 miles north of the main valley, in the southern Grand Canyon of the North Glacier, about 200 miles from the Eagle's Nest. Even with a second-tier peak unicorn, the journey was still long. It will take about 2 days to reach the destination. Fortunately, there is still some time before the natural elves are born, as described by the intelligence. There is no need to rush now. The night passes. Time slowly moves to the next day. Early in the morning of the next day, the leaders of the Eagle territory, Baron Glatton, Baron Valmy, and Baron Pape, arrive at their location. Lord Thor isn't here? Upon hearing Ryan's words, the 3 men are momentarily stunned, then their faces show worry. Knight Ryan, do you know where Lord Thor has gone? There might really be a disaster in the main river valley. Yes, Knight Ryan, please find Lord Thor quickly. Knight Ryan. The 3 speak hurriedly, their expressions growing more anxious. The calm they had earlier has completely vanished. Even though they have allied with other pioneer lords, their combined strength alone cannot withstand the threat. Amid their worry, a figure approaches. Good gentlemen, no need to worry. The Lord has already given orders. Look at this, please. Pelos speaks, catching the attention of the 3 men instantly. As their eyes focus, their pupils shrink slightly, and their hearts are shaken. Because in their perception, Pelos is also a great knight, just like them. From their memories, they recall seeing a knight named Steve in the Eagle territory before. This suggests that the Eagle territory not only has one great knight, but possibly more than 2. Feeling surprised, the 3 exchange glances and show a hint of happiness. Usually, this would worry them, but now, the stronger the Eagle territory becomes, the greater the benefit. Sir, what is this? Baron Pape asks hesitantly, instinctively looking at the sheepskin scroll in Pelos's hand. 3 noble lords, you'll understand when you see it. Pelos doesn't say much and gestures again. The 3 look at each other, and finally Baron Pape takes the scroll. Soon, the writing on it comes into view. As they read the text, Baron Pape lets out a sigh of relief. Then he smiles and passes the scroll to the others. When everyone finished watching, the other 2 also let out a sigh of relief. Located 200 miles north of Eagle Ridge, this area is already within the North Glacier. The North Glacier is said to be the place where frost giants fell during the Mythic Age. Compared to the North Province, this place is much colder and is covered with snow all year round. Apart from some special plants, almost no other life can survive here, even at the southern edge of the North Glacier. The cold alone makes the unicorns breathe out warm steam, and Thor feels icy coldness that cuts to the bone. Even the life energy is somewhat suppressed. Buzz. Ripples spread out as a magic circle rose around Anna. Then a gentle feeling enveloped Thor completely. Thank you, Thor softly said. He knew this was Anna's intention. You're welcome, Anna whispered. Thor smiled, and then led his team to continue their journey. Until dusk, everyone finally reached their destination. It was a canyon. The entire area was covered with glaciers. Falling snowflakes drifted slowly from the sky. Thor began instructing a few knights to set up camp. After more than 2 hours, everyone was settled in. Next, everyone pay attention. If there's anything unusual, report immediately. Thor spoke and then ordered the group. Although the intelligence provided him with fairly complete information, it was still only relatively complete, not specific. He only knew about this canyon. However, the birth of a natural spirit would definitely cause strong elemental fluctuations, which they could detect. Yes, yes. Figures responded in unison. Then everyone began to wait. Time quickly passed. But time did not wait for Thor and his team. The next day, the canyon showed obvious changes. The first thing they noticed was the temperature, which suddenly dropped sharply. Then the sparse snowflakes began to spread rapidly. Gradually, the canyon became almost completely obscured, and the extreme cold forced many knights to use their life energy. Anna also had to cast 2 layers of fire magic on herself and Thor. By the third day, the wind and snow intensified further. The temperature continued to drop. Anna and Thor's fire magic reached the 5th level. But even so, it was barely enough. The cold air was too thick to ignore. By this point, Anna finally understood what was about to happen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, shining brightly. Her heart was pounding hard. As she looked at Thor, her lips involuntarily pressed together. At this moment, an unavoidable thought appeared in her mind. Let's go. It should be right in the middle of the canyon. Thor softly spoke, then led everyone to move forward through the snow and wind. Okay. Anna instinctively responded quickly, following Thor as they advanced. Walking through the heavy snow and wind was very difficult. Layers of fire magic shields started to flicker and shake. In less than 20 meters, a clear breaking sound was heard, and the outermost magic shield shattered. At the same time, ice spread to form a new layer of magic shield. This time, in less than 10 meters, another shield broke apart. A ripple spread out, and Anna was about to chant a spell, but Thor shook his head to signal her to stop. At the same time, Thor also stopped moving. Ahead, the endless snowstorm turned into a swirling vortex, and the entire world became a land of ice and snow. Seeing this scene, Anna's excitement could no longer be contained. If she wasn't sure before, now she was certain this was exactly what it looked like when a natural spirit was born. A natural spirit. Yes, a natural spirit. The power of a spirit was beyond imagination. Master. In the snowstorm, only Anna's lips moving could be seen. She was a little anxious, a bit nervous, but also filled with hope. Her gaze at Thor had subtly changed. Go now. Thor softly spoke, giving Anna a signal, then stopped moving. Anna took a deep breath, calming her excitement. She slightly bowed toward Thor and quickly cast the prepared magic. A warm feeling returned, further easing the cold, and she then stepped forward again. The protective shield around her began to flicker. Soon, the third magic shield shattered as well. Yet, the girl did not stop her actions. She continued moving forward with excitement, anticipation, and hope. In the very center of the canyon, amidst countless storms, a small, transparent figure started to appear in the snow and wind. Time slowly passed. Watching this scene, Thor felt nervous inside. Nature spirits and forest spirits are different. As favorites of the goddess of life, they cannot be bound by contracts or tamed. The only contracts they form are mutual survival agreements initiated by themselves with forest spirits. Thor cannot capture or control them, so he might as well invest directly in Anna. However, this investment requires that the nature spirit also forms a contract with Anna. Anna is not a pure forest spirit, and despite his guesses, no one can be sure of the outcome. If the nature spirit refuses to contract with Anna, his investment will fail. This made Thor nervous. At this moment, he could only do so much. Time continued to pass. Anna's figure grew farther away, gradually hidden by the snow and wind. The surrounding snowstorm intensified, and the cold grew stronger. Around her, several knights began to release their powerful life energy. Even Thor's 3 magic shields started to struggle to hold. After a moment, a cracking sound was heard, another shield shattered, and the 3rd magic shield broke again. At the same time, the icy cold quickly spread over nearly a third of the 4th shield. At this speed, in no more than 10 breaths, the 4th shield would also break. Once that happens, Thor would have to consider giving up. With the current cold, as an apprentice knight, his life energy wouldn't be enough to resist. Exposed to this terrifying snowstorm, his body would freeze completely. Time kept moving forward. The wind and snow ahead remained relentless. Snap! After 10 breaths, the 4th magic shield shatters just like the others, and the coldness begins to seep through the 5th and 6th shields, spreading toward his body. Even with 2 magic shields, that can only last about 30 breaths, maybe less. The icy cold keeps spreading. Snowflakes start forming into a huge storm. The storm expands, turning the entire world into a white landscape. Outside, Thor and others watch nervously. At the very center of the canyon, in a world made of wind and snow, a large vortex forms. In the middle of the vortex, a highly pure, condensed water element appears. This water element is different from normal water. It carries a cold, icy aura. It seems strong enough to freeze everything. Anna's figure moves forward slowly. Her magic shields have already broken more than 4 layers, leaving only a faint, last layer. And that layer is shaky. Still, she keeps moving forward step by step. Snap! A soft sound signals the last shield breaking completely. Ice begins to spread over her body. Great goddess of life, please listen to my call. The call of the child of nature, the chance for all things to live together. Her lips are turning white, but her voice continues. It's quiet, but it seems to carry a kind of magic. Through the snow and wind, across the distance, her voice reaches the vortex. Inside the vortex, that faint, illusionary figure suddenly seems to become more real. But at the same moment, Anna's body begins to freeze and cannot move. Extreme cold starts to turn her into ice, spreading from her skin to her entire body. Is it impossible to succeed? That's the only thought in Anna's mind. And in the next moment, her consciousness seems to fall into silence. But just then, a ripple suddenly appears. Right at the center of the vortex, a faint blue magic circle lights up. At the same time, the faint blue magic circle also shines beneath Anna's frozen figure. As 2 magic circles lit up, a powerful ice element, not just water, began to gather. Suddenly, the wind and snow intensified. The extreme cold started to spread further at this moment. No, it wasn't spreading. It was converging toward Anna in the center. At this moment, the world began to freeze. Even the source of life energy could no longer support it. Outside, Master, we must leave immediately. A formal knight spoke with difficulty. Yes, Master, it's getting colder here, and the magic shield can't hold much longer, another knight said. Wait a bit longer. Thor gritted his teeth, glanced at the flickering magic shields, and made a decision. Faced with Thor's choice, the knights grew anxious but could only wait. Time slowly passed. Another magic shield shattered loudly. The last shield was about to break, expected to do so within 3 breaths. But unexpectedly, the wind and snow began to lessen. The intense cold was gradually retreating. No, it wasn't retreating. It was all gathering inward. What's this? Thor immediately sensed the change and looked toward the center. A smile of joy appeared on his face. He realized others soon noticed it too. Voices of surprise rang out. But Thor paid no mind. He stared intently into the distance, as if testing his idea. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, a faint blue magic circle expanded across the sky. Then a second faint blue magic circle appeared. The magic circle shimmered with icy light, covering the entire sky. The surrounding wind, snow, and cold vanished completely. Anna's figure floated in midair. The faint blue magic circle enveloped her body. 1 minute later, a small, light blue figure suddenly flew out from another magic circle, rushing toward Anna. Buzz! At that moment, the magic circle seemed to activate. A larger burst of ice energy erupted. Anna's disguise faded away, revealing her fair skin, delicate features, pointed ears, and a light blue long dress. Dense ice elements floated around her. Above her head, a tiny, cheerful blue figure hovered, radiating happiness. It was a small being, somewhat resembling a human, with transparent, crystal-clear skin, only about the size of a palm. It looked like it was wearing a double-layered crown. It had deep blue diamond-shaped spots on its ears, body, and tail, contrasting with its light blue color. Its small hands and feet also had dark blue areas, resembling tiny boots. Behind it, 2 pairs of light blue wings fluttered gently, making it look very cute. It happily circled around Anna, flying. From now on, we are partners. Can I give you a name? Anna opened her eyes, her beautiful face showing excitement. Yes, we are partners. The ice sprite cheerfully responded, full of joy. Then, your name is Nicole. I'm Anna, Anna said with a smile. Nicole has a name now. Anna. The ice sprite became even happier. At this moment, Anna couldn't help but smile. Having signed a symbiotic contract with the ice sprite, she had completely transformed into a spirit, almost like a nature spirit, no longer a half-elf. Her magical talent had greatly improved once again. She even felt she could now master higher-level magic. And there were benefits beyond that. Some things, even she couldn't fully understand now. A symbiotic contract, being the highest form of agreement, offers unimaginable advantages. Especially when the target is a natural spirit, it becomes even more so. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Thor in the distance. A thought crossed Anna's mind, and she made a decision. Nicole, I need to sign a symbiotic contract with someone very important to me. Is that okay? Anna spoke, her eyes fixed on the cheerful, flying ice sprite. Of course, Anna's important person is Nicole's important person. The ice elf danced and spoke with a smile. It was very innocent since it had just been born and didn't think too much. It signed a contract with Anna and naturally trusted her unconditionally. Anna nodded with a smile. In the next moment, surrounded by ice elements, her figure floated toward Thor. Surrounded by ice elements, Anna's figure slowly descended. At this moment, many formal knights, including Thor, couldn't help but be drawn to her. Anna was incredibly beautiful now. Delicate features, stunning face. Wearing blue ice-colored clothes, with two pointed ears, everything about her was eye-catching. Master, do I look good? This is me. Anna spoke with a gentle smile, looking very cheerful. Congratulations. Thor came back to himself and nodded with a smile. Hiki. This time, thank you so much, Master. Master, Anna also has a gift for you. Anna said happily. A gift? Thor looked a bit confused and asked instinctively. Just as he finished speaking, along with Anna's words, a faint blue magic circle under her feet lit up. At the same time, a faint blue magic circle also appeared under Thor's feet. What's this? When the magic circle lit up, Thor was surprised and instinctively wanted to react, but Anna's gentle power began to seep in, making him feel as if he was immersed in a warm ocean. Meanwhile, the ice elf danced above their heads. Countless ice elements started to weave around them. Thor felt a power flowing continuously within his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. His life source energy began to increase rapidly. He had already reached the peak of apprentice knights and was very close to becoming a formal knight. However, to break through to a formal knight, he probably needed about a year more. But at this moment, as his life source energy kept increasing, his life seed started to solidify. Cold ice aura wrapped around it, and the life seed gradually took shape from an illusion into a real form. At the same time, a more powerful life force suddenly erupted. Boom! The surrounding snow and wind were swept up, and Thor's aura changed instantly. Is this a breakthrough? Master is about to break through. A dozen formal knights initially looked confused, but soon their eyes widened in shock. Because at this moment, Thor's aura clearly reached the level of a formal knight. Not only had he just broken through, but his aura was still increasing as his internal life force surged. The large amount of life force contained in the fruit he ate that day also burst out at this moment. His aura kept rising, and his seed of life continued to grow stronger. From early to mid, late, and peak stages of a formal knight. Suddenly, a more immense surge of life force roared out. Along with this powerful life force, a cold aura also began to spread outward, and layers of ice spread across the ground. Anna had signed a symbiotic contract with the ice spirit, then with Thor, causing the ice spirit's power to flow not only into Anna, but also into Thor, transforming his body. His original talent started to undergo a change. His innate abilities kept improving. Even his life force began to change somewhat. Within the magic circle, countless ice elements intertwined and gradually flowed into Thor's body. Thor's eyes closed unknowingly. One by one, the formal knights around him instinctively moved away, guarding Thor within. Soon, night fell gradually. Stars began to decorate the sky. Thor slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes, which were originally golden, gradually turned ice blue. Countless ice elements began to swirl around him, just like Anna before, and his aura stabilized at the peak of a formal knight, only one step away from becoming a grand knight. More importantly, as previously mentioned, his knight talent had almost undergone a transformation. Even compared to Raynor, his talent might not be much inferior now. His life force contained ice elements, along with many other incredible benefits. For example, lifespan. Humans live only 100 years or so, unless they can break through the Holy Realm Knight level. Even Sky Knights find it hard to live beyond 120 years. Elves, on the other hand, can live for thousands of years. And Anna, because of her contract with the natural spirits, even as a half-elf, has a longer lifespan. No one really knows how long she can live. Now, after sharing life, Thor even feels his own lifespan has become very long. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, maybe even longer. This time, he truly gained benefits beyond imagination. Even he hadn't expected this. Talent, lifespan, strength, these are what he needs most now. The first needs no explanation. Only with enough talent can he go far. Lifespan and strength go without saying. The most needed thing in the entire Northland province is strength. Especially now, with the impending attack of the Minotaur, it's even more critical. Thank you. Thor took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and joy, then looked at Anna and spoke softly. Master, this is Anna's gift. Anna winked playfully and smiled as she spoke. Thor nodded with a smile. He didn't say anything more. Anna, I need to rest. The ice spirit danced around, looking a bit tired, then entered Anna's forehead. As the ice spirit entered, a blue ice crystal in the shape of a diamond appeared in Anna's forehead, and her surrounding ice elements grew even stronger. Let's go. We should head back. Otherwise, the main river valley might be in chaos. Thor softly said. Anna nodded. Everyone then packed up and started their journey back. At this moment, the main river valley, as Thor said, was almost completely in chaos. Several days passed. More news began to arrive in the main river valley. The most important was that the Minotaur tribe was getting closer to the valley. If they had some hope before, now they could be sure. Those Minotaurs were heading straight for the main river valley. Although they had considered staying to face the danger and were reluctant to give up their territory, Thor had given them some confidence. However, several days passed, and Thor still hadn't appeared, while the Minotaur tribe was getting closer. Even the noble lords were starting to feel uneasy, let alone the pioneer lords. In fact, since yesterday, more pioneer lords began to flee. Today, even more have left. Thor still shows no sign of returning. This situation made the three noble lords feel increasingly anxious. At Lawrence Castle, Baron Glatton and Baron Varmy gathered again. But now, their worries were deeper than a few days ago. Baron Pape, has that one still not returned? And has the Eagle Lord really not retreated? The Minotaur tribe is only about 200 miles from the main valley now, at most 3 days away, Baron Glatton said, unable to hide his concern. Yes, Baron Varmy agreed. The pioneer lords who promised to resist with us are now only 3 left. The others have already fled. A few days had passed, and their expressions grew more worried. Indeed, he hasn't returned yet, Pape Lawrence said. But the Eagle Lord hasn't retreated either. Pape Lawrence looked worried as well. If he were completely sure that the Eagle Lord hadn't changed, he might not be so anxious. But with the Minotaur tribe getting closer, it wasn't just about holding back. They were facing a serious crisis. Let's go and check again, someone suggested. We can't wait any longer. If the Minotaur tribe arrives, and we don't have enough strength, we won't be able to stop them. We should prepare to retreat, Baron Glatton said after a brief pause, then stood up and spoke again. Agreed, Pape Lawrence nodded. This time, we can't handle it alone. Varmy also had no objections and quickly agreed. The 3 of them hurried toward the Eagle Lord. 1 day later, the 3 arrived again at the Eagle Lord's territory. The results they received still did not meet their expectations. Lord Thor has not returned yet. Pape Lawrence couldn't help but speak again. Yes, Baron Pape, it may take some more time. The Lord said he would return within 10 days. Rain nodded solemnly. Even he understood what was about to happen, and he felt nervous too. 10 days. That. Baron Varmy instinctively wanted to speak, but was stopped by Baron Glatton. Thank you, Sir Rain. Baron Glatton pulled Varmy aside and then thanked Thor. After the 3 of them left, let's go. 10 days, maybe only 3, and the Minotaur tribe will arrive soon. Baron Glatton spoke with a hint of bitterness, looking helpless. That. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling reluctant, but in the end, they could only nod sadly. The Minotaur tribe was not something they could handle. 10 days was already too short. They had to give up. They could pay some gold as a ransom, better than losing everything here. Just as they were about to leave, dust clouds appeared in the distance. The ground trembled. The entire Eagle territory grew tense. But amidst the tension, figures approached from afar. The 3 saw the incoming people first. When they saw the leading figure, they were momentarily stunned, then a look of joy appeared. It's Lord Thor. He's back. Baron Glatton exclaimed happily. The other 2 also showed signs of happiness. The guards of the Eagle territory quickly relaxed. Soon, the unicorn brought everyone to the territory below. Greetings, Lord Thor. Greetings, Lord Thor. Lord Thor. The three showed joy and hurried forward to salute properly. But at the moment of the salute, their pupils shrank. You've broken through. Lord Thor. With a sense of surprise and an unbelievable smile, Pape Lawrence looked at Thor in shock, even taking a moment to carefully feel his presence. His exclamation also drew the attention of others to the change in Thor's breath. This caused the three of them to show expressions of surprise. Not long ago, the other was just an apprentice knight, but now he was already a full knight. Sorry for making you wait, Your Excellencies. Thor looked at the three and smiled, not caring about their exclamations. You're too kind, Lord Thor. Not long now, not long. The three quickly responded. All right, I'll stop with the formalities. The Minotaur attack is imminent. Let's discuss this further inside. Thor then dismounted from his unicorn, handed the unicorn to a guard, and led the three into Eagle Castle. The three nodded quickly in response. Soon, the four entered the castle. Anna hurried down to prepare, while the others took seats. Lord Thor, do you know the scale of this Minotaur attack? Baron Glatton asked as soon as they sat down. I know a little. The Minotaurs probably used magic to increase their numbers. There are now about 6,000 or 7,000 of them. Thor nodded and spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, although the magic only increased the number of ordinary Minotaurs, they are different from goblins. Even with magic, the strength of these Minotaurs is comparable to that of ordinary humans, which normal men cannot handle alone. We need reserve knights, and currently, there are about 7,000 of them, he said. Even combined, the reserve knights under our command wouldn't reach such a number. We don't have great land knights, so it's hard to deal with this. Baron Varmi also spoke, showing deep worry. Lord Thor, do you think we have a chance to handle this crisis, or should we abandon our territory and pay the kingdom a redemption fee? Pape Lawrence asked more directly. The Tulip Kingdom has a rule. Any knight can become a pioneer knight, but once they do, they must protect their territory. If they abandon it, they have to pay a redemption fee to the kingdom to forgive the loss of their land. This fee is undoubtedly very large. Few people would be willing to do so unless absolutely necessary. But if we cannot handle this moment, then we have no choice but to choose this path. The three men spoke, all glancing nervously at Thor. Faced with their anxious and tense expressions, Thor knew he had to steady their hearts, or they might not be able to hold on. Without the support of these three Baron Lords, even though his strength had increased significantly, he would still find it hard to face this crisis. Everyone, listen to me. Thor's voice rang out, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Three of you, we do have a chance this time. This is just a defeated tribe of Minotaur warriors. Even if their numbers recover, the magic-formed Minotaurs are not as strong as real ones. With our combined strength, we can naturally hold them off. Also, don't forget, we can earn merit and increase our titles during the war against the orcs. Compared to the Kingdom Wars and Orc Wars, this is much simpler. If we abandon this opportunity now, how will we face the upcoming Kingdom Wars and Orc Wars? Unless all three of you want to give up being nobles and return to being wandering knights. Thor's voice was calm but firm. Hearing his words, the three men didn't know what to say. As for the Orc War, no one knew when the next one would happen. But the Kingdom War was different. It occurred every 100 years, determining the size and strength of each kingdom. This was an unavoidable reality for all nobles. This time, they could retreat, but the Kingdom War was unavoidable. It was an enforced rule for nobles. Nobles who couldn't participate in the Kingdom War would be stripped of their titles. This meant they would lose their hard-earned baron status once again. This was almost intolerable for them. Lord Thor, if we can withstand this disaster, I, Pape Lawrence, will obey your commands completely. Pape Lawrence spoke seriously. Lord Thor, my Valmy territory feels the same way. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton also stood up and spoke earnestly. Three noble lords, your words are too heavy. However, this time, we truly need to work together to handle the situation. Let's do this. The three barons, can you gather all the knights? Seeing their expressions, Thor couldn't help but smile, then paused slightly before speaking slowly. Upon hearing Thor's words, the three hesitated. But after a moment, Papiro Lunds nodded in agreement. All right, Lord Thor, I will gather all the knights and come back. With that, Papiro Lunds made up his mind. Even though there are risks, he had no choice but to do this now. Papiro Lunds made his decision because if Thor really wanted to do something, he would have acted during the previous war. There was no need to wait until now. Papiro Lunds agreed, and the other two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had come this far, and they were unwilling to give up. Even if only a small hope remained, they wanted to try. With the three of them agreeing, communication became much easier. The four then discussed some other matters. The three quickly took their leave. Watching them depart, Thor began making final preparations. Of course, these preparations didn't involve contacting other Pioneer Lords. Compared to the three Baron Lords, the strength of others was limited, and he doubted that the other Pioneer Lords in the main valley hadn't already fled. How many remained is uncertain. Time was running out. Compared to that, he preferred to first assess his own strength and Anna's strength. The existence of the symbiotic contract had transformed both of their powers. Anna's strength had grown, and so had his. Right now, he was eager to know how strong he had become and whether he could face a great knight. While the three were in action, Thor found Steve and Pelos. Each tested Anna's strength, and naturally, one tested his own. On the training ground, the two stood tall. Master, this? Pelos hesitated and looked a bit nervous. He hadn't expected the Lord to suddenly challenge him to a test of strength today. Although I was surprised that Lord had already become a formal knight in such a short time, he is a great knight, and I am a bit worried about facing him. It's okay, Thor said with a smile. It's just a test. He didn't seem too worried. Right now, although he is only at the peak of being a formal knight, with the support of Ice Element Life Source Energy, he feels like he is stronger than a normal knight. Good. Be careful, sir. Pelos took a deep breath and finally nodded. Then, Life Source Energy surged toward Thor, attacking him. Cold air spread from Thor's eyes, and a chilling Life Source Energy also moved around him. Even the knight's sword appeared faint white mist. The next moment, he moved quickly, rushing toward Pelos. Boom. Two great swords clashed in the air. A powerful burst of Life Source Energy exploded. Pelos, as a Grand Knight, had a huge amount of Life Source Energy, almost instantly overpowering Thor's. Thor's figure was forced to step back. However, a cold aura spread from Thor's great sword, starting to freeze and extend toward Pelos's sword and even his Life Source Energy. What's this? Pelos's face changed as he quickly retreated. But the cold aura kept spreading, layer by layer, forming ice that extended from his body. His warm breath froze quickly. His body became stiff. Not good. Pelos's face darkened. His long battle experience told him something was wrong in that moment. But just as he had this thought, be careful, Thor chuckled softly. In the next instant, he moved, appearing suddenly in the air above, and struck down with his sword again. Cold air spread out. Life Source Energy surged. Pelos tried to dodge. But it was too late. He could only raise his knight's sword to block once more. Bang! The swords collided again. Once more, the Life Source Energy clashed. But this time, it was even more intense. On the knight's sword, the cold air instantly turned into ice, spreading from his sword to his body. Clang! The knight's sword fell to the ground. Pelos hurriedly stepped back, but a cold aura landed on his shoulder. You lost. Thor's light-hearted laughter sounded, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Master, you. Feeling the cold air on his neck, Pelos showed a bitter smile and was also shocked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But just then, boom. A terrifying cold air suddenly erupted from afar. In the next moment, layers of ice began to spread quickly from a distance, almost visibly, covering the hundreds of meters ahead with white fog instantly. Another training ground. The cold air spread, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The ground had already formed a thick layer of frost, extending over 100 meters. Meanwhile, Steve's body was frozen at the center. Anna was startled and quickly cast a spell to Jichu the magic. The cold air rapidly receded. As the cold retreated, a soft sound rang out as the ice on Steve shattered, and he staggered out looking disheveled. Steve, you lost too. At this moment, Pelos's loud laughter echoed, filled with schadenfreude. Pelos. Steve's face twitched slightly, and he cast a worried glance at Anna. For a moment, he didn't know what had happened. He was completely frozen. If the other person hadn't Jichu it quickly, it seemed his life force was fading. Nice. Anna, this ice magic can actually freeze a great knight. Thor, standing nearby, looked pleased. Anna's strength seemed even greater than he had imagined. The spreading range extended over 100 meters, and as a great knight, Steve had no resistance at all. Master. Anna looked a bit embarrassed. Thor smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Steve and Pelos. All right. Steve, Pelos, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, the three barons will gather their knights. Get ready to integrate. Also, Steve, have you prepared what I asked for? His tone was serious. Yes, it's ready. The west side of the main valley can be opened at any time. Additionally, the fire oil has been fully prepared. The two responded quickly, then Steve spoke solemnly. Good. Remember, I hope there won't be any surprises this time. Thor nodded with satisfaction. Since he knew the Minotaur was about to invade, Thor had prepared some plans. For example, choosing the right battlefield. And also, trying to maximize his advantages was the best way to handle this crisis. Understood. Steve and Pelos responded promptly. Then Thor began the final arrangements and staff deployment. A day quickly passed. The next day, Pape Lawrence, Baron Valmy, and Baron Glatton's knights gathered as expected. There were more than Thor had imagined. Pape Lawrence brought 13 full knights, over 70 apprentice knights, and more than 300 reserve knights. Baron Valmy had 7 full knights, over 30 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights. Baron Glatton had 5 full knights, over 20 apprentice knights, and more than 300 reserve knights. It was clear that these 3 barons had hidden a lot of strength before. Now, to face this crisis, they had all mobilized. Of course, their strength was not limited to just these 3 barons. At the same time, Rajuz Assad and the 2 remaining pioneer lords also brought some troops. Rajuz had developed a considerable force over time, and the 2 remaining pioneer lords also had significant strength. The Eagle's knights had grown to over 70 full knights, 300 apprentice knights, and 1,500 reserve knights. Outside, such strength was comparable to some powerful viscounts. In the entire northern province, besides Marquis Ryman and the top pioneer lords, their strength was almost the strongest, capable of sweeping across most of the northern province. Yet, even so, the 3 barons still felt a bit nervous. Especially when they gathered and realized only 2 other pioneer lords remained after most had fled, their anxiety grew even more. Originally, they planned to unite the entire main river valley's forces. Now, with only a few pioneer lords left, a large part of their strength was gone, making them understandably tense and worried. Now they have no other choice. Today, the Minotaur tribe is only 20 or 30 miles from the main valley and will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. There's no time left to escape. With a large number of knights gathering, even if they wanted to run, Thor wouldn't let them. Those guys, they ran away. Do you think they're safe just because they escaped? They've lost their land, can't pay the ransom, and will face the kingdom's punishment. Baron Glatton couldn't help but curse quietly, looking angry. Right now, we should focus on how to deal with this. Hopefully, Lord Thor has a plan, Papaloran sighed softly, also showing concern. Yes, Baron Valmy nodded in agreement. At this moment, they all felt tense and worried. The only hope was Thor and the Eagle leader. Time slowly passed. Meanwhile, while they were tense and the Eagle leader prepared, more than 30 miles away, thousands of Minotaurs gathered and quickly headed toward the main valley. May the god Titan bless us, we are finally almost there. On the mountain peak, a very tall Minotaur looked toward the distant sky with excitement. Leader, once we cross the main valley ahead, we will be there. There are still many human territories where our children can be born in greater numbers, an old Minotaur said excitedly, also looking toward the snowy distant world with enthusiasm. There, they believed, was a gift left by their god Titan. If they could obtain it, their Minotaur tribe could become as powerful as the Baiman race. The temptation was too great. Even risking danger, they were determined to cross the human territory. Although their journey had been smooth so far, that was only because human strong warriors weren't paying attention to them now. But it didn't mean they couldn't be noticed. If they took the time, not only their entire tribe now, but even tribes at their peak could be easily destroyed. The moment they entered human territory, the threat of destruction followed. They had to cross quickly, at least before the human warriors could stop them. All right, let's set out quickly. Remember, we need more descendants so we can receive the blessings of the Titan God. The great Titan God will protect us. The Minotaur leader nodded and gave the order promptly. Thousands of Minotaur tribes quickly headed toward the main river valley.